Aikido is the only martial art, martial way of life. Okay, that means there are two things. For example, 35 years ago, when I came to Europe, I met one Italian instructor in Italy. And then he was not my student. He was teaching, and then he was quite good, but he liked motorcycle. So as you know, if you like motorcycle, you are obliged to make accidents. So he made several accidents, and in the end, he cut one leg. So, but he still continued to teach Aikido with this artificial leg, and then he got cancer for many years, and I just heard that this year he died of cancer. Okay, but until he died with cancer, with one leg, he was still teaching Aikido. Okay, so in a way, this is a way of life, but it has nothing to do with Aikido technique. He could have done it with karate or tai chi or judo, whatever things he could have done it. So in that sense, any activity can show way of life. Okay, but that's not the techniques. Okay, but in Aikido, Aikido techniques should show way of life. In that sense, Aikido techniques the only techniques which can show the way of life. And basically because Aikido is not sports competition and not spectacle. Okay, for example, dance, they make a spectacle, okay, or theater, etc. So it can't be really way of life, technically speaking. Okay? And all sports competition cannot be way of life because if you make sports competition, the purpose becomes winning. And clearly, the purpose of life is not winning, because nobody can define what means winning in life. That's why this Aikido is the only activity which, techniques which can show way of life, because there's no competition in Aikido. In Aikido, it's not for winning. So now, the basic thing about this self-defense is that you have to think of your whole life. Okay? Whereas people who talk about self-defense, basically they think of only when they are young. Okay? But then it's not so, in a way, wise to think of self-defense when you are young, because when you are young, naturally you are strong. So you don't have to worry so much. So you have to worry when you are old. So the thing is, you must develop a technique which you can use to defend yourself when you are 90 years old. Okay, last year, when I was in Japan, I saw on the TV a story about a karate master of 95 years old. Okay? He's 95 years old, but still teaching. So he got 10th dan. Okay? I think he merits. And then his wife is already dead, but he's living alone. But every afternoon, he takes bicycle and ride to the good restaurants and eat midday in the restaurant. So in a way, he shows a very good way of life as a human being. Okay? So as a human being, it's very nice. 95 years old, very good. But then technically not so good, because when he teaches, he just teaches the lowest standard, like physical standard, and then when he makes the TV, he wants to show that with this young girl of this who makes nice program. How do you call it?
how do you call that in English? This assistant to the program or whatever, just beautiful girl. So this karate master of 10th dan, 95 years old, to the young girl, okay, you do this. So he wants to do it. So this fifth skill technique of karate. So young girl do this, young girl who doesn't know anything do this, but when she does this and he does this, he lost balance and he fell backward. So the young girl was very, no, I didn't do anything, no, it's not my fault. So this is the problem. So when you are 95 years old, your technique is no use because a young girl touches and he falls down behind. So in a way, that's the reality. So when we are 95 years old, that's why bad people attack old people. Bad people don't attack young, strong people like you. But they're waiting. When you are 90 years old, then they attack you. So at that time, what can you do? That is the real self-defense question. And this real self-defense question, many people don't think about it. And naturally, when you are young, when you are 30 years old like this, you don't think about that. Basically, I see that you can see the future of your past. That means when you are 10 years old, you only can imagine 20 years old. So anybody who are older than 20 years old are the old people. And then when you are 15 years old, anybody who are older than 30 years old is older people. When you are 20, you think only 40. So until you become 40, 50 years old, you don't think we are death. Because if you think, if you are 40 years old, you imagine until 80 years. Most people don't die 80 years old. So in a way, you don't imagine death. But when you are 50 years old, you start imagining 100 years. Then 100 years, most people are dead. So when you are 50 years old, you start imagining, how will I die? This is more or less basic idea. Actually, that's why, in a way, you have to be at least 40, 50 years old to think what will happen when you are 90 years old. And then when you are 90 years old, then bad people will attack you. So what shall I do? I think this is the real self-defense. That's why the many self-defense methods is not so wise because they are just good for young people. But when you are 90 years old, it's not sure that you can do it. So now, what do you think is the most basic self-defense technique? Most basic. So I say the real basic technique is pushing. Because of course, if you are young, you can run. But when you are 80 years old, how quick can you run? So when you are old, running is not a good idea. You can't run very well, and young people can run much faster than you. So in a way, the best technique you can do is pushing. You push your attack. This you can do if you are well trained almost until you die. So this pushing ability should be the most basic self-defense ability. Of course, it's case by case. I know there's a very good Brazilian jiu-jitsu man. He was considered one of the best. And then it was very interesting that journalist asked two questions, and he had a very nice answer. One, a journalist said that your technique seems very efficient against one person. But then it looks like if two people attacks you, your technique is no good. What do you think? Then his answer, I'm happy that I can beat one person. I don't think about two people attacking me. I'm just happy that I can beat one person. Good answer. Good answer. Then next question. How would you manage self-defense in the street? He said that since I live in Los Angeles, when I go out at night, I always carry a pistol in my pocket. Very good answer. That is realistic. But then, so if you live in Los Angeles or Chicago or New York, maybe you have to think a bit different. But now we are not in the United States, we live here. So we live here, in a way, it's not so good idea to carry a gun always in your pocket. So without carrying gun or knife, what shall we do? So in that case, pushing is the most basic. But then, now, clearly, if you are big, you can push well. But even if you may be big, there's always bigger person like than you. So that's why don't think that oh, I am big and strong, I can do. No, still try to do it as efficiently as possible. Okay, but then of course, if you are small, it's more important a bit huge. So, okay. So now when bad man approaches you, you should be able to push away this person. Okay, bad person, huh? Okay. No, that's good. That's why you have to practice. That's good. Okay. So that's why now she tried to push me just as if I'm a material. Okay. So so that's why not like this, but okay. Actually, this Tai Chi people do this. Okay, but I remember that at a certain moment, Toi Sensei was introducing it as Aikitaiso. Okay, but then, in a way, he gave up after 3 months because this is a very good movement that you have to practice. But then, in a way, it doesn't fit in other Aikitaiso because other Aikitaiso is like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. So you can count. But here, you cannot count. Okay, that's why it's not so good idea to include in Aikitaiso. Okay, so actually, I remember that's already 30 years ago. He was saying that Kyokuri Undo or something like that. Okay, but then this means how to push another human being efficiently, not material. Okay, so this even she's almost not yet Shodan, but yeah, almost no. Okay, what did you already? What did you pass Shodan? No, not yet. Yeah, so you better learn it before you pass Shodan. So this is a way to push human beings. Okay, so that's why I always try to spread a different approach because when I present different approach, I discover your mistake or your shortcomings. Okay, what you do. Okay, then from here, just like this stops, so this comes here. And then after that, it comes. Okay, so this is one basic technique. Okay, he's coming here. This stops. Okay, so it's already better than nothing, but then I have to do something. So what can I do from here is 1. Okay, so here, from here, this here. So this I'm going to try to move here, but now change here. Okay, so this. So it's okay. This is this one. Okay, there's this upward and forward. Okay, so upward means basically this. Okay, whereas forward means this. Okay, so that's why we are practicing this, and then this. Okay, so when it's here, one hand here, and the other one up. Like this, no? And then forward and up. Yes, that's right. Basically, on here, attack can come here or here. Okay, especially against men, of course. Against men, this is dangerous. Okay, so that's why if you attack is this, then the technique we did is not so good idea. Okay, because when she does that technique, no, you do this. Still, okay, so that's why this technique is good when your partner is coming, running toward you. Okay, but if he just still run, then this is danger because then intention is different. Okay? When I'm coming like here, and then her hand is that, so I catch it, okay, then my intention is like catching her. Then the technique she did was works like that. Okay, but then if I'm just coming and grab, the intention is different. Okay, so in that case, here, yeah, very dangerous. So that's why in that case, you have to do differently. Okay, so the difference is here. Okay? When my hand go here, that doesn't prevent his head come to my hand. Come like that. Okay? That's why it's here, it must come here. Okay, so now I'm lower, so to my head. Do you want to do this? Okay? Or rather, come on. So this hand can prevent. Okay? And of course, when somebody here, not only head but also here. Okay? So here you have to prevent, yeah, here, this one. That's why this technique works against hitting, kicking or hitting with this. Okay, so when here one, okay, so this is here, and then when this kicking comes, then the other leg. Okay, so this must be for the leg, and this for the head. Okay, and after that, so becomes normal tension. But make sure that this enter here, leg and head, and then that's that. One. So when one, it must be this. Okay? And then so in a way, it's not necessary that you hold my hand. You have to understand that this is for kicking, and this is for the upper body. Okay, so when the ankle comes here, one. Okay, that's right. So here you do this. Okay, that's why this hand you can go this way or you can go this way same. Okay? If like this hand here, it becomes this, no? But clearly the other hand comes here. Okay? Then just this. So it's this movement. Okay? So this with the hand too, when I want to go this direction. Okay? So here too, now this. So here too, it's not arm against arm, but my finger with this. Okay, so you must connect your finger movement with this movement. Okay, so already small line creates big line, like tablets. So you make a line which lead to this line. Okay, so that kind of thing is extending key practice. So this kind of thing, extending key, you can only do with life. You can't do with machine. Okay, whereas this extending the point, you can do with machine. There's a French girl who won this Wimbledon, and it's very interesting because she was really using this machine. Okay? What's this machine? So they invented a machine which throw the tennis balls at her, and then she and then when she makes a service, she has a racket, but in this racket there's this flexible what you call this rubber field. So when she does this, it increases speed because this rubber is pulling this. So she gets used to the racket, which moves very quickly. So this way, anyway, the result there, she won the Wimbledon. Okay, so in a way, tennis like this normal sports, still there's a lot of this mechanical part. Okay, so in a way, you can use point mathematics to be good at sports. Okay? But then in Aikido, it's not a sports. That means in life, you must use line mathematics. Okay? That's life. Whereas points are good for machine. Okay? And our problem is that we have developed machine, okay? And such a height so that maybe it's useless to develop more machines. Okay? But when we develop more machines, we have sacrificed life. We have killed life. We have destroyed all the lives on this earth. And more important that these days, young people don't understand life anymore. Because from the beginning, they use computers and all this. So they actually don't know what life is. Actually, there's some kind of joke that children know only the food from the supermarket. Okay, so they don't know how it's growing really. Okay, they are unconscious that all food has grown somewhere in the nature. And this is most important that even though science has developed, we cannot create food. And this is most important. We cannot create food because food is not material. Food is a part of life which can go from one life to another life. Okay, that's the definition of food. That's why food can go bad. Okay, most food, if it stays many days, many months, it becomes bad. We can't eat it. Okay, because it's a part of life. Whereas material, basically, you can live it. It can hold, in a way, theoretically, eternally. Well, because it's material, it's not living. But food is living.
It's a part of life. Okay, that's why science can, in a way, help life to create more food, that's yes, but it can't create food itself. Okay, that's why even though the science has, in a way, succeeded to help life to create more food, okay, then still we are coming to the limit of that. Actually, even science cannot create more food. And our population is growing. That's why even United Nations are saying that in 10, 20 years, our food production will not be enough for the population, so some people must die. Okay? Actually, that's why the government thinks that if anyway they have to die, it's better they die now. That's why they don't care how many African people dies in Africa. Okay? You can see nobody cares. Okay? It's because there's a logic that it's useless to try to keep African people alive because anyway, after 10, 20 years, they have to starve. Somebody must starve. So in this way, just let them die. Actually, that's the logic which they apply for Africa, etc., etc. Okay, you can see that they are not doing anything, okay, because they know that anyway, human population cannot increase. Okay, it must actually go down. Okay, so who must die? Oh, better African people die. That is the logic of most government. And in a way, what do you say? Who should die? If somebody must die, who should die? Africans, Russians, Chinese, Indian, or European, or black people, or who? So the easiest victim is black Africans. That's the easiest. No problem. So that's why all this is in a way basic question of food. Okay, because food can only be produced by life. Okay, that's why it's very bad that young people don't understand life anymore. They only know computers. Okay, and then, but the basic difference that to understand life, you must understand this line mathematics. Okay, means relations. Whereas machines work with point mathematics. Okay, that's why Aikido is in a very good way to understand this line mathematics. Of course, another good way is to go to the nature and produce food by yourself. Okay, this is also very good. Then you understand that nature works with lines. Okay, but most of us don't have time, don't have occasion to go to the countryside and create food by themselves. Okay, so do Aikido. For me, it's the same. Actually, it's Aikido tradition. That's why Ueshiba Morihei started to do this Takemusu Aiki. That means his idea was he went to the countryside, Iwama, and as he produces his own food, he wants to teach Aikido. And this I agree. But why? Because producing food and doing Aikido is the same logic. And where's the logic? Line mathematics. Okay? So that's why here, this movement of this, my fingers must lead movement here. And then this continues. So this is one basic. But then after that, here, of course, continue read here, but also here. That means realistically, it's possible that he doesn't be holding anymore. Then, like this, become point. Okay? So from here, line is here. So you have to use this line. Okay, so that is this this technique. But right, so here is good. But after that, where you go, what even he holding. Yeah, that's here. It's here. So now it's not necessary he hold. Of course he can hold, but not necessary. So from here coming this way. That's this technique. That's right. You want to try? So that's why once I catch like this, it's very difficult to technique before I hit you. That's the reality. So you must understand this reality. Okay, that's why in Aikido, you must know to create a situation before somebody grabs you. It's too late if somebody grabs you. So what do you do? Okay, but then, so he goes here. This is not a good idea. so since this is not a good idea, or if you let also too late, so what do you do? That's a question of Aikido. Okay, so if I let him grab, okay, then too late. Before I do something, he already hits me. Okay? Or when he comes here, no, that's not a good idea. Okay? So Aikido technique, when he grabs you, already like this. Okay, so this is the technique. So that he can't hit me, attack me anymore.
but you have to do it in the moment he comes. So you have to practice. So it's quite easy. Just open. Just open your body. Okay, so come here, open. Then here. Okay, then it's going to be a risk. Because if you hold like this, here already it will come like this. Okay, that's a reality. Okay, that's here, one. Okay, is that? Okay, so just going up is doesn't work. Okay, so that. Okay. Okay, that's why it's not going up. Okay, so this is that's a misunderstanding. Because I think that you imagine the line which goes up. Okay. Then that's not good. No, you can feel it. Okay, so it's not going up. So when you come here, this. Okay, so your key must go there. Okay, not upward. Because here, okay, his attack stops. But it's up. His attack doesn't stop. Okay, so this kind of thing you must understand through practicing. Okay, that's why you practice. So practicing is not like a sport that you know already what's going to happen, what you should do, and then practice what you should do. That's why actually in Japanese we don't say practice, but say keiko. Keiko is not same as practice in sport. But the difference in sports, you know what you have to do, and you know the meaning of what you are doing. But in the real life, the most difficult thing in real life is that do you know what you should do? That's the real life. Actually, the basic question in life is how do I know what I should do? And also, even before, do I know what I'm doing? Actually, do you know what you are doing in your real life? Okay, this is the most important question. Okay, that's why Aikido techniques like real life, most people don't know what you are doing. Okay, understand that? So that's the difference between sports and life. In life, you must know what you are doing. So you shouldn't be going upward. Okay, so what you have to do is here, this. Okay, so I'm going down here. Okay, this will stop his attack. Then make this. Okay, yeah. That's this. Okay, then you can easily attack. Okay, so here you catch here. So my arm and his arm come together and lead here. Okay, so you have to, that's a correct technique. So you must know what you are doing. Okay, so from here, not this goes up. Okay, so here you put your arms together and then lead this. So make sure what you are doing. Okay, so then how you do it, that's kind of meditation is, that means what you are doing, to discover what you are doing, you can't use languages. Okay? Tell me what you are doing now. And anything else? You are doing many things actually. Yeah, you know. But then it's impossible to express everything you are doing. Okay, that's why now, if I'm interested in what I'm doing, I don't try to say it with word, just try to see what I'm doing now. So see what you're doing now. Okay, so clearly eyes are useless, of course. Huh? Okay. So now in a way you are not doing much, so there's not much to see. Okay, but the important thing that you must do it in the real daily life when you are doing something. Okay, then you will find that you are doing many things at the same time, and that is a meditation. Whereas if you have a habit of expressing yourself, then you are only doing one thing at the same time. Actually, you know, there's one difference between Japan and in Europe. That means when I go to a shop and I just want to buy, let's say, a pencil. Okay, but these days, just a pencil, very often they don't sell. Okay, and but then the selling very often selling women, young woman, is talking with the client. And they are very polite, nice, so they talk a lot. Okay, so I see that it's getting wrong, so I just say, excuse me, do you sell pencils? Okay, then what happened? This young woman scolded me. Can't you see that I'm talking with this client? You must wait until I finish this person. Then I will take care of you. Okay? And this is typical European. Because in Japan, it's never happened. In Japan, the young woman said, yes, I sell pencils, please wait. Or, no, I don't sell pencils, sorry. Okay? And I think this is more reasonable because just say, yes, please wait, or no, sorry, takes much less time than scold me. That, oh, can't you see that I'm okay, so why she takes more time to scold me instead of just telling me yes or no? Okay, so this I call philosophy. Okay, and very often she justified her philosophy. I can't do two things at the same time. Okay? And this is completely wrong. Okay? Because when you drive a car, you talk with me, sometimes you take telephone, and then you listen to music. I see most people do three, four things at the same time. And that's normal human brain, actually. Okay, so why many European people say that I can't do two things at the same time? So actually what they want to say is that I can't speak, I can't say two things at the same time. That is true. If I have to say it, I can't say two things at the same time, of course. Okay? So that's the important part. If you don't say it, you can see many things, you can do many things at the same time. But you have to say, if you have to say what you are doing, then you can do only one thing at a time. Okay? That's why meditation is necessary to know what you are doing. If you have a habit of always expressing with words, then that limits your ability, and also you are unconscious of something you are doing because you are not saying it. Okay? So either you are not seeing the reality, or you limit your ability. Okay, so meditation means to understand what I'm doing without describing with words. Then I can see that I'm doing many things at the same time, and I can do many things at the same time. Okay, as long as I don't say it, I don't try to express it with words. Okay, so that is in a way meditation in life. Okay, and then I have a student in Germany who is a very intelligent man. He was a businessman, very successful businessman. Okay? And then after that, he got tired of successful businessman, so then he became a university professor. Okay? He was so intelligent, so he just studied 1 year and succeeded to become a university professor of physics. Okay? But then even this very intelligent person have difficulty under meditation. When he was driving me, I said that, why don't you do meditation while you're driving? Because he was saying that I sometimes drive 6-7 hours. And I said, oh, that's a very good time to do meditation. Okay? Then he said that, but if I do meditation while I'm driving and make accident, that's, I can't use it as an excuse for police. So actually he thinks that he can't do meditation while he's driving. And this is the proof that he doesn't understand meditation. Okay? Actually, while you are driving, you should do meditation. That means you can drive without using language. Clearly, no? Why do you need language to drive? You know how to drive, okay? And you just see if the danger, so you don't need language. Okay, then you can do many other things. That's why you can listen to music, you can talk while you are driving very carefully. Okay, so when you are driving, you do meditation. Okay? But then meditation does not mean do a technique, just see what you are doing. Okay? Then while you are driving, you will see that your brain is doing many things. Okay? That's the reality. I'm sure that all of you are doing many things while you are driving. Important, you must just see it without expressing with words, without criticizing it, without judging it. Just see what's happening in your brain. Okay, that's meditation. Okay, then, in a way, you can do much more than you think. Because it's just that expressing what you're doing limits your ability. Okay, in a way, that's meditation, and that's clearly very important for martial art. Okay, so anyway, then this here. then naturally, when you do some here, the logic is I must read there. But sometimes he can push my arm and become here. Okay, then once arm against arm, then impossible to do this. Okay, and I can stay here because if I stay here, he can hit me or kick me, etc. Okay, so when this happens, I have to change immediately to here. Okay, and then here too, you have to make again here. So to do here, you use now this hand here. So that's here. That means here, here. If I try to move this, difficult. Arm against arm. Okay? If here too, difficult. So here. So you press slightly so that your mind comes here. Then you can move this. But now down is good, but up again is coming here. So after down, with here. So the main thing is after here, you extend on this line, and down is okay, but up again is coming here. So up, just up here. Then up. Okay, so this is the basic thing. So from here, change, down, up. Yeah. So this you have to be careful. Okay, but then why it's happened is because now with here. So now what do you want to do with this hand? That's right. That's right. Okay, that means he's trying to move the whole upper body. That's why my whole upper body. So if my whole upper body moves, after that it can easily go to here. Okay, so that's why this is hammi. Okay, that's why this goes down. This goes down. Okay, that's this. Okay, and actually this is integrated in Japanese kabuki. Okay. In the Japanese kabuki, I think it's the Benkei's jumping of the 8 boats. But this story that one samurai was attacked on a bridge, and then by mania. So he saw the 8 boats on the river. So he jumped with the boat, and escaped. It's like James Bond who escaped jumping on the crocodile. So James jumping on crocodile, I think it's not very realistic. Better don't try. I'll never try. Jumping on crocodile. But this samurai jumped on 8 boats. That's realistic. You know, if the boats are near, you can jump like that. And then to express this is in a way that's a hammi. This Benkei is so. Okay, so that's why this must come here, not here. So you should try to make the head down. But if head down, okay, it's not hammi anymore. So it's not head down, but it's shoulder down. This is right shoulder down. This is left shoulder down. This is head down. Okay? So this is in our meditation, seeing the reality. Okay? But if you use your word, his hand is on my head, on my neck. So he's trying to lower my head. Okay? So this is how language and names distort the reality. Okay? That's why you have to see that to see reality, you shouldn't see the name, that neck or head, etc. So the reality is this. This, not this. Okay, so make sure the partner. You can understand. Now this. Okay, so here too, he cannot hit me anymore. Okay? If it's here, he can hit me. Okay? But when here, he cannot hit anymore. So now, other ways, when he comes here, then 1. Okay, also cannot. And then after that, this. Okay? So here, and 1. Okay, so here, after here, okay, then this, by moving the hand, you move here. how you move your hand, this movement move this shoulder. Catch is not good idea to not to let me, don't let me. So it's better let me catch, but square situation that I can't hit. Okay? So first was this one, this and second was this, okay, this one. Now third. What's the third way? Okay, so what's the third way? Okay. So we did this. This is the first way. Okay, and this is the second way. Okay, and then the third way is this. Okay, so second, third is similar, but the third way is this. Second way was this. Okay, so it's different. Okay, so if it's here, after that it becomes this. Whereas if it's here, then I catch it, and then it's shionagi. Okay, so now from static. So from here, that is quite easy logic. So this here now. Now close, open and open. Close, open. Okay. Now here, when I do this, okay, the more I close, the more open. The more open, the more close. Okay. So this logic. Okay. So now by closing my arm, I open his arm. Okay. And then again here too, you must think of here. Okay. So move there. Yeah. And then after that, now my shoulder and his shoulders are together, and move his shoulder to my shoulder. And so here is shoulder against shoulder. And then just keep here, and with my own shoulder, I lead his shoulder. That's shoulder. Translation is that you never listen to me. So, tell me what I said the last 1 minute. You cannot know. That means he's normal person. And that is correct. That means, what means I listen to you? He said, I'm sitting and listening to you, but what does listen to me? So that means, this one thing, important thing is that the brain cannot get information. Okay? This is one of the basic mistakes in this computer age. Okay? Human brain is not computer. Okay? That means, what is information? Information means one, it must have a beginning and end, which means it must be counted 1, 2, 3. If it cannot be counted, it's not information. Information needs a beginning and end. Okay, no beginning, no end is not information. So life is not information, because life there's no beginning and no end. Okay, it's impossible to determine when life starts. Okay, when did your life start? Did it start when your parents made love and the sperm gets into the egg? Or when did your life start? Actually, scientifically, it's impossible to determine the starting of life. And when you die, that also is rather difficult. And actually, do trees die? Actually, it's maybe that trees never die. Okay? Because when you see tree, okay, before old tree dies, young tree is coming out. Is it the same tree or is it another tree? Okay, actually, it's not clear. What is life of the tree? Actually, okay, that's why this life is not information. Okay? Then information has a beginning and end, so you can say one information, etc. And then information must be objective. Okay? But the brain is not objective. Okay? When it's here, I say that it's hot. Then my wife said, it's nice and warm. Okay? And when I say, it's nice and cool, my wife said, it's rather cold. But we are, in the same place. Okay? So brain does not catch information. Brain just gets stimulated. Okay? So brain works with stimulation, not with information. Okay? This is important part. Okay? Because brain is a chemical activity. So chemical activity is not information. Okay? That's why this information that you should never try to keep in your head. You must keep it on a piece of paper or computer. There, information must stay. Okay, then our brain does not work with information. Our brain works with imagination. Okay, and what's imagination? Imagination has no beginning and no end, and it's subjective, and it's line mathematics. Okay, so line mathematics means imagination. Okay, so all this is in a way what you have to understand through meditation. Actually, okay, that's why in a way his brain does not remember what I said, but his brain is always trying to change his imaginations through the stimulus of what I said. Okay? So that's why after he listened to me, what happens is not my responsibility. Okay? 50% his responsibility, 50% my responsibility. Because I gave stimulation. That's my responsibility. But he uses stimulation to imagine, to develop his imagination. That's his responsibility. Okay? So I'm responsible. He's also responsible, 50%, 50%. Okay? With information, you give me information, and I acted on it, and it was a mistake. It's 100% your fault because you gave me wrong information. Okay. So that's the difference. If it's information, then if you give me wrong information, it's your fault. But if it's brain, it's stimulation. Okay, so nobody is 100% responsible. It's always 50% my fault and 50% your fault. Okay, so important thing is your brain, how well he modified his own imaginations so that he can live better after that. Okay? That's why it's no use to come to me that last year you said this, and this year you say different. Why is that? First of all, I don't remember what I said last year, and secondly, I can't verify if your memory is correct or not, and basically your memory is wrong. What you think I said is not what I said. What you think I said is what you thought after you changed your imagination. So very often when you come to me and said, you said that, actually it's not what you said. I said. Okay, because do you remember what I said? No. But he remembers what he changed through my estimation. That he can say. Okay, but I'm not responsible. Only 50% responsible. Okay? So that kind of thing is this brain working. Okay, so that's why when you do this here, okay, that's why now to move here, you must start moving from here. Okay, then you can see this is all the time moving in a circle. See this movement here. Okay, now one of the basic mistakes many Aikido people do like this. Okay, then you can see this movement is very small and bad movement. Okay, can you see the difference? Correct way here and see the movement here. It moves a nice circle, no, and big. Whereas many Aikido people do like this. Almost no movement. Just change the direction, but this moves very small. Can you see the difference? If I start here, see the movement. It moves a lot now. But if you do this, very small movement. Okay, that's why to read your partner with shoulder, you must start from here. Okay, not from here. And this is the basic mistake many Aikido people actually, because they want to move here. Okay, so it's not moving here, but moving here. So to here. Okay, so stand-up and practice how to move the shoulder until the end. Okay, which means here. Okay, what you are doing here is first you move from here, but then after that you want to move with the arm. So this is a mistake. So you must go until the end, but then until the end you go here. You understand move here because it's connected. So it's evident that by moving here, but then here. Okay, so you think you have to move here, and this is wrong. So you have to think of key. But even if it's not touching, your key should be touching. So here. So by moving this shoulder, this hand move. So it's not this. Okay, so this shoulder movement move this arm. Okay, so this is called kick, extend kick. Okay, so here now. So using this movement, your whole line move. You see this line movement. So you must use this coordination of line movement. So this movement through this arm create this movement here. So make sure. 4 bad boys, 4 bad, 3 bad boys. One more. You are surrounded. Surrounded. One more bad boy. Okay. So now clearly she wants to escape. Okay, so when she wants to escape can be okay, but then the other person can catch. Okay, so now you have to learn how to escape. So basically, she landed, she's obliged to pass between two parts. Okay, so she passes between here, then clearly our hand comes. Okay, so you can go. Okay, so stop and then after that goes and the big problem. Okay, so this is one situation. Okay, so how to run away from when you are surrounded. When you are surrounded, you have to run away. But how to do it? Okay, so if you just go where there's a space, then the problem is here. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so you keep it here. Okay, so when I go, he. Okay, so now this here the technique is there. When it's coming here. Okay, so this I catch I pass here. Okay, which means when it's here, okay, here gets problem. Okay, but here, okay, better. Okay, so mathematically speaking, when here, should I try to pass outside of the outside, then she can do, and stop. Okay, so when she comes here, then I pass inside. Okay, so this is the mathematics. Okay, do you pass outside of this or inside the space? Okay, so if outside is difficult, you get inside. Okay, so this is practice here. Now, from here, I use this hand to the space. Okay, no? So, here. And then finish with the sanky. Okay, so this becomes the sanky. Okay, so here, I use this hand to get space so that I can enter. And then, so that's that. Making the same mistake. That is, again, you didn't really see the reality, but you just saw your imagination. And actually, this is the reality. Human eyes are not like this camera. Camera in a way gets a certain reality, but human eyes don't get the reality. Okay, why? Because human eyes are so bad. Okay, so how do we compensate this very bad lens? Okay, with imagination. That means the camera, but okay, it just takes let's say how many 1/100th of a second or 500th of a second moment of light, and that's all. Okay, whereas human eyes are always receiving stimulation. So what we are doing is that we compose the image of past and we correct with the imagination of the future. Okay, that's why we think that we see better than camera, but actually we see much worse than camera. Actually. But we compensate our imagination of the past and the future. So our eyes are not like camera, but like video camera. Okay? And like video camera, we are composing. Okay? Actually, this is my experience that I'm writing a book, then I need a photo. But it's much more convenient to take a photo from the video. Okay, so I took a photo from the video. Okay, then on the computer, it looks completely okay. But when I send this photo to editor said, no, it's not good because actually it's three photos together. So when you see on the computer, it's nice. But when you try to print it, they can't print three photos at the same time. So the printing image and the computer is just different. Okay, that's why they clearly told me that I can't use the photo from the video, even though on the computer it looks nice. And actually it's very similar. What we think we see is the composed image of the past and now and the future, actually. That's why we think that we see better than camera, even though reality is not. And that's why we can make mistakes, because we are so much used that correct things by imagination. Okay, so in a way, you didn't see what I did. Okay, you just imagined what I did, and you imagined the wrong way. Okay? And this is the reality. Okay? That's why it's part of the martial art. Okay? Because especially in the martial art, you are not seeing reality. You are imagining the reality. Okay? Because have you ever done some car accident or ski accident, etc.? Then could you see exactly what's happened? No. Okay? When something happened, you don't see exactly. Okay? So that's where you are imagining. And at that moment that you must imagine correctly to deal with the reality. Okay? Because nobody can see reality so quickly. Okay? And this normal reality, okay, my imagination works. Okay? But like accident or somebody attacks is in a way exceptional reality. We are not used to it. So our imagination can sometimes go very wrong. Okay? Then you make mistakes. Okay, that's why one of the important martial art practices is to imagine correctly. Okay, because here, imagination is not so necessary. Okay, but when somebody attacks you, then imagination is very important. Okay, that's why you must be able to imagine always correctly. Okay, so now what's the difference this here? Okay, is for example, you try with your partner, This is what most of you did. Okay? And what I did is this. There's a difference. No? Okay? And then why what she did is not good, and why should be like that? Because okay, so come here. She wants to escape between two boys. No. Do as you did. If she turn around at that moment, anyway, I catch her. So it's useless. Okay? That's why what you did is not good. So you must just continue there. You understand? Now look. Okay, then his body becomes between she and me. So I can't catch her. So again, okay? If you do like you catch and turn. No, turn. Yeah, then anyway I can catch her. Okay, so don't turn and just go continue going and see what happens. Good, I can't catch her. That's why you must do like I did. They must continue. That's right. We make the art so category. Okay, so from here one. Okay, so I do the same thing, but from category. Okay, so here the important thing here. When I want to move arm against arm, become difficult. So don't use the arm. So put elbow here. Okay, so the first movement is important. Okay, don't try to move arm. Okay, so here. Okay, so this right hand. And once I get here, okay, then so here we do kaiten back. So the important thing is using this hand behind. Okay, this is important. Here, okay, so this can happen. Okay, so that's why you have to be careful of the other hand. Okay, so when the other hand comes here, okay, so you have to be able always use the other hand. And from here. well, this is ikkyo, but then the first one is so you use this one, no? So after this, how you consider technique? Okay, then this ikkyo is the best way to do it. Okay, so try ikkyo. One point mathematics, then you extending key or you don't extending. Okay, when it's line mathematics, you extend key correctly or you extend key wrongly. Okay, that makes whole difference. Okay, and before, when we think of point mathematics, we had the idea of extending key or not extending key. Okay, there that Hawaiian people made a joke. Okay, we are doing Aikido with key, with extending key. Other people Aikido without extending key. So they should change the name to Aido. We are doing Aikido and they are doing Aido. Okay, and so the basic mistake is that they thought this mathematics extending key or not extending key. And why? It's because of point mathematics. If it's point mathematics, I shoot the point or I don't shoot the point. Okay, that's the point mathematics. While this is a line, okay, you do calligraphy line. Okay, but your line is wrong. Your line is ugly. So you must practice so that you create harmonious, beautiful, correct line. That's line mathematics. Okay, and this is most important because I said because now the problem in this world that the government use point mathematics. In France, even the driving license, they have point, and each time they take the point away. Really point mathematics. Whereas before it was line mathematics. You are driving quickly, police stop you. Sorry, it's because my wife is pregnant and I have to carry her to the hospital as much as oh yes, go. That's line mathematics. You have a reason, circumstances which oblige you to go quickly. But now it's not like this. Doesn't matter, no excuse. You are taking matters, go pay. And in France, they are trying to make that after that they can get money automatically from your bank account. The French government trying to do this. This way, it saves time and money. So once police get radar, they take money automatically from your bank account. So all this is point mathematics actually. So no excuse, no justification. Just the fact that you went 10 kilometers quicker. So you pay 100 euro. So this is basically point mathematics. So you can see that the world is becoming more and more point mathematics. Like I saw this morning that Europe made 20% less CO2 in 2 years. But when I read the report carefully, it's not sure because they just calculated the CO2 emission of each industry. So actually that doesn't represent reality. It's just estimation from some calculation. And this is again from the point mathematics. With point mathematics, they just calculate point, 20%, that's a point. But then they don't tell us exactly how they calculate it. So when I read the article and they explain their calculation, I'm not sure at all that it's 20% less reality or not. Not at all. Because their way of calculation is really not scientific at all, actually. They just calculate to satisfy the people. And then journalists, without any responsibility, just take that 20% and just put it just right. So what you read in the newspaper, internet, etc., maybe not true at all. Because it's, you can see it's very difficult to calculate the real emission of CO2. How can you calculate the real emission of CO2? It's very, very difficult. So when the organization says 20% less, it's not so trustworthy actually. You must really see how they calculate. And if you see their web calculation, it's really complete nonsense. So that's why with this point mathematics, governments can cheat you very easily, so very easily, because of point mathematics. That's why here, now you have to extend correctly. You are extending it, but maybe wrong way. So now, correct way here. Now, when I want to move arm against arm, so you must correctly attach his arm to your arm, three arm together. And then you must correctly move your leg to lead here. So that means extending key correctly. Okay, so here correct attach and correct movement of the leg. Okay, and then continue. Okay, so extending key correctly. So the purpose is how to read this part. Okay, so catch here. Okay, so correct extend. This is right. So if this happens, I must read something. When I stop, you can use the other. Okay, so you have to know what to do. The moment you get stuck, so it means this. Okay, so to do here, so if I try to move my arm cannot, so keep my arm here and move my leg. Okay? And that's also this prevents from when he come here. Yeah, no? Yeah, so when here, don't try like this, I get stuck in the okay, so here I must move my leg. So when I move my leg, this happens. This is important part. Okay? Try to move like this, no use. While I try like this, okay? So here I must do the movement by this leg. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so don't move my arm at all, just move the leg. Okay, so not here. So from here, just move the leg. Okay, don't move the arm at all. From here, one. Okay, not so much, yeah, just okay, so quicken here. Then after that, down. And okay, so if you get stuck, okay, so it must be quick and sharp move. Then, and then the other down. Here, no? And this here, and then down. So here, you have to always imagine that the person who grab you is much stronger than you. And if you live in Sweden, you can easily find stronger like him. Okay. So when even like this, yeah, so if you get stuck, actually, if once I get stuck, he'll bring my arm down and then, okay, yeah, that's why it's not so. So from here, don't try to move this arm here. Okay, so this is move the arm, the whole body down. Because this is dangerous because he also cannot. Okay, then if I get stuck, he can hit me. Okay, or sometimes if you try to it can go out. That's so same. Okay, that's why anyway, from here, don't try to move this. Okay, so this movement. Okay, so make sure that from here, correct movement. Okay, so make sure. Oh. Slow, go forward. Oh. Oh. Here, that's right. So here, so you have to step back. So again, from 1 to this 3, 4. 1. 1. 2. 3. 4. So until there, 3, 4. This line mathematics program. Okay, so this is the logic of the line, and actually this one of the things with Aikido is that like any art, the difference between art and let's say science, sports, etc. is even mathematics. Okay, so in a way, in the order, I think first this philosophy, then mathematics, then art, okay, then science, then sport. Okay, so if you play only sport, you'll be always behind everything. That means that sports people only follow the society. Okay, and since the society is very much conservative. So in a way, if you see the word is very often like this. Okay, but then this art is one of the first things to change the world. Okay, that's why this Aikido should be art, and then this corresponds even the computer too. If you see the recent developed computer is human interface. Okay? If you remember DOS was computer basically is point mathematics, and DOS was interface was also in a way point mathematics. Okay, so you can see that DOS was in a way not so easy to do it unless you are very good at point mathematics. Okay, so for the general public, they made this Windows and Apples, this graphic interface. Graphic means towards the line mathematics. And now with tablets, even this mouse point is replaced by this. And the whole interface is in a way using line mathematics. So the mathematical question is how to combine, how to express line with point. Because computer is basically point. So in the end, it must come to the point. And this is also same with this, there are several mathematics, line mathematics, but then in order to be recognized by mathematics, they have to, in a way, convert line into points. Okay? Actually, if you see a little bit this, I never remember this name. This mathematics, this French mathematics, what was the name of that mathematics?
Mandelbrot. What is it? Mandelbrot.
Yeah, but what's the name of that mathematical theory?
Fractal.
Yeah, fractals. Okay? So if you see fractals, basically it's a conversion of lines into points. Actually, okay? You must, in a way, be able to convert to points. Otherwise, it's not accepted as a mathematics. Okay? Well, that's why in Japanese culture, there's a lot of this line mathematics, but it was not. They don't try to convert to point mathematics, okay? Because there's no necessity. Okay, so that's why it's not concept in mathematics, but actually it's the same. But then instead of converting to point mathematics so that it can be used for machine, computer, they use directly to art and martial art, etc. Okay, so actually it's a matter of human interface. Human being function with line. Computer, machine function with point. So human interface means how to convert line mathematics to point mathematics. But then we are doing this line level, so continue with it. After 3, 4. Yeah, so after 3, 4. 3, 4. From 3, 4. We did 3, 4, no? Okay. 3, 4. Then uke goes behind. Okay. So. Alright. So now, this is again, so first what you are doing? For who? What? Yeah, so do it. And then he did it, yeah? Then next, so what do you do?
I try to prevent him from touching me.
By throwing. Okay, so the throwing is fine. Hitting is not fine. This is important, right? Hitting is not fine. It has no sound. Throwing is fine. Okay, so count correctly. So first there's no counting. Just poke. Okay. That's the poke and then right. Okay, so right.
Right.
No, 5, 6, 7. That's also 5, huh? 5, 6, 7, 8. So until 8. So again, so Bokken practice how to catch that. So one meaning is this basic logic that if I can kill him, he can kill me. Okay, so this was the basic logic, and this is the basic humanity. And now the problem that this basic is in a way gone. That's why the humanity is gone. Okay, that means before, if I can kill him, he could kill me. Okay, so we try to live together without killing each other. Okay, but then, and it was like this everywhere. But then when these Europeans went to Africa or America, then they found different situation. Europeans could kill them, but they couldn't kill Europeans. So basically, it was like when one European was killed, 100 Africans or Americans had to get killed. And this is the problem, because then you treat those people just like animals. Because with animals, it's also like this. You know, when we kill 100 bears, and then bears kill one human being. It's something like that. So this is in a way relationship between human being, superior life and inferior life. Actually, when we kill 100 billion bacteria, in a way, one human being is killed by a million bacteria, something like that. Okay? And then we call this lower human beings, which we can kill like animals, Indians. Okay, so there was Indians in Africa, Indians in America, Indians in India, and against those Indians we treat like animals and kill. But then all this is because of this weapon. I can kill you, but you can't kill me. And this is in a way against humanity. And this happens, for example, rich people can buy whatever, but poor people cannot buy. Okay, so all this is in a way same logic. I can do it, but you cannot do it. Okay, so that is against humanity. That's why in the normal family life, always the logic is, if I can do it, you can do it. So how can we live together? That is the humanity. Okay, so when the primitive family, when the children are small, father was doing again. And when children are small, only father could do it. Children could not do it. But then when the children become bigger, then children can also do it. So now they have to find a humanity and the basic of humanity. Okay? And then this humanity, in a way, it was kind of distorted the last years, but then now it still exists. Okay? You know, in a way, that's kind of terrorism. Okay? That means people who want to dominate other people are afraid of terrorism because terrorism is a kind of humanity. If you kill us, we'll kill you too. Okay? And that's completely normal. Okay? So that's why this Japanese people are not afraid of terrorism, okay, because we are not killing other people. Okay, whereas people who kill other people are very much afraid of terrorism. It's evident. Okay, so the only solution for terrorists is don't kill them. If you don't kill them, they don't try to kill you. That's so evident. Okay, but then the problem is that our world is maintained in that the fact that some country can kill the other country. Okay, that means only some country can have nuclear weapons, and North Korea or Iran should not have nuclear weapons, which means they want to still keep the system that we can kill you, but you can't kill me. And why is it? It's because that's necessary to keep the rich life. It's evident that it's impossible that the whole human being can live like us. That's impossible. Anybody can understand that. So if we want to keep higher standard, we have to live them with lower standard. Okay? Then how is this possible? Because we can kill them and they can't kill us. So all this is the logic of this world. But then clearly it's impossible to maintain that. You can maintain 100 years, 200 years, but after that things change. Okay, so that's why we have to see this basic logic of humanity. And anyway, in our family life, it's like this. What government and army do, that's one thing, but that doesn't concern so much. For our family life, still humanity exists. That means if I can kill you, he can kill me. This is the basic. And this you can tell the family. If I criticize my wife will criticize me. It's evident, no? If I scold my children start scold me. That's inevitable. that is humanity. Okay, so that's why this now we understand this basic humanity that if I kill him, he can kill me. So now what is it? 12 here. Okay, so I failed to catch it. Okay, then after that I want to still kill him, but important is that if I can kill him, then he can hit me too. Okay, but if I'm not killing him, he can't hit me too. Okay, so that's why this you have to understand that if I'm not trying to kill him, then he doesn't have to do anything. Okay, but if I try to kill him, then he must do something. Okay, then what something he should do is hit my arm. So this. Okay, but then he can hit my arm only because I can kill him. Okay, so what he have to hit my arm before I kill him. Okay, this is the logic. Not be where I can't hit. Because if I am here, anywhere I can't kill him. So why he should do anything? Okay, so in that case, he should not do anything. He must do something only because he has. Now he has. Okay, that's why ukemi must really extend in T. Because I see that many of ukemi is not extending T, so it becomes completely stupid. Self-starting. What's that? Okay, no meaning. Because I'm not killing him. Okay, so I must try to hit him. So yeah. Yeah, but don't have to go so much back. No, wait, okay. This is not good because then this is okay. No. Okay. So if he just step back, I run after him and do. So it's useless to step back. This is why you should step back. Okay, so here, to 12, yeah, this. And then immediately go back. Okay, so you shouldn't step back. Okay, step back is useless. Again, step back. If you step back. Okay. Anyway, I come and okay. So that's why you shouldn't step back and wait. I come to attack just before I attack it. Cut this. That's what here. This. That's the technique. Okay, so that's right. Understand the difference of this 2, 3, and 12, 13. What's the difference? 2, 3, and 12, 13. 12, 13 is 230 plus 10. But then, why they are connected to the same meaning? That means after 2 to here, no, now we have shomenuchi. Shomenuchi, I can avoid by my yokomenuchi and at the same time can hit me. Okay? So that's attack shomenuchi and I counter yokomenuchi. Okay? But now, because 3 attack is shomenuchi. Okay, but now this is 12, 13 attack is yokomenuchi. Okay, so after 12 here attack is yokomenuchi. Then this is not a good idea. Okay, because I go he goes so in a way he can have advantage. Okay, so this is not a good idea. Okay, so this is important. So if you have shomenuchi, then yokomenuchi has advantage. Okay, but when you have yokomenuchi, then so in a way we are equal. And since he has bokken, his bokken has advantage. So this is important one. So make sure 2, 3 after 2 showman. So it's okay. Okay? But 12, 13 yokomenuchi, not okay. So see this difference? Yokomenuchi. Even nuclear weapon, okay? You have to go 200 kilometers away, and then you don't get help. Okay? So it's just a matter of distance. When attack comes, get distance. Yeah? If the whole nuclear core, then go to the moon, for example. So anyway, get the distance is the easiest solution. Okay? But then that's not always good because here, if I step back, he continues. Okay? So what's the possibility to deal with this attack without stepping back? So that's the question. Okay, so we make sure that if you stepping back is always possible. But then you start the solution. So this is the company. Okay, so instead of stepping back, you first hit his arm and then step back. Okay, so next year, that's a technique. So here, first you must know exactly where you are going to hit. Okay? So when it comes here, 14, 15. Okay, so you have to know exactly where. Okay? This is the practice.
14, 15.
Okay? Then when you goes back,
14, 15.
6, then yeah. Then again.
14, 15, 16.
Okay, so everything. So 14, 15 and 14, 15, 16.
14,
No, so exactly where.
14, 15.
Okay, again 14, 15, 16.
14, 15, 16.
Okay, so there's always several meanings in one thing. Okay? Whereas in the material theory, there's no meaning in anything. Okay? So you only have this one cause and one result. So point to point. Okay? So this is material theory. That's why material theory wants one cause to one result. Okay? So that means point to point. And that's how computer works. You have input and then goes output. Okay? Whereas in this life, there's a meaning, that means meaning relationship. So there's a many relationship. So one action can have many meanings. Okay? Now this, when I look at a beautiful girl, she becomes happy and my wife gets angry. So there's always many meanings. That's right. If it's only one action, then there's no problem. Oh, she is happy, everything is fine. But when she is happy, my wife is angry. That's a problem. Yeah, so you can't, we become rich, that's very good. But when we become rich, somebody else becomes poor. That's a problem. Yeah, so that's why this the difference between line mathematics and point mathematics. And if you see that almost everything which is bad is because you see point mathematics behind it. They only see something good, and they don't see the bad part of it. Okay, for example, this water, you put chlorine in water. Good thing is you kill bacteria. Okay, but bad thing is that this chlorine, if you drink it all your life, may be very bad for your health. But then government don't want to talk about it. They just talk that chlorine will kill bacteria. Okay, but then in the real life, there's always many these relationships. There's not only one. So when the government talks only one thing, they must be careful. And that's why you need at least 3 sources of information. One, they put chlorine in the water. How much chlorine, how they are doing it. And then one opinion, chlorine kills bacteria. Then the other opinion, this chlorine for a long time is very bad for health. And maybe that bad impact for health is bigger than killing bacteria. So actually, that's why I don't want to drink this water with chlorine. Because I filter rainwater, and I found that's much better than this. Okay, so all this is a matter of this relationship. So here to the relationship. So from here to when he is coming here, we did this here. Now 18, 18, and then 19. So 19 can be also falling, throwing your partner. Or if 18 he fell down, then 19 you can fall. That's one relationship. But otherwise, 19 can be a way to throw. So that is here, 18 is here, then, yeah. So 19 is coming here. Okay, so that's 19. Okay, so see this, 19, how to hold your partner, make more. here, 20.
21.
That's right.
När man kör snabbt. Inte tänka på tillbaka. Det är svårt. Sakta länge.
You have to imagine all the reality. Okay? So, which reality am I talking about? Okay, so, my word is not important. Important is, what reality are you imagining? Okay, so, if you succeed to imagine the reality which I'm imagining, then there's communication. But if I'm imagining one reality and you are imagining some other reality, there's no communication. Okay, it's just a misunderstanding here. Okay, so in a way, that's the difficulty of communication. Communication means I try to make you imagine what I imagine. That's communication. Okay, then in order to communicate, you must know exactly what you're imagining. And I think this many people, they don't know what they're imagining. They only think of the word. Okay, so the first part of the communication is I must know exactly what I'm imagining, and in order to make you imagine what I imagine, I must find a word, I must do many things. That's in a way communication. So in order to communicate, you must first know what you want to communicate, what kind of reality. Okay? So that's why this is Joe and Boki is the same. Okay? There's a Joe and Boki, but then what kind of reality are we practicing? That is the purpose. Just moving the Boki and Joe is no use. What's the reality of this? Okay? So that's the purpose of this. Because when you just do Joe, etc., you are just moving Joe. Okay? Then what's the difference between just dance or gymnastics? So the difference is that imagination is different. In martial arts, you must imagine this fighting situation. Okay, so what kind of fighting situation are you imagining? Okay, so to develop this imagination, we are doing this. Okay, so are you sure of this? Which situation, which fighting situation are you imagining? Okay, that's the purpose of this. Okay. Now, when before she can push me, I can catch her. Okay, then the problem is that now she cannot push anymore. Okay, so that's why this katadori you must do. Okay, so first, right? If I'm just going approach her, she can just push me. But then if I just catch, okay, so then cannot push her. So just see the fact that it's difficult to push away somebody if he wants to catch you like that. Okay, so don't try to technique, but just try to push him. Then becomes difficult. So you have to know what to do in this situation. Okay, first the partner, that's pushing it. Catch, okay, then catch, then she gets difficult. Okay, now if I try to catch her with two hands, she has a possibility to push me. Okay, it's here, and yeah, okay, but then then it becomes difficult. Okay, that's why if one catches, you have to do something so that the other hand can come. Because only one is not so much, but that's two. Then it becomes very difficult. Okay? Of course, one way to do judo, but then again judo, when you are young, it's okay. But after 40, 50 years old, judo, okay, that's why even the judo champion, around 30 years, 35 years old, they stop. Okay, because it's too hard for the heart. Okay, and if you continue 50 years old, probably you'll break your leg. It's normal, inevitable. Okay, that's why this judo weight is good when you are very young, let's say 30, 40 years old. But after that, judo weight is not so good idea. Okay, that's why we are talking about this self-defense in your whole life. Okay, just when you are young, you can do something that's useless. Okay, when you get old, if you try to do as you're young, you break your leg or you break your heart, etc., etc.
so it's no good. And anyway, if she practices judo a lot, but when the big man comes, that means that's why there's this weight category. You can clearly see that if you try like that, it depends on the weight. Even though you can be very good, if the partner is much heavier than you, it's very difficult to do. That's why in a way we don't do this judo way. That's why it's difficult to prevent one hand catching. So at that moment, before the other catches, you have to do something. So you need some more technique. So do you see this? So now you can see that it's difficult to prevent one here. But then still it's not so bad situation. But if you do nothing, the other hand can. Then becomes a very bad situation. So that's why the moment this come here, you must prevent the other. That means this. So when clearly, so you have to prevent that. If judo way is very much like that. Like that, no? But then that's judo way. It's not so good idea here. So here with this prevent. So here it's difficult for him to use their hand, and then from here so far away. So this is the most primitive technique. So when you come here, immediately come here. So you can come, and of course you think of hitting too, but then it's always better to have with less damage. So just this. So what's that? This is called above. So now you have the difference between under and above. Okay, that means when it's here, once you going to put under, so when I pull, she can't use it anymore. And then, so that's why this under is not a good idea. When it's above, yeah, so I can't pull. So this is a better situation. So that's why it's supposed to be above. He can control. If it's under, cannot control. That's why it's a big difference. So make sure it's above. And see the difference, right? Now I can prevent his catching or doing something, but now what can I do? That means when his arms are stretched, I can't even touch his head. So get blocked. So from here in the technique, so from here you have to bend to get near. So become a fast technique. So you have to see this. So from here I have to go above to prevent him further attack. But then now, so when I'm stretched, then you cannot. So from here lead. So here too, you can see it's not try to bend it. So you cannot bend it. So it's not bending, but lead that. So leading, this makes the angle. Because you tend to put it down. And this down is not a good idea. It's not down, but cut this way. Then you can. So it's a fast technique. Up. Come here. Up. Up. This must go above anyway. Up. So up together. Up. Down. Okay, let's say make group psychotherapy. That is material theory. That means you always consider it like material, and somebody outside, psychotherapist, they try to change us. Of course, I'm not saying it's bad. Sometimes it's maybe good, but then here we don't do that way. That means I must find how to change my mind so that the whole mind changes together. That is in our meditation or life way. That means in our Aikido. When I move my mind and body, that will create change with the other person. And so that the whole mind changes. And then in the normal daily life, it means that you can live together without conflict. In Aikido term, it means your uke fall down nicely. So this is the connection between life and Aikido. Clearly, as long as we want to live together, change mind is the only solution. The question is how. How is changing? So in Aikido too, we change my mind, our mind, and the result, if you can be for the nicely, that is, in a way, more or less it was good. So this is what we are practicing. But then to really, in a way, change your mind and body is this. So by doing this, I'm really conscious how my mind and body is changing. Of course, in the real situation, you don't have to do such a big movement. Just a small movement is normal. But then, even small movements, your mind movements must be big. Okay, so to practice, we do this big physical movement. Okay, so sometimes try the movement. Yeah. Okay. So after here, this hand, how this hand is coming here, from here it's coming this way. Okay. Okay, so here the slide is how the movement will be. Okay, so some movement you do in a way exaggerate the physical movement. So after here, it is coming here. Okay. So one. Okay, so try the partner. So use two arms together, then you answer key movement. Because I see that many people is only one arm, then key movement is not good. This is not good. So from here, okay, so how many of two arms together? So here to turn efficiently, you use this arm this. And then your key must be going to here. That's why you do this, because if you do like this, your key will go here. Okay? Then the problem is that he can do like this immediately. Okay? That's why when this is here. Okay? So when just one key, this let's go here, then I can touch here. Okay? So so he's actually this one used to be this until the Second World War. This airplane things, this fighter, there's a propeller here, and they were shooting here. So this shooting and propeller was, in a way, synchronized. Okay, so they could only shoot forward when it's one person. When it's a big person, pilot, and then there's another one who could shoot anywhere. But that's a much bigger airplane. Smaller was just like this. So clearly, if he's behind, he can shoot me and can shoot you. Okay, so that's why it was very important. You can go quickly, and then you okay, so until Second World War II, the countries developed the fighter with the propeller, of course. Okay, that jet engine was not used, which can go quickly and then turn quickly. Okay, the one who can go quickly and turn quickly could win. Actually, that was until the Second World War II. Now it's the fourth exchange, of course. In a way, it's the same story. This is when here, I have to be like this. So when you lose big foot, I have to be tiny. Okay, my key must be ready here. Okay, this is important part. Okay, I'm here. If I'm doing like this, when he can kill me behind me, that's good. Okay, that is very important. This key movement, my mind must be here. This is most important. That's exactly. Okay, so now immediately you come back. So mathematically it means you are going this way, but then down, up, down. Okay, so that's a mathematics. But then you don't have to turn so much. Enough to down, up, down. That's enough. That's that. Okay, so here, then use the other hand. Okay. No, why it is here? Because if I miss this, you can hold. Yeah, let it go. Because this is the situation we wanted to avoid. Okay, so that's why when if I miss here, immediately here. So that his hold is not good. Okay, so come here, down. Mathematics of mind and body now. But this mathematics of mind and body should be line mathematics and not point mathematics. Actually, the scientists studying this brain function physics, so they are quite finding interesting. But then the problem is always they are obliged to use point mathematics, okay, because they have to measure. Okay, when you measure, it becomes point mathematics. Okay, so it's inevitable. But even using point mathematics, they find very, in a way, interesting things for this. Okay, so in a way, we discovered in meditation or martial arts. Actually, I see that the scientists are also discovering from outside with point mathematics by measuring. Okay, so like this, it's better that I will say that when you are not thinking, your brain is working best. Actually, I saw that even scientists these days start to say that, and because they measured and they clearly saw this kind of things. Okay, but then the thing is that I often go to see this Japanese scientific internet places now, and then there was one very good article that the Japanese apple is not so good apple, not good to eat. Okay? So now in Japan since 100 years, they cultivate European apples, which is much bigger and nicer to eat. But the problem is that European apple is not so much adapted to Japanese climate, so they need these chemical products to make it. Okay, so clearly there are many farmers who try to make apple without chemical products. Okay, and then somebody succeeded it. Okay, but then the argument is that this apple is cultivated, grown without any chemicals, so it's very good and very strong. So, and then it doesn't even go bad. It keeps weeks without anything. Okay, that's why it's good. Okay, then this scientist have a question. Is it really good to eat apple which doesn't go bad several weeks, even without using chemical products? Okay, because it's quite well known that many lives protect themselves with poison. so it does not go bad, may not be good for health. Okay? And this is completely true. Okay, some fruits, some vegetables do not go bad. Okay, that doesn't mean it's good to eat. Maybe it doesn't go bad because it has some poisonous, natural poisonous poison to protect itself from bacteria. Okay, then this natural poison, not chemical, natural poison to protect themselves from bacteria may be bad for us. That is also possible. Okay, that's why just don't use chemical products does not mean it's good for health. Okay, this is completely correct. Okay, but then he justified his attitude by saying that it's because when he was a student, he learned from a professor that all the love and feeling, etc., is just chemical reaction. Okay, so that's how science should be. Okay, but then he thinks this sentiments, love, etc., chemical reaction, but he doesn't doubt his thought. Okay? I think thought is also a chemical reaction. Many scientists tend to forget that thought is also part of the brain activity. Okay, so in a way, this is a problem with many people that in a way they take thought language just like God. They don't doubt it. Okay, so in a way, and that's a problem with psychology too. Psychology can doubt feeling, sentiment, etc., but they can't doubt word. Because if they don't use the word, they can't make psychology. Okay, you can make psychology without feelings, etc., but you can't make without words. Okay, possible. Okay, so that's why this even many scientists they depend on words. Okay, so this is in a way a problem because even words depends on a chemical reaction. Okay, it's very easy. Okay, you smile at your wife and this comes, and you shout at her and I guarantee that the thought will be different. That means the thought is influenced by the chemical reaction. Clearly, you can really experiment. So that means your feeling, your emotion, your sentiment change your thought. So clearly, thought is also influenced by the chemical reaction. That's why this everything, all the brain activity is just this chemical reaction, including thought. That's why when meditation comes, you should understand everything without thought, without name. And then what is that? That's imagination. I call imagination. When you say imagination, this like here. If I say just like this, I don't need the thought. If I say, these are Swedish people, then becomes thought. Swedish people are not necessarily blonde and beautiful people. Then thought comes in. But if I just look, okay, I understand many things, but there's no thought. So in a way, that's where this meditation comes. Meditation is just everything, but without putting thought. This is what that means. If you put thought, you want to interpret things. So you shouldn't interpret things. Okay, then it's the same with insight too. Okay, that's why advantage that you don't have to learn many difficult words. If you try to learn medicine or psychology, the first difficulty is you must memorize so many difficult words, difficult names. That alone, I don't want to learn that. But in meditation, you don't have to learn any names. Actually, you should not learn names. Okay, that's why I just use the names you know already, like bone or muscle or tendon or feeling or thought, etc. So I don't want to invent names. There is no use. So just say okay, then, but then from here you have to mathematics. That means you must be precise. You must precisely understand the movement. Okay, the whole movement without putting names. So there's a movement of your feelings, movement of your emotions, thoughts, and all these are in a way connected. Okay, they are not separate. Whereas in science, etc., they try to separate it. Okay, then how to do it? So I am a psychologist, and I don't interfere with my feeling, with my emotion, etc. Just try to understand with words, phenomena. Okay, so this is okay, but then again, this words becomes like a God. Okay, so that's why here in meditation, you must see that all the thoughts change. The thought change is related to emotion change, feeling change, or physical condition change. When I'm excellent health, I think one thing. When I get influenza, I think another thing. Okay, so physical condition changes your thought. If I'm tired, my thought changes. If I eat meat, my thought changes. If I don't eat at all, my thought changes. So all this thing is connected. So to see all this, that is meditation. Then you can make a mathematics, but this mathematics is line mathematics. How line moves coordination. Okay, and then how can you, in a way, make this mathematical exercise? Because like any exercise, mathematics, you must exercise. Okay, now, point mathematics, you can do it on a piece of paper or computer. Now, how can you make mathematical exercise of line mathematics? Okay, so that I think Aikido is the best way. So Aikido for me is a mathematical exercise of line mathematics. Okay, but it's important that you understand yourself and the relationship with other people. Okay, so that's why this, see this is mathematics, no? And so now, here we did this way. Okay? Now if you turn, then it's go this way. So that's the one mathematical situation. Okay, so it's here, you turn here. Okay, so it's right. You can do this shonage. Okay? And this you have to see that, like, actually, there's many stories. When Toy Sensei went to Hawaii, he showed this that he for example, like big belly. then people push, okay, and you do like this. Okay? But then the situation that if I push, it's okay. Okay, because now I'm pulling. Okay, so if I push, he can move it. Okay? But if I catch it, then I can pull. Okay, then become like this. Okay, so that's happened. Okay, so now, okay, what should you do? Take off your kimono. Then cannot pull. So that's why he took this, and then clearly cannot pull. Okay, so and actually, this is the same of this. In Brazil, the jujutsu and judo come fighting. Okay, so they always fighting, but the problem is that this judo jujutsu must be 1 against 1. It's 1 against 2, no chance. So, but then what's happened that they often start group of jujutsu people, group like judo people start to fight. It's because like West Side Story actually in the end. Okay? But then, which is better? It's quite easy. If you are wearing judo gi, judo is better. If you are not wearing judo gi, jujutsu is better. It's the same with wrestling. Which is better, wrestling or judo? Very easy. If we do judo gi, judo is better. Without this, wrestling is better. because if you don't wear this, most judo technique doesn't work. Actually. It's very easy. That's why actually when this kind of thing, you can grip very well, very difficult. But just imagine your normal daily clothes. It's not so easy to grab very well. Or sometimes if you grab, it will just break here. That's why in the real situation, it's rather much easier to get rid of the grip than here. Here, this kind of thing. Once somebody catches it, it's very difficult to get rid of it. Because judo is made for that. But in the normal daily life clothes, it's not so easy to catch well, actually. That's why in the real situation, it's rather easy to get rid of just like this. So that's imagine. So he got here, and the other hand is coming. So from here, this. So this you avoid this getting caught hit. And then this. So coming here. And so important thing is that when he is coming here, and immediately prevent his catching here. That means if he just like this, he can catch, then can catch it, then becomes difficult. Or he can even hit. Then of course not good. That's why when coming here on one. So here you must hit here so that he can't catch or can't catch. That's that. Arm is longer, so before she can push me, I can catch. So that can happen. So when it happens, this what you should do. So let's practice. So now first thing is when you catch here, you have to create this situation so that you have control. So here, my arms are together, and then this up. And then from here, you have to imagine this. So you control from here to here. So this goes up, and then down. So here, so one, so this already does. And then up. So that's right. Then after this, from here, raise this here. So jump on here. So easiest way. So from here, this. Then here. So this is exactly it's this, but you are doing from inside, so the hand changing. So that's right. So apply mathematics. So to change something. Slowly works when the movement is straight. Okay, that's why do slowly after round movement is not so good idea. Okay, so that kind of thing is what I call line mathematics. Okay, so that's why I can say that the first two technique is more or less line. Okay, but the third technique makes rounding. Okay, then it's not a good idea to do slowly after that. So it's better third is slowly, okay, and then change, and then left side 1, 2, 3, the third is slowly, and the slowly, and then make round technique, etc. Okay, so this is what I'm calling that this Tsukiwaza is to show this line mathematics, how the logic goes. And then this happened in the daily life too. Okay, every day your mind and body is changing, and there's a rhythm. Okay, so you must understand this rhythm, okay, and then control this to live harmoniously together with other people, or even the climate, etc. Climate too, you know very well that your body changes according to the climate. When sometimes that's why this is the problem that the climate is a bit crazy. So people start to become crazy. Okay, you can see that before the climate was more, in a way, there's a winter and spring and summer and autumn, etc. Okay, these days, that season is becoming crazy. Okay, so that disturbs all life, including our body too. Okay, so you have to really be conscious of all this change and create harmony to live. Okay, this is what I call this line mathematics. Okay, and then Tsukiwaza too, there are many movements, and this movement must create nice harmony. Okay, so again. And where can you see line mathematics very clearly? Music. Okay, all the music has line mathematics. Okay, so that's why you should listen to music, especially classical music. Classical music is still there's a great composition. Okay, so I don't think you can dismiss classical music. Still, Mozart, Beethoven, etc. is worth listening to. Okay, then you will see that how they create this line mathematics. With this music. This is a great ability of line mathematics. And I think probably we are losing that kind of ability. Okay, so now Tsukiwaza, we try to be go standard of Mozart, Beethoven, which is not so easy. But anyway, that's right. make sure that you can, so, that's why this key movement must be correct. Okay, so this key movement here is a basic key movement is this. Okay, so this is a basic. Okay, so it's not, you should not think this. Yeah, so this is point mathematics. That means you imagine this as a point, and then you want to go the same place as this. Okay, so this is a wrong idea. And I said it because I remember that I taught it 20, 30 years ago. So it's my responsibility to say that it was wrong. And that's what I criticize journalists, because journalists make reports and then they don't correct it later. Like, very often when there's a like tsunami, etc., big country like United States, that they will help these people, victims, by donating maybe $100 million. And they say this, and journalists said that 10, maybe 7 years ago, and then it looks like they haven't paid anything yet. But then, if journalists reported 7 years ago that the United States will give $100 million to the victim of tsunami, I think they have a responsibility to tell us that they said so, George Bush said so, but they are not doing it. I think it's their responsibility. But very often they report something and then afterwards, and this is, I don't think it's a responsibility. That's why I take my responsibility. I say that 20, 30 years ago I thought this way, but now I think this is wrong. This is my responsibility to do so because I remember vaguely that I thought so. But then all this mistake is kind of point mathematics. When here, there's a point. So without moving point, I come here. It's point mathematics. But then this doesn't matter because if I go there, he goes there too. It's inevitable. That's why this point mathematics is based on the materials which doesn't move and which we don't want to move. No, this doesn't move and we don't want that to move. So in that situation, then point matters. Basically, they don't move unless somebody or something moves. Whereas life is different. Life wants to move. They don't move only if somebody try not to move. Otherwise, it's always move. That's why point mathematics is not good. Point means existence without form, which naturally doesn't want to move. That is point. If something always wants to move, then it's difficult to say point. And that's actually this atom, with the electrons and all this. They always want to move. So actually, there's a problem that we consider electrons, etc., as a point. And actually, the scientific idea is so. They don't treat it as a point. This is what they call quantum mechanics. No? So quantum mechanics is, in a way of mathematics, so that you don't treat electrons, etc., as a point. And why? Because it's always moving. So something which is always moving cannot be treated mathematically as a point. So whenever we think of points, we imagine something which has no form but which exists and which does not want to move. So point mathematics is good like this. They don't want to move. That's okay. But human beings, they want to move. That's why point mathematics is not good. If I have a point, I go there, then he goes there. So no use. That's why line mathematics. So now line mathematics, his line is here, my line is here. So first line, open, close is the basic. Actually, this is also a matter of mind and body. No? You already understand it. Everybody understands that. So this kind of thing is mind and body connected. That's why if you do this already, that changes the situation. It changes mind. So basically, when somebody if you do like this, it's already good. It's a basic technique. Just change the mind, change the situation. But actually, that's why the people don't hold like that. People like this. So it's this situation. So you have to change it to this situation. to do this becomes difficult. Okay, so now you need technique. Okay, so of course, if you are big and strong, you can do it. Okay, but then here's in a way art. Okay, so it's not enough that you can do it. Okay, so you have to create harmony around it. Okay, that's and actually many big people are like that. Not people like him. Okay, he wants to create harmony around himself. Okay, that's why even if you are big, so you can do it. Still, you must try to do it technically. Okay, so that's this technique. Yeah? Okay, so here, when he's holding like this, then just like this is difficult. Okay, so create this with leg. Okay, so you need this coordination. So the whole line moves. Okay, so it's important that the whole line. Okay, so this whole line moves, and then when moves, your key goes this way. One, and then lead here. Okay, so you think of leading this part. Okay, so this is the key movement from one. Okay, and then always continue. So now this line and this line must move together, and always moving. Okay, so this is key movement. From here, one, and then continue moving here. So why you stop here? Good. So you must continue and go there. Okay. Just go. What do you do? Yes. No, this kind of self-defense. Okay. That means this martial art. The best aikidoka is somebody who never had to use aikido technique. That's the best. Okay. If nobody attacks you, you never use aikido technique. That is the best. Okay. So this in a way. It's like fire insurance. Okay? You may have fire insurance, but I hope you don't want that your house burns. Huh? But just in case you have insurance. But the best is that all your life you don't need to use this insurance against fire. It's better that your house doesn't burn. I hope so. Maybe for some cases, maybe you prefer so that you can have. You have actually, I saw in Japan. Somebody who made a very nice hotel, rather this English style with bow windows. And I wondered, but how it is it? Because our old house gets burned, so we had a very good insurance money. So he made a very beautiful English style this. But then, except that, it's better that it doesn't happen. So it's the same. If you don't have to use Aikido technique, that's better. Okay, so that we. You hit down and I lose my grip. Just go. Okay. Just go. Okay. That is the basic of Aikido. Okay. So make sure that you can do it. Yeah, but they want to take the control away. Huh? So this Tanto is still necessary because still people attack with knife, etc., etc. Okay. So now this with Tanto, the most this important thing is that to control this. So when this tsuki comes here, always control here. Don't try to control here. And especially don't catch here. If you catch here, it's better to he pull. Then you get this here. Then it's really bad situation. That's why don't catch the arm, but here. So this is the first thing. Let's go from here to one. Okay, so all this that means you can touch here before it can reach. Okay, so you have a possibility. Okay, so that's right. Yeah. Okay. So now this Aikido is a way of life technically. Okay, that's important. Any human activity can be way of life. Okay, clearly. Like this Paul Gauguin, this Dutchman, he was a businessman, and then when he 40 years old, he gave up business and went to Tahiti, a nice island in the Pacific Ocean, and stayed there, and then this painted the Gauguin. Okay, so this is one way of life. Okay? But then, so in any activity can be way of life, but Aikido, the technique must show way of life. That's a difference. Okay? Even judo can be way of life, but the judo technique does not show life. Okay? Judo practice can show way of life, but not technique. Whereas in Aikido, the technique must show way of life. Okay? Then one part of way of life is that you must imagine future. Okay? Otherwise you are not adult. This is the difference between adult human being and baby human being and animals. Baby human animals don't imagine the future. They just live in the present. Okay? Whereas adults imagine the future. And this is the one of the most important things that agriculture. Because to do agriculture, you must imagine future. Okay? That's why only human beings do agriculture. Like ants, etc. They do some kind of agriculture, but with instinct. They are programmed to do it. Okay? But human beings, we started to do agriculture. Okay? And you can imagine this, no? You have a food here you can eat, but you don't eat it, but put it in the ground. Hoping that after 6 months you get much more. This is a tremendous capacity of imagination. So 10,000 years ago, human beings at agriculture is really show that the human brain can imagine, and they can take big risk based on this imagination. And now the world is really based on this imagination. In Europe we have this NATO, and then we still don't know how much money we are paying for NATO. But estimation, a lot of money, tremendous amount of money. And then why we should pay such a big amount of money? This is why always criticize. We can solve all this financial problem just by not paying NATO. But not paying NATO is not possible. NATO is outside of our democracy. Even all our country want to get out of NATO, we can't. That's a problem. But in this world, democracy is useless because most important thing is out of our democracy. That means democracy is only good inside one country. Between two countries, there's no democracy. That's why most things. That's why it's very good that Sweden doesn't enter Europe. But still, you have to follow the world. You are not free. So all this is the problem of this world. But then that's why, because so many things are based on the imagination of the future. And then this imagined future is very often very bad. Why we should spend so much money for NATO? Clearly we imagine that bad Russians may attack us. Nothing like that. But then in that case, why NATO must go down? Because maybe when bad Russians attack us, bad Chinese religion. So all this imagination said that we should put a lot of money to have a strong military power as NATO, etc. So all this imagination, you must be conscious of it and see whether this imagination is really good or really correct. And this first you have to in your daily life too. In your daily life you have a lot of imagination. So you have to check, know your own imagination about the future and see if it's correct. Because very often your imagination is wrong. So the first wrong imagination is that tomorrow will be like yesterday. This is the first wrong imagination. Because tomorrow will always be different from yesterday. The question is how it will be different. Clearly, if you think tomorrow will be the same as yesterday, you can be lazy. Yesterday was like this, tomorrow will be like this. So you can be lazy. But the history has proved tomorrow will always be different from yesterday. So we have to imagine tomorrow, the future, and then so that we know what to do. But then now the difference is point mathematics and the line mathematics. Point mathematics, there's one point here, and then this point must go there. So we have to decide where it goes. So with point mathematics, you have to decide. But then decide the future is very difficult. Okay, we decided maybe 20, 30 years ago that we should make NATO. Okay? Now, this decision that we made 20, 30 years ago, is that still correct? Okay? Clearly, it's difficult because the situation of 20, 30 years ago, where Soviet Union and the United States was making this Cold War, and now it's completely different. Okay? But once we made a decision 20, 30 years ago, now we can't change it anymore. Okay, so this is considered point mathematics. We must decide, but once we decide, after that it's very difficult to change. Okay, or like this CO2 emission, we decide with the protocol of Kyoto, and the people agree, but they don't do it. Okay, like United States who promised to give 100 million 7 years ago, and they don't do it. Okay, so there's always problem for how to decide, and then even if they decide, governments don't respect their promise. Okay, that's happened all the time. Okay, so that's why this point mathematics is not such a good way. Okay, so line mathematics is that by understanding now, okay, we see what we should do now. Okay, so we don't have to decide the future. Okay, but then we must imagine the future. That means we can imagine many different futures. And then by imagining these different futures, we can understand now better. So when we can understand now better, we can do what is necessary to do. Okay? So the difference is we don't have to decide. Okay? That's the important part. Just imagine many possibilities. And then we have to imagine the past too. Okay? What's happened in my life? What's happened in Sweden? The last 100 years, the last 200 years. Okay? So all this imagination, and then again, you don't have to decide. Okay? How many percentage of the Swedish people are German origin? Okay? Most probably, even scientists doesn't know. So maybe some scientists say, maybe 30%, maybe others say 40%. Okay? But it doesn't matter. You don't have to decide. Maybe 30%, maybe 40%, maybe 30%. Yeah, but this maybe it's like this will make me to understand now better. Then by understanding now better, I know what I should do now better. Okay, so that's line mathematics. So line mathematics, I can relax. Okay, because I can enjoy imagine the past and future because I don't have to decide. Whereas if it's point mathematics, it's very stressful. Because you have that, yes. And then what happens, it was so stressful to make a decision. Once I made a decision, I'm not going to change it. So you become hard-headed. I suppose your parents are like this, no? I know many old people like this. No, we made a decision. Once we said, we're not going to change this. Okay? So same, we once decided to make NATO, okay, so now we are not going to change it. We continue with NATO even though we have to pay a lot of money. Okay? So all this is because you have to make a decision. And with the point mathematics, you have to. Okay? But the line mathematics, you don't have to. So you are always relaxed, okay, and smiling and still imagining many possible past and future. Okay, so that I know what I should do now. Okay, so this is line mathematics. Okay, then Aikido technique shows this line mathematics. That means you must know the future. Okay, so here, so now, okay, so okay, so this is a possible future, clearly, no? Okay, when we come here, one, very clear, that's evident. Okay, so it's a very easy future to come forward. That's normal. Okay, so that's why by understanding this future, she must know what to do now. Okay, so after here, running away is not so good idea. So okay, now okay, you can just after here it comes back. So you have to control here with the other hand. Okay, so with this hand here, now with that hand you must control this. Okay, so control this. So all this so we did this here now. Okay, so this is a control. Yes, with two hands. Okay, so that means if I do like this, I have no control. Okay. If I only do like this, okay, so here and here. Okay, so this way I can control. Okay, the control doesn't mean I dominate, but I control that it doesn't give me harm. Here it can still give me harm. And here too it can still give me harm. Okay, whereas here, I don't have to resist, but it doesn't give me harm. Okay, that's important. So don't try to dominate him, but just make sure that he can't harm you. Okay, so that's justice. So this is important. So first, right? A bit forward, and then now, and then take this here. First this essential thing. After here, then continue. So here too, this cannot, this one. So, okay, so you need this combination to read here. Okay, yes. And then, so that. But I bring this down. Okay, but now it's good down if it's bent here, but normally it's not. So it's not bent. After that, it's difficult to bring down. So that's why this hand must come here. Yeah. Okay. So here, this here. Now this hand here to move top is forward. Okay. Now when down, difficult. So when to make it down here, this must come here. Okay, so here it's necessary. Okay, only this at the end you can bring him down. Okay, so from here this must come here. Okay, then it's going to be. So that part is important. Okay, that's right. Because again it goes to point of mathematics. Okay, so now this extending key easy way is using this. Okay, so this. Okay, now. Like this, no? Okay. Then without holding it, if you hold, you create point. But if you hold, yeah, 1, 2 points. So she's trying to control Joe with 2 points. Okay, but now no point, so open your hand. Okay, open your hand completely. So now the first thing to control it. Okay. So it must be the center of the weight should be outside. Okay, then, okay, so there's a 1 line, 2 line, and there's a gravity line. Actually, there are 3 lines. Okay, but then you must control it. So don't move the jaw. Don't move it. Okay, don't move this. This should not move.
This okay.
Yeah, okay. How you are going to do it? No, without doing it. Yeah. Okay, so now, honest answer, she doesn't know. Okay, she doesn't know, okay, but you can do it without knowing how to do it. Okay, so this is extending key. Okay, you learn something and then you can do it, that's not extending key. Okay, extending key means you can do something without learning how to do it. Okay, so what's that? Making a baby. Do you have to learn how to make a baby? No. Any girl can make a baby. You need a boy, of course, without learning how to do it. Okay. I suppose boys can make love without learning how to do it. I hope so. Okay. Yeah, I hope so. At least in my age it was like that. So I hope that young boys can make love without learning how to do it. I hope, hopefully they can do it. Yeah, so. But anyway, basically, human being or animals can make baby without learning how to do it. So that's where extending it very strongly. It's normal. Okay? So you can do it without learning, but your mind must be there. Okay? The boy's mind must go to the girl. Otherwise, you cannot make a baby. So your mind must be there. So it's easier to look. Okay? When boy's mind to the girl, he looks. Yeah, it's difficult to love without looking. So this you look at it, this and don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. Here, this. Don't move it. Don't. Okay. I'm going to pull. Don't move. No. she needs some encouragement. A boy needs encouragement to make a baby girl. Okay. So I have to be encouraged. So that's extending key. Okay. You can do something without knowing how to do it. Just your mind must be there and encouragement. That means she must believe she can do it. Okay. That's extending. Okay. That's why the parents must always encourage small children and then make him believe that he can do it. Everything the other people can do it. Okay. That's the thing. And that's why it's very bad parents who say, oh, you are no good, you can't do this, or other people can do. This is very bad. Then cannot extend key anymore. Okay, so basically one human being can do everything which other human being can do. Okay, so this is the basic confidence. Okay, you can do it, okay, so I can do it too. Okay, so this is extending key. Okay, so okay, so now here, no, this way, here. Okay, so you push this, okay, push this, yeah. So no, pull, no. Okay, I can do it, so you can do it too. Okay, this is extending key. Okay, just know that other people can do it. Now she can do it. But I didn't tell her how to do it. Just show that I can do it. So you can do it. Okay, so try. Okay, so here. Okay, so this is mathematics. Okay, this and this is mathematically same. One line under, one line above. Okay, so has two hands. Two this no. One here. Okay, now make it shorter and shorter. Okay, shorter. Okay, so this is mathematics. Okay, and then replace this with this. Okay, so this and this, and he can. Yes, you can still do the same thing. No. Don't change anything. Yeah, this. So of course it's weaker, of course, but still you can do the same thing. So that's right. Then here to make a point that's good because then he can easily pull and then become like that. Okay, that's why you should make a point that's just a line here. So this is open. Okay, so it creates the same as this. Okay, so you have to see that when you do this, your key is going that way. Okay, this way. Okay, not that way. This way. So in the same way, your key is going this way. Okay, so read that. So in a way, you are doing the same. Okay, so until here it's good. After here, it will drop down. Okay, so here you need another hand. So it's one. Okay, you need the other hand here just before it drops. So this movement is the same. After here, one. So this is exactly the same mathematics. So mathematics is the same. Okay, yeah, one. Okay, so this is a mathematical movement. Okay, because here I can't control anymore, so I need the hand. But here I can still control. Until here it's okay. Now I need this hand. Okay, so here, after here, now I need this. Okay, then take this. That's exactly right. Bend this. Okay, don't. Okay, so normal people don't bend. This Aikido people are so much used to bending, and they are nice people. Very often they bend before even I bend it. But that's not realistic. Most people don't bend. It's normal. So you cannot bend it. Okay, so now what I do is I don't try to bend, but create a relation with this. So okay, my key works like this. Okay, so between the hand, not this, not toward here, but between my two hands. So this is key movement. Okay, so it's just like bending, but the purpose is not bending. Just put this together. Okay, so if this is very soft, it will bend, of course. Okay, but I know that it won't bend. Be realistic. Okay, but this way. Okay, so here, and then the purpose is that by doing this, I can move forward. Okay, that means if I try to move this forward, difficult. This possible, but then no use. Okay, that's why how can I move forward? This is this. That even though I know it doesn't bend, I make this. And the purpose is this way, body go forward, and when the body stops, it's bend. Okay, so this is one of this mathematical logical line. This is line mathematics. Okay, so this kind of thing, in a way, is very different from point mathematics. Okay, so I make sure with the other side. So after here, 1. So that it doesn't bend. That doesn't bend. Yeah, doesn't bend. So just it's, so that it goes forward. And when it stops, that moment is bend. That's right. practice is not good. Okay? So that's why we must start from the real life ukemi. That means how to protect our body. Okay? So from here, one, and come back, keep your holding and come back. Okay, so this way you can see that now he's doing correct ukemi. Yes, that's right. It's not the same. Okay, so this is the real life ukemi. And then from here, we have to connect to Aikido ukemi. That means you should make real life ukemi and Aikido ukemi. Okay, that's the point mathematics. You make each point. Okay, no, line is real life ukemi, Aikido ukemi. So line mathematics. That means you have to always connect things with relations. Because everything is connected with relationship in this world. Okay? For example, scientifically, everything connected with gravity and electromagnetic field. Okay, so scientists know very well, no? Okay, that's very well. But of course, there can be much more relations. That's only scientific part. Okay, maybe the whole mind is connected. It's very possible that the whole mind, the whole life is connected. And it's very well known that even trees communicate to each other. Trees can communicate 30, 40 kilometers with each other. Okay, so what is that? Okay, science haven't discovered it, but then there can be a lot of relationship with almost everything. Okay, that's why this, that means line mathematics when you see this. Okay, so you have to connect the line with this daily life ukemi and aikido ukemi. Okay, so now here you can see that use arm, and then from this arm we went this way. Okay. So the basic is this bone is this way and movement is this way, perpendicular. Okay? And then this is completely understandable. That means when you have something like a bone, this appears like a bone, no? Okay, this is correct. Okay. This is not so correct. Okay. Sometimes when you can go like this, but that's not nice, no? This is better. Energy efficient. Why is it energy efficient? So that's why here too, okay, you shouldn't go this way, but you should go this way. Okay, whereas before all Aikido people thought this way. So this is again mistake which comes from point mathematics. If you see point mathematics, you tend to go from this point to this point. Point to point. And this was wrong. So actually, almost all mistakes we have done is because we applied the point mathematics. Okay. So here, okay, this way. Okay. So that's why here, you are turning on this. Yeah. So that's why when we modify it, you must turn on here with this. Okay, this is correct. Okay, then what happens? Actually, your muscle is moving this way, and this is the most basic movement. So this is the basic movement. So when you roll on this here, actually you are using your muscle this way, which is most basic, and clearly this ability you must. Okay, this is a basic of human being. This. Okay, so you use this movement to make goal. So you have to run this. So when you do this small way, you have to run with it. Yeah, so that. Smile again. Very small way. Go forward. No, use smaller. What's more? Use smaller. Small, more small. Which you are doing. I saw you are doing. Yeah, this. Okay, this is what I'm criticizing. This is wrong. That's me. Okay, this is a point mathematics. You are thinking using your this way. Okay, so this is not good. Okay, that's why I'm saying. Okay, you know, I also thought this way for many years, so it's normal communicating this way. Okay, so that means. Okay, so this is this. Okay, this is much more natural and safer. That's this. So actually, you are using this. But if you do like this, then you are using this. Okay, if you do this, it's not good, and you can learn. This is correct. This is the correct way how the shoulder moves. This is not correct way the shoulder moves. Yeah, no, this. Okay, that's why here, if you want to make it very small, here. Yes, that's right. Very important thing that you can freely do very small way to very big way. Okay? But of course, normal way is from standing, but it's also here. So you just put here. So it's not this. Okay? This was a mistake I found, and I remember that I learned this way and I taught this way. So now my responsibility to say that I was wrong or that we were wrong. Okay? So it's not this way here. So you just put this. here, then naturally your body comes around. That's right. Okay. Then clearly bigger means you have to turn here. Okay. But then turn like this is a bit awkward, so you just do this. Okay, so you just create the center of the big turning. Okay, but then in that case you are not doing this. Okay, you're just going from here to here immediately. Okay, so instead of this, you are doing this. Okay, but the movement is the same. Okay, so it's not from here to here to here to here. That's the point mark. It's not this. It's this. You are using this line. Okay, but then you have to control this line. So normally you control by touching. But if you are not touching, then you control this line with this. Okay, so the form looks like this, but in a way, key movement is completely different. It's just so you are starting always from here, even though you may touch here. Okay, so try this. Yeah, it is a backward roll, but very small. Yeah, but very small, very small, very small, even more smaller and slowly. Okay, again, come here, even more slowly, very small. From here you start. Okay, so again, it's this way. No, so it's the same. Again, in this story. So it must be here. Okay, so that means from here, when you go here to this, here you must start. Okay, so you can do it in a way very small. It's very small. Huh? So from here, yeah, so just what was behind. Huh? Yeah, so very small. From it's very rare that you go backward. Okay? But you go this forward. Okay? So something here. So that means the way you are moving your body this way. Okay? Not this way. This way you can see your body become weak. While this, your body is very strong. Okay, so in a way, you must use the strong movement of your body to protect your body. So this movement. And when you do this, you are protecting your head. But if you do like this, your head is not protected. Okay, so how to protect this? Okay. And this is the same. Actually, this is a posture you should make in the airplane when the airplane crashes. At least it's written in the manual. You must do this. And this is correct in that way. Or it's crashed on the water, on the sea. Maybe this is good. And so this here means this. So right here. This is in a way correct movement. And by the way, in karate this. No, actually, it's correct. It's the same movement. So other movement is correct movement. Okay, so that's done. Then this twist side. So that your toes are not. Now, here again this life theory, material theory. To produce a material is very often to break everything and start new. Okay? That happened to the English industry. No, English industry was not destroyed by the Second World War. So after Second World War, English industry had a very old facility. Okay? Whereas Japan or Germany, everything was destroyed, so we have to start new. Okay, but clearly when we start new, we have a modern facility. Okay, so Japanese industry and German industry produce much better than English industry. So once the material production is better, to throw everything and start new. That is possible with material. So now you can put Japanese facilities in China and or Korea, and they can do it. Like Korean cars. Most Korean cars started this Mitsubishi facility. When Mitsubishi, in any car of they have robots. Actually, French cars were also produced by Japanese robots. Actually, it was very fun that, like 1970s, French people are very much against Japanese people. Especially the Citroën Peugeot, Jacques Calvet, he was famous for all the Christian Japanese. And then at that time, I remember that the average salary of Toyota worker is twice as much as Peugeot Citroën worker in France, but the president of Peugeot Citroën, Jacques Calvet, had 10 times more salary than the president of Toyota. You can see it. Actually, this is similar that in Japan, the difference between this president and the worker is very little. While Europe a little bit more. In United States, even much more. Well, like the theater actors, cinema actors, very famous actors you see in the Kurosawa film in Japan. They are just they are not richer than you, and still he's helping the poor actors. Whereas in Europe, the people like Catherine Deneuve, Alain Delon takes much more, and in the United States even more. So all this is what I'm saying. What is democracy? When the president of a company gets 100 times 1,000 more than worker, can you call it democracy? So this is what I'm asking question. What is democracy? But anyway, but then it was very funny because it was only political in the sense that Jacques Calvet was always Christian Japanese, but he loves Japan. He has a very good friend in Japan, and all his robots, which makes French car, was made in Japan. So this is just political playing actually. So you better don't believe what the journalist said. It's just political. So Jacques Calvet is a very good example. He loved Japan. He has a very good friend in Japan. All his robots is Japanese made, but he was politically Christian, all Japan like that. So that he can sell his own car, which is completely normal as a businessman. But anyway, so all this means that if it's a machine, better produce new. But then in life it's not like this. In life you can't become new. So you must always develop from the old. So that's why, in a way, you shouldn't start from what I teach. You shouldn't start from my technique, but you must start from your technique. You must develop your technique. You can't just copy somebody's technique. That's impossible. But then many people have this wrong idea, and because that's wrong, come from the machine, from material production. Material production, you can just copy other people. But with the human life, you can never copy other people. And that's why this problem is democracy. I remember that George Bush said to Iraqian people, why don't you try democracy? It's complete nonsense, you can try to produce car, but you can't try democracy. That means you have to understand that what you call democracy is now, as you arrive to new states, after 500 years of dictatorship and killing each other. The last 500 years in Europe, you are killing each other, and then have a lot of dictatorship and revolution, all these massacres and terrible things, and finally, after all that bad things, you came to some kind of stability, and you call it democracy. And you want that other countries immediately take your system. That's complete nonsense. But then why people believe this is nonsense? Because you imagine machine production. The European car making, the last 120 years started from this very small Daimler Benz, etc., and English people copying. I told Philip Burgess, no, copies. And copying each other and okay? And after that, Chinese or Koreans, they can immediately do this. That yes. But the live, you cannot copy live. Okay? So that's why I was very, in a way, angry when George Bush said, why don't you try democracy? It's complete nonsense. Okay? But the fact that the people allow this kind of nonsense is because you mix machine production and live. Okay? That's why in Aikido too, it's impossible that you copy my technique. It's impossible. If you think so, you are in illusion. You are not seeing reality. Okay? The reality is that you are just changing, modifying your technique. Okay? So it's better that you see the reality. Okay? You are doing your own technique. Okay? Now the question is, how can you improve your technique? Okay? That's why actually I'm not showing my technique. Okay? I'm showing the technique to which you may develop into. So now I look at you and I imagine how this technique can develop, and I'm showing something similar to what I think you can modify, you can develop. Okay, so I never show my technique actually. Okay, what I show you is not my technique, it's your technique I'm showing. Okay, so you know, so actually you don't know my technique because I never show my technique. What's the use of showing my technique? It's better to show your technique. This kind of thing is in a way lifestyle. Okay, it's not like a machine. It's machine. I can show the best iPhone. Look at this iPhone, you know. But life is not like that. Okay? So that's why you must start from your technique. Okay? So right. Okay? So now your technique is more or less like this. So first try your technique. Improve your technique. Okay. So now clearly how to improve? Okay. Improve by seeing mistake. Okay. But then what is a mistake? What is a mistake? Could you define the meaning of the word mistake? What is a mistake? No, that's more direct meaning, original meaning. Just what is a mistake?
The result is different.
Okay, so one definition is the result is different from what you thought, what you wanted. Okay, that is one mistake. Okay, but then the problem is that what you think is that really correct for you. Okay, for example, I wanted to become the ice hockey champion. Okay, and I tried 10 years and I couldn't become it. I couldn't get it. Is that a mistake? Okay. Well, you could say it was a mistake to spend 10 years for nothing. You could say so too. Okay, so that means in a way his idea. Okay, but it is good to think that way. Okay? I wanted to become a champion, but I couldn't. Oh, that's a mistake. So like this, because the initial idea, I want to be a champion, that is something wrong, because it's not everybody can become a champion. If everybody can become a champion, then yes. But it's evident that a champion is only one. So it's normal that I can't be champion. Okay, so this what I wanted, what I thought may be unreasonable. Okay? Sweden will start a war against Russia and we occupy whole Russia. We tried, we couldn't. Well, that was a mistake. I think the initial idea of to occupy Russia is maybe wrong. Okay. So when you think that mistake means the result is different from what I wanted, you have to examine what you wanted is reasonable or not. Okay. So now here we need another definition. What can be a mistake here in this Aikido? Okay. So in Aikido, what did you want? Wanted? No, okay. No, the real life. Okay. Real life, I want to survive. Okay. So if you can survive, in a way, you have succeeded. If you are dead, okay, then in a way you made a mistake. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, so that is the meaning of mistake in martial art. Mistake means you are dead. So because you have to be clear of each thing. The purpose of martial art is I survive or I continue my life. Okay? And again, this is the same. For that, again, George Bush, American way of life cannot be negotiated. That means we want to keep the way we live. Okay? Having 2-3 cars and wasting 200 liters of water every day and spending a lot of petrol, and we want to continue that way. Okay? So if you do if you want that way, and if you can't achieve that, that was our mistake. Okay? So all this you have to think what is the mistake. Okay? So that's why this saying, English acrobatics said we should keep that's Prince Charles, the majority of the international communication is made by English language, not American language, English language. And we have to keep that way. Okay? So clearly it was a mistake, he couldn't. So now it's majority of the Chinese language actually. Okay? So all this is connected with what is a mistake. Okay? So that's why in Aikido, if you are dead, you have made a mistake. Okay? Or if you can't live your way of life, you are a mistake. But what is your way of life? Okay? Is your way of life is something reasonable? If something reasonable, then if you can't do it, it's a mistake. But if your way of life is not reasonable, okay, maybe that was wrong. It's not a mistake anymore. So mistake is not so simple. But here it's make it simple. Okay, so if I can kill you, you made a mistake. So this I call mistake because he's dead. Okay, so what's happened? So now this slowly to see what's happened. So here, okay, that means he wants to catch my arm, and so when you catch, you use this. So this movement clearly go together with this movement. Okay, that's why if you want to catch, because catch use this. Okay? You don't catch it like this. Okay? You catch it like this, no? You don't catch it like this. So when you want to catch it, okay, that means you are inviting ukezuki towards yourself. Then it's not good. Okay, so see this mistake. When he's coming here, if I try to catch, okay, then it can come like that. Yeah. So first see where's the mistake of self-defense. No, technically push. Okay, so you must push. Okay, so now the basic way of pushing. So you come and say pushing. Okay. So actually, okay, this is the first thing you should be able to do to know it. Okay. Push away. Okay. So when attack, push away. Please, you must push away things. Okay. So here too. Okay. Here. Okay. So here too, not catch. Okay. If I catch again, wait. If I catch. Again, come here. So if I catch it, it might come like that. So you shouldn't catch, but push. That means you push with this part, okay, and you catch with this part. Okay, this one. So when you want to catch, you use this part. So key comes this way. When you want to push, you use this way. Okay. You don't do this. This you don't call pushing. No, this is pushing. So you push this part. Okay. Okay. That's why when he has. I'm pushing this way. Okay, then when he wants to cut, very difficult. But if you do like this, then it will become like this because he is moving this way. So come. So don't catch, but push. From self-defense, that means that we started the lowest technique. Okay? So in a way, you shouldn't start from Aikido. Okay? You must starts from life, it starts from reality. You must start from the humanity. Okay? Humanity, because we can push. Can dogs and cats push? The dogs and cats, they can't even do like that. Okay? So human being can push. Okay? And gorillas, can they push? Maybe gorilla push like that. Okay, no? So pushing like this is a typical human being. Okay? Other animals, they don't push this way, actually. Okay? So that's why we are talking about humanity. Okay? So, but anyway, okay, now, okay, so he can push away here, fun. Okay? But this can come. Okay, that's why just pushing is not a good idea. Clearly, no? Okay, because I use one arm. Okay, but he uses one arm is difficult. Okay, use one arm, just one arm. You understand? So you need two arms to stop me. Okay, but then so you have to see where the danger is. Okay? The thing is he needs two arms to stop me. One arm cannot. Okay, but so I have another arm, I have another leg. Okay, so that's why this stopping is something you can do, but not enough. Okay, so this kind of thing is in a way how to develop from self-defense in a way very basic reality to Aikido. Okay, so you have to know why Aikido, why not self-defense. Okay, so that's why here. When I come here, I stop, but I can stay here. So now the danger is other arm or this leg. That's the danger. Okay. So now what I do here? Now from here, this hand. Okay. Now I push downward. Okay. So here too, I push downward. Okay. And when I stop, I can't. Okay. So this is important. So he's coming here. Okay, I stop, but clearly I know that I shouldn't stay here. So I push from above. Okay, and here I can't. And then, okay, so that's the key movement is different. Okay, here. Okay, you tend to do here, okay, to catch, but then you come like that. Okay, so first your key is, okay, you stop, but I shouldn't stay here. So I push downward. Then continue. And this. So try. Thing you do only with the kick, not physical. It's not necessary. Okay? So when he's coming here, okay? So my key went there as if I want to stop him. Okay? But then before it actually touches, I can already move the next step. Okay? That's me leading. Okay? So here. Okay, so I go in front of it. Okay, before. Okay, so before touching, you already go. I never show my technique. Okay, so my job is not to show my technique and make you copy my technique, but my job is know your technique and improve your technique. Okay, so this logic is the most important. Okay? And the same thing that I'm not interested to show you my life. Okay. Actually, none of my students ever came to invited to my house. Actually, okay, I live in Brussels for 35 years, and there are people who practice with me for not 30, maybe 30 years, but and they live in Brussels. None of them has ever were invited in my house. Sometimes they just come to to bring something like this. But I just opened the door and we talk in the corridor. Because I'm not interested to show my life. Okay, so I never talk about my life. Okay, why should I tell you about my life? Okay, so that's absolutely no need. And it's the same thing that why should I show you my technique? It's not good, if it's like a dancer or theater, etc., then they show, okay, but then I don't have to show my technique. Okay, so all this kind of important. Okay? But, why I'm here is not to show me, but to improve your life or your Aikido. Okay? Or I'm interested to improve the world. Okay? I'm not important at all. Okay? What's important? This is not important. the world is important. Okay, so all I do is to improve the world. Okay, to improve myself has no value at all, at least for me. Okay, that's why I would say that you shouldn't improve yourself for yourself, but you should improve your life so that you can make the world better. Okay, so in a way, that's the basic, in a way, let's say philosophy, which here. Okay, but then that, in a way, is not kind of changing my life. My life changes with this kind of mistakes. Okay, but that doesn't prevent me to have a philosophy. So my philosophy is that each individual life is not important. The whole life is important. Okay, so in a way, that's kind of thing. Okay? And even technically, anyway, it's no use that you know my technique. Okay? It's much better that you know your own technique and try to improve your technique. Okay? So that's what they say, yeah? Okay, then next technique. Anyway, but right? 40 years ago, when I was practicing actually in the university, okay, university clubs very much. So you had a much way of practice. So there something like do this during the seminar all day technique on the knees. And if you try, and that is one tradition, and then what happens, clearly the skin comes off and the blood comes here. So each time you practice, blood here and another blood there. So you have to wipe the blood. That's kind of this match style practice. And so very often people stopped because of this knee injury. So I remember that something like we started 15 people, and after 3 years, only 3 left because of this kind of thing. So that was this macho tradition of university. But I suppose even in Europe too, very often universities are like that. No? This macho things happens. I suppose now it has changed a little bit. But then when after 3 years, when you have to study more seriously, they stop. Then we have this farewell party, and the farewell party means when one person who must stop because he has to study much more seriously, then everybody attacks him with shomen uchi for 30 minutes, and he must do 30 minutes shomen uchi against everybody else. Okay? And then this shomeuchi also was not normal shomeuchi, okay, but special shomeuchi. Okay? So you do kokyu nage. Okay? Okay? Kokyu nage. So this way, everybody do this way for 30 minutes. And you have to smile and somehow try. So you prove that you are peaceful. So in a way, it has some meaning. If you can endure 30 minutes torture with smiling and with good nature, you have showed that you are nice person. But then maybe be careful that don't introduce too much this kind of thing. But then that's what I said. But then in a way, at least it shows one basic problem to this shomei uchi koku nage. Okay, that means here. That means when you do this, this no without this. Okay, so when here, okay, so kokyu nage, kokyu nage. Okay, kokyu nage means he must catch here. Okay, but how can you catch here? Okay, so if you just try to go there like this, then this happens. This is mathematics, no? I try to catch him, he tried to catch me, become like this. And I think this was some kind of this serpent who tried to eat his tail or something like that. In some civilization, it's already symbolized. A serpent who wants to eat his tail. So in a way, this serpent theory. Okay? And then, if you that's clear cannot work, so another way is this try to down. Okay, but then it's not so easy to make it down. Clearly, no? So this is difficult. Okay. Down is also difficult. Okay, so this is the basic difficulty with this. First, just see where the difficulty. Now you need mathematics, line mathematics. Okay? So all these two problems come from one easy mathematics. Okay? You shouldn't create arm-to-arm relations. Okay? That means here is arm-to-arm relations. Okay? Then whenever it's arm-to-arm, you create problem. Okay? This problem, this problem. This is because arm-to-arm. Okay, that's why all this other martial art is fighting art because they always remain this arm to arm. So in Aikido too, if we remain arm to arm like we did, then in a way we are not doing Aikido anymore. Okay, so you become aggressive and fighting. Okay, so this is the important part. And if you doubt, try. Okay, it will become aggressive and fighting. Okay, that's why you shouldn't create this. So now must always read here. So always read here. That is in a way basic principle of this Aikido physically. Physically speaking, don't deal with his arm, but deal with this. Okay? And after that, it's coming here. Yeah. So mixture of this. Yeah. As long as you create this arm to arm, then you have no solution. Okay? So that's why here. Okay, now even this arm is not arm to arm. This arm too is reading here. Okay, so here. Okay, so first calmly see that how to create this correct relation to Aikido. Okay, so not this relation, but this relation. Okay, then follow this. And here. Then. Okay, and you shouldn't move your leg. Wow, that's it. If here, that's it. So this is what I call mathematics, line mathematics. That means you have it here, and you want this goes there. So just read the key here. Okay, so which means this is here. Okay. Okay. So here arm is colliding, no? Then, okay, so this, here is colliding, so, so I get all his whole body. And, so like, clear, I can't stay here because he can go down. Clear, no? Okay, that's why I shouldn't stay here, so when I do here, one. Already here. Okay, so I don't wait here until here. Clearly, this is not a good idea. Okay, no, then when I do this here, immediately it's come like this normal. Okay, that's why it's better not to touch here. So before it touches here, okay, that means here first, okay, first touch and then did this, no? Okay, but actually it's better before it touches already like this. Okay, you shouldn't wait until it touches. So before it touches already here. Okay, then I'm already outside of his eventual attack. Okay, so you must come here before arm touches. So don't let arm touch it. Okay, before arm touches, you already lead there. So coming here, one already there. Okay, here, one, immediately, of course, throwing immediately. Okay, so that. The psychological part and actually technical part. Psychological part means I'm not interested to show myself to you. Okay? Like I don't want to talk about myself. I never invite people in my house, etc., etc. And actually that's why I made my dojo. Okay? If I want it, I invite you to my dojo, but not to my house. Okay? My dojo, yes, there you understand Aikido. Okay, but my house that is not Aikido because actually I live in the house of my wife. I don't have a house. I have a dojo, okay, but I live in the house of my wife. Okay, that's why I'm not interested invited to my wife's house. This is none of your business, you know. Okay? But anyway, that's the psychological part, no? But then there's technical part too. Okay? Actually, you know, like 100 years ago, when kendo started, then there's one expert, and he was very unique. At that time, they did, of course, with this bamboo sword, okay? 3 times fighting. Okay? And what he did, when he does 3 times, the first time he always wins. And the second time, he always let the other win. And third time, he again. So 2 against 1, so he won. Okay? And he never tried to win 3 times. And then that's very interesting. Okay? That means in this real situation, the most difficult part is to know other people's technique. Okay? So theoretically, you don't know other people's technique. If somebody attacks you in the street, you don't know other people's technique. It's not the same as this sport. In sports, very often you know your opponent's technique. Okay? And very often you have done competition many times before, so they know each other very well. Okay? But in the real situation, most probably you don't know the attacker clearly. Okay? Somebody who just attacked you, you don't know. So you also don't know the technique. Okay? So that's the difficulty with the real situation. That's why this in sports situation that you know very well each other and very well the technique and deal with it is completely different from the real situation that you don't know who attacks you and you don't know which technique they come, you don't know anything. Okay? That's the difficulty. Okay? That's why even in this kendo, when you do this, you know more or less, but not exactly. Okay? So you can always get surprised. Okay? That's why he always wanted to know the other's technique. So first he win because he was better. Then he let opponent win to know his technique. Okay? Then third time he can comfortably win. Okay? So in a way, the first time he win desperately. Okay? But the second time it's better let him win because if he wins twice, then the opponent knows your own technique. Then if the opponent is good enough, he can find out the way to defeat you. Okay? Then, in a way, even though you may win 2-1, next time, in a way, he may be beaten. Okay? That's why, in a way, he won first time, and then second time, let's win to understand what kind of technique he does. And third time, comfortable win. So this way, he always keeps a superiority. Okay? And other same logic is how China can win war against the United States. 10 Chinese kills 1 American, then China wins. So all this is a similar logic in the sense that you don't have to be best, but you just have to be better. Okay? That means I don't have to be the best, but I just have to be a little bit better than each of you. If I'm a little bit better than each of you, that's enough. I don't have to be the best. Just each time, a little bit better, a little better. Then that's enough. Okay? Then each time, you are a little bit better than your opponent. Okay? So, and this is a, it's not, we are not like a machine. Okay? If it's a machine, okay, Mercedes is always Mercedes. Fiat is always Fiat. Okay? But human beings are not like that. Okay? Human beings changes, and one person who is strong in one situation can be very weak in another situation. It's always depends on the situation. Okay? That's why in human being, just be best all the time, that's not possible. You are not machine. Okay? So in each situation, in a way, you are different. Okay? So as a real life, in each situation, you should be a little bit better than the opponent. Okay? That is, in a way, the real way. Okay? That's why it's useless. I try to make a very good technique. Okay? That's useless. Okay? The emphasis in each, if I'm a little bit better than any of you, that's enough. That's the best strategy. So this kind of logic mistake means you die. Yeah. That means, when you step back and try to catch it, that's very difficult actually. Okay? So try, as long as you step back and catch, very difficult. So catch it, yeah? And when you try to see this, attack is the best defense applies. Okay. And so actually this attack is the best defense, there is some truth in it. Okay? But you shouldn't use that as an excuse for attacking other people. Okay. But it is true that in some circumstances, not all the time, some circumstances, attack is the best defense. That is true. Okay? So that's why, and this you can easily experiment. Ask your good friend to attack you freely, saying that I'll only defend myself. I'll never attack you. I'll never harm you. And then try. Okay? I guarantee you'll be beaten. Okay? No, so that's why in certain situation, attack is best defense. That is true in a way. Okay? That's why here, that's why you must attack. Okay? But then you have to make sure you shouldn't attack to destroy him or to win, but you should attack to get control of the situation. Okay, so that sometimes is necessary, actually. So that's why this is technique is interesting and important. Here, in a way, you must attack, otherwise it's impossible. Okay, but then you attack with minimum damage. Okay, which means immediately this. Okay, so this atemi is a way to minimum damage. And the important thing is here, it's not this. Okay, this you can't have control, because what I do is he can immediately change this. Yeah? And immediately come like this. Okay, so this kind of way is no good. Okay, that's why you have to do atemi. This. Okay, you can see this, no? In a way, before even I stop his attack, it's both. Okay, so otherwise it's useless. Okay, so that's why this attack is best defense. You have to really see the reality. What's the reality of when I say attack is the best defense? So you must attack this way, okay, this atemi way, not this way. Okay, so from here, one, okay, and then from here immediately. Okay. And since we did atemi, you must consider movement. So from here, atemi, and then continue. Let's try.
Down.
In Japan, there's two types of this sword technique. One is war sword technique. That means in war, you use this war sword, which is big and heavy. Okay? And why is that? Because in war, anyway, soldiers have protection. So you cannot cut opponent in war. Okay? So you have to hit. So when you hit against something hard, then it can break. And if it breaks, you are out. Okay, that's why this war sword is a sword is very big and strong, which does not break. Okay, and very often it's cheap to make. Okay, it's like a big portable handy is cheap. Okay, small one is more expensive. In a way, it's the same. Okay, so that's why this kind of sword technique, you hit each other. Okay, so that's why if you this kind of thing, you tend to like this before. Okay?
4. Okay, so that is in a way war sword technique. Okay, you must practice how to hit strongly and also stop the hard hitting. Okay, so when he comes to hit here, that is in a way war sword technique. Okay? And you should be very strong with this, then you can hit your opponent, and after you hit the opponent, you have this small sword and like, okay? Because it's protected. So if you do like this, it doesn't cut. Okay? So the only way is you, in a way, you beat him, and then okay, from the small area like this. And that's the same in Europe too. Okay? Europe too have this, so you have cut. Okay? So that is this war sword technique. Okay? So let's say most this sword school in Japan is in this kind of type. So if you go to Japan, you see this kind of practice. Okay? Whereas there's another sword technique is samurai who is doing the duel without sword. Okay? So in the daily life, clearly nobody this. And then stops. Yeah, okay, yeah. D. Oh. Okay, so basically it doesn't even touch. If you touch a little bit, it doesn't matter. But never hit like that. Okay, that is in a way you can, of course, but that's something different. Okay, so standard way practice that's okay, yeah. Okay, but then when I stop, okay, I must stop where he comes to attack. This is important one. Okay, so that is a standard way. But first one, then we don't repeat. So we just
counting.
And
No.
go.
Two. What's two?
And two, three,
Yeah, that's not. Okay, so now try 3, 4 of the first yokata alone. The first kata. With counting big voice.
three up.
Okay, now 3, 4 of the second kata. Okay, okay. So 3, 4. That's the first touch. Okay. Then 3, 4. Okay. Second touch. Okay. So line mathematics. So what is the 3 of the second kata? That means 3, 4 of the first kata becomes 3 of the second kata. So this here, 3, 4. 3. You can see, no? So 3, 4 of the first kata becomes 3 in the second kata. Try to understand this. So it's 3 and from here 4. Four. Okay. Now that's mean 3, 4. Now 3. What does it mean? Okay, you have 4 chances to win. So it's 25%. Okay, so tell me, you have 1 out of 4 to win. So what's the meaning of it? That means, what's the 4? Counter attack. Counter attack. Attack. 4 situation. Okay. Okay. So now 3. What is that? Okay. Attack and counter attack. Okay. This is very easy mathematics, no? Okay. When you have 4 choices, okay, when 2, okay, you have 4 choices. Okay. And then out of 4 choices, you have to find 1. So you have 1 chance out of 4 to win. Okay. So which means here, okay, now I attack. Okay, no, I attack. I attack. So he steps back, but immediately he counter attack. Okay. So he steps back, immediately counter attack. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So that's the situation. Okay, so after I attack, I must immediately counter attack or defense. That's the same. Okay, so it means here 3. Okay, so again. Second kata by yourself. Three. Okay. Try better. You have to always catch here. Three. You must catch. When you always hand must catch the knee. Okay. Not like this. You shouldn't do like this. Okay, so here it's always three. It's always, it doesn't matter, one hand must catch the end. That's the joke. Okay, so here, three. No, three. No, from here. Three. No, that's the first. Second. First kata is 3, 4. From your technique. So it starts from her technique. Next one. Okay. So first your technique. Okay. Actually, I just say so, but I remember that maybe 20, 15 years ago, I thought many days about it. Should I develop my technique? Should I show my technique or not? I thought many days, and I thought it's useless to develop my techniques. It's useless to show my technique. It's better to develop your technique. And this is purely technical. So that means there's no technique which is good in any situation. If you develop one technique, it means you develop in one situation. And the more you develop it in one situation, the weaker it becomes in another situation. It's like Ferrari. Ferrari is very good in the circuit, but take Ferrari to snow. You can't drive Ferrari in snow. So, and why Ferrari is so bad in snow? Because it's developed in the circuit. And actually, I remember that this comparative with the German cars. And I find it's very interesting. That means it's already more than 20 years ago. There's like Volkswagen and Ford or Opel or etc. No? And then at that time, in that particular category, they said that Ford is the worst car in the normal condition. But then when they tested in rain, Ford becomes the best. So a car which is worst in the dry surface becomes the best in the wet surface, which is completely reasonable. Because when it's dry surface, you have to be very precise. So Ford was less precise. But in the wet condition, it's better to be imprecise. If it's precise in the wet condition, it's precisely go out of the way. When it's imprecise, then you can more manage it. So in a way, that kind of thing is a reality. There's no technique which is good in any situation. So if you develop a technique, means you develop in one situation. So if you try to develop your technique, naturally you develop in one situation. So the more you develop your technique in that particular situation, it's very good. But in other situation, it's become less. That's inevitable. But of course, clever teacher only show his technique in this particular situation. So he looks good. But then, so in front of students, you manage to look good. But then in the real situation, it's different. That's why I said that why should I look good in front of the student? So this is the one basic question. If you are doing theater or dance or etc., music, clearly it's understandable that you look good in front of the spectator. It's part of the job. But Aikido is not a spectacle. I'm not this dancer, I'm not a singer, I'm not an actor. So what is Aikido? So Aikido must stay in the real life. So that technique must work in the real situation. But then real situation means there are many different situations. So to understand the many real situations, it's better to improve your technique. Then we can create something which really works in the real situation. So in a way, this is how actually I decided that I don't develop my technique, but I try to improve your technique. But all this is in a way theoretical part. But then there's clearly the psychological part. Do you want to look good in front of other people, or do you want to do something good for the world? All this is in a way basic question, and not only philosophical question, but also question of reality. What is the reality in myself? Do I want to look good in front of other people or not? So all this is a matter of reality in yourself in meditation, etc. But so here, what's important is that the question is, can I kill her? If I can kill her, then that's good. She must be able to survive. So but then it's not that who is better. Technically, can I kill her? Technically, can she survive? So it's a matter of technique. So I go, so yeah. So now this is here. Now she caught my hand. Now if she catch my hand, I can pull it. Try to hold well. Okay. Try what again? Clear, no? So it's impossible to hold my hand and keep it. I can always pull it. Then I can kill her. So this is not a good idea. Okay. So where you must improve technique. So that's why here, so just try to hold is no use. I can't stop her pulling. It's impossible to stop her. So that's why here you have to do it. Now, so you have to hit here, and then you have to this here. So I have to put it here. Then and pull more, yes, pull more. So when she pulls more, in a way it comes off. So this is so here, here. Important thing is pan. So here, and you put it this against your hip. This is important part. And then now naturally she tries to pull now. Then so the way the fact that she's trying to pull will slow herself. So this is the technique. So here now first you must hit here. So the first the basic is push. Now you push here. Push here. Yeah, this. So when she push here, it's back like that. So she must be able to really push it down this way. Then catch it. Yeah. Now it's very difficult to pull, and when I'm trying to pull, this. So my pulling and her throwing comes together. So try. Hit when you do quickly pushing become hitting. So you must hit here. Okay, so hit and then catch. Yeah. Okay, and then throw me. So now you have to be able to throw your partner, okay, because then you get stuck here. Okay, so this is practice throwing. Here. So first, okay. So now important here that if the hand is open, cannot, because this is a hand open, your key go this way. Okay? So your key go this way, you want to go this way, it's not efficient. So here you have to go. You understand this line? So these fingertips go here and here. Okay, so you have to understand this key line. Okay, you can do just like this. It's no use. So here. Okay, can you understand this key line? This is key movement. Here, here. One. So this key movement you have to use. Okay, so from here, okay, so this you have to be able to do it nicely. One. So try the. She hits here, but when before she catches this, I pull. Okay, and then clearly she can't hold anymore, but immediately make me fall down. Okay. Yeah, this will not make me fall down. Okay, so this is what you have to do. Okay, if you fail to catch it, you have to go. Okay, this is the only way. Okay, so try. After he comes here, you immediately catch this and then take the counter. Okay, so you must be able to immediately catch the correct way. So after here, one here. Okay, immediately catch it and then. So first, so until here you know this well, no? Now from here, this part is Sankyo, and this hand, the thumb must come here. Okay? And then the little finger is just touching here. Okay? So now this is touching here, so it should be safe. I'm touching the same place as his finger. And it's here. Okay? Then from here, down this. Okay, so here, okay? Don't try to get here. Okay, cannot. So with this both hands, you lead him down and then here. So after down, it separates. So this is important thing because very often you try to get here, okay, then you get problem. So here you cannot take the tanto away, but with the two hands you can lead his downward. Okay, then become like this. So after that you use this to bring this down. Yes, so it was start this here. So yeah, no, so start from here to make things easier. So this thumb is good, and the thumb here, and this is here. Okay? And here cannot. So from here, two hands, this. Okay, so in the end, it goes away. Okay, and then this. And then this. Okay, so and then down here, so this now, and then this, so you get this. Okay, now from here, okay, you have to move your partner like this. Okay, so this, okay, so this you know very well, no? This, okay, when you do Sankyo, this is the easiest way to move your partner. Okay, no? Normal, no? Okay, so this is the most efficient direction that you can move your partner. Okay, so here to say same. After here, then you can move your partner this way here. And he's moving that way, then over here. Okay? And then here, I'm two row from here, so I stand up, and then here. Okay, here's it. Yeah. Yeah, so important thing that here cannot take off. That's possible. Okay, so you must use your partner, so this is the best way to move my partner. Okay, and then here. And then from here, and that's it, right? It's possible, but then when you don't have a good grip, sometimes it's very difficult. Okay, so when it's very difficult, what do you do? So, shihonage. Okay. So actually, this point is too dangerous. He's risking a lot. Okay. So there you have to be improve. Okay. That means yeah. So this is too dangerous. Okay. And actually, it's the same with the normal this holding too. Okay. This too, like this is very dangerous. Okay. That's why it's always once here. Okay. So you have to lead down. Okay. This is important part. Okay. So first this here. Okay. Make sure that this is too risky. Okay. So from here. Okay. So this try to really make him go forward. Okay. But even then, sometimes it's very difficult to do this. Okay. So from here. Okay, so let's say the first part. Issue is this one. Okay, so from here, went down here. Okay, you know, I move after he starts to move, and I have enough time to do this. Okay, so that means too slow. Okay, then why slow? Because you turn, you shouldn't turn.
Okay, so that's why here, when you do this, you tend to turn, and it appears in your hand. Well, from your that's turning. Okay, so from here, you shouldn't turn. Okay, so you have to, this go straight. It's not turning. So you are facing here one. Okay, so you must go straight. Okay, not one. So, which means from here the other hand. Okay, so from here, if like this, it's too slow. Okay, so from here one. Okay, so I'm facing here now. So this one goes straight. Okay. And after that, coming here and then this. So the first movement is important. So it's very easy. Just go the shortest distance. Okay. What is the shortest distance? No. Shortest distance is not straight. On the earth, shortest distance is round. Okay. So actually, this happens, no? On the map of the earth, the shortest distance between Europe and Japan is like this. This is not the shortest distance on the earth. No? Actually, that's why if you take an airplane from Europe to Japan, you always go via Siberia. So you go this way. That's the shortest. So that's why, actually, this I'm saying seriously. That means shortest distance according to the structure of the body. Okay, so there's a structure of the body. And so respecting this structure of the body, shortest distance. So it's not straight line. Straight line is point mathematics. Shortest line, according to my body, is not straight line, but it's the shortest line. Clear, no? So that means shortest. So anyway, you have to go shortest. So shortest means this. That's the shortest line. Okay, and from here you go. That's right. You go this side. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. That means here you must think until here. Okay. That means you have to press this here and not here. Okay, here is infinite, but here it stops. So think of pushing my. This not elbow. How do you call this? This part in English language. This part is more elbow, no? This part is how do you call that? Okay, anyway. So the other part of the elbow, normally elbow is this part. This part you put here, then cannot go anymore. Not here, it can go like this. So think you put it here. Okay, so from here, this here. Okay, then clearly cannot move anymore. Okay, so this is the best in a way situation you are creating. Then cannot. And from here you can do easily. So try to get this with the shortest distance. Shortest distance, this. That's in a way ideal state. Then it's difficult to do something. Okay, so try. Okay, now, she doesn't have to bend it because if I don't want to bend it, she cannot bend it. But when I bend, it must come here, not here. That is the point. Because you don't know whether this part will bend or not. Okay? So it's not that she makes me bend, okay? But if I bend, she must make me bend here, not here. Okay? But she doesn't have to bend me. If I bend this, you don't have to drive a car, but if you drive a car, you shouldn't drink beer. Okay? But you don't have to drive a car. Okay? But if you do, don't drink beer. You understand this logic? No? So you don't have to bend my arm, but if I bend my arm, you must put it here. Okay? Yeah. If I bend, it must be here. So that means about the key. Her key must be going there. Okay, so practice this here. This, that's right, yeah. Okay, if I bend, it must come here. Okay?
this year, right? So she doesn't have to bend it. But if I bend, she must read my bending here. Okay, that's the point. We try next year. Okay, that's why when he wants to bend, he can do this. Okay, without this, it's difficult. Because he can move like this. So she can easily like this. That's why this is here. Okay, that's why it's difficult for him to go that way, because of this arm. So this. So don't forget the function of this arm. Okay, you shouldn't stop here. No, if you go, this part is okay. Okay, so you can stop here if you want to. Okay, but then here you shouldn't stop. So there's a slight difference. So when you do here, okay, which means if I show the mind movement, first you touch. Okay, okay, and then from here you read this part toward here. Okay, because without this, it slips. Okay, but since it's supporting, you can read this. So this arm must be a support to do this. Because it's not. If like this, you cannot do anything. But here, okay, so you can read. So first, see this how to use this as a support. Okay, without this support, here you can't do anything. Okay, but here, okay, so we can here. And then after that, continue, and then this ikkyo normally. Okay, so first line, that's part. Okay, so when after here, one. Okay, so this hand is almost like. Okay, of course you don't have to do it, but your key go like this. Okay, so one. And then here. Don't have to just continue like this. And after it passes here, then this can go together. Okay, you don't have to change in the middle. Okay, so the other side. So important thing, one. Okay, so it's coming like this. And then continue here. Okay, and then after it passes safely, okay, because this part is the most delicate part. Okay, so here, if you miss it, that's problem. Okay, so better don't change anything. Okay, and after that, you have time to do it firmly. Okay, so that's that. Which is first? This one first? Yeah, okay, then this one first. This is the logic that if it's normal tsuki, you can control this part. This part, yeah. This or here. This is like hotel, or etc. No? So this is the basic way. Yeah? But then now it's this way. So actually footwork is here is hanmi, but here is actually gyaku hanmi. Yes, gyaku. Okay, that's why here you can't control the elbow. This try to touch. Okay, you cannot. So that's in a way problem with this kind of attack. You can't reach here, okay, and protect this. Okay, and then if he tries to touch here. Okay, so this is in a way with this here. Okay, so now that's a difficulty. Okay, so when he has this here, okay, so the only way to catch it from here. Here you can catch, but other parts it's impossible to catch. Okay, catching here is useless because you can't. Okay, so here is the only place that you can catch. Here, even if it's together, still you can catch. But here you can catch. Okay, so this is the important part. This is the only place you can catch. Okay, and then, okay, so when you come here, okay, so this is the important part. And after that, that's the okay, so try next year. Okay, I'm Hanmi. Okay, so when he here, Okay, so this hammi goes like this. Okay, so in a way here Zenpo Nage is rather natural, easy in that sense. It's natural. Okay, whereas here is a bit more complicated. Yeah, no? So because it's not hammi anymore. It's like this. Okay, then in a way the body, mind and body doesn't want to go like that. Okay, so it's not that it's not I don't want. My mind and body doesn't want. It's like when you are sick, you don't want to work. It's not I don't want to work. My body doesn't want to work. No, this kind of thing. When I'm sleepy or when I drink too much beer, my body doesn't want to. In a way, this sense. If it's like this, my body can go like this. If like this, my body doesn't want to go. Okay, that's why in this case, this Zenpo Nage often doesn't work. Okay, so that's why this next one, this Kaiten Nage. Okay, so when Zenpo Nage doesn't work, Kaiten Nage, that's a normal logic. Okay, so you come to the same way here, then down, and then catch, and then arm here. Sorry, yeah. He has a problem with it. Yeah. Okay, so, down, and then here, this hand comes this way, and then this way. And then we again here too, he's here now. So read this part. So can you see this? Yeah? Okay, so reading here, this part. And then, yeah. Okay, so there's a so coming this here, up, down, change, and read this part here. That's right. So you have to. And then? Okay, so that's here you must read. So here you have to say, it's going this way, so you must read it that way. No, read it that way, so not you go that way. Yeah, this way. So this is the first thing. Okay, so when it's coming, when it's coming here, no? Okay, so this is you read it. Okay, and after that, here, so it comes like that. So this will be like so when it's here, this. So he's coming, so become this thing. Okay, so make sure. Bang, and then here. Okay. So now the problem is, once I catch him with the other hand, then he cannot throw me anymore. Then it's very dangerous for him. Okay. So it becomes very dangerous. That's why if you can't throw me immediately, you must avoid by catching this. Okay, that's why you must do gokyo. So gokyo. Okay. So see that why you do gokyo, so that the other person cannot catch you immediately. Then immediately there. Okay. Then the other person cannot catch. Okay, because if the other person catches you, then it becomes very dangerous situation. Okay, you cannot do any technique. So that's why gokyo. After this here, today. So that's why after here, if you see like you have to immediately go there. Okay, so press here. Okay. So here. Okay, so press here. Okay, so in a way, you must have this timing. So practice timing. So here, okay, but wait, more slowly. Okay, that means if I throw you a quick, of course, yes, but you must see this. So stop here. Yeah, this. Okay, so try first here, here, and then when I try to catch, you must go so that I can't catch you. Okay, yeah, this here. Okay, so this is important part. Okay, so try. here is a bit more point mathematics, right? That's why you see points. And he feels points. Okay, so in a way, that's the mathematical question. Huh? Okay, but anyway, everyone's right. Okay, but 1, 2, 3 becomes too much. Okay, that's why this 3 is not good. 1, 2 is good. So that's why Dallas technique is better starts from here. Okay, then becomes 2. That means here 1 and 2. Okay, so done. Okay, otherwise it's 1, 2, 3. The rhythm is not good. Okay, so important after here. Okay, so here, okay, but then he can't catch me anymore. Clearly, no? If the other hand cannot come. And then when the other hand cannot come, lead. So that's part is important here. So it was here, no? And then, okay, so here, this way cannot catch. As you know, if you just went to go like this, he can catch. You know, even if you go, he can just start. So one here. Okay, this is important. Okay, then once you get here, this comes. Okay, so the last one, go here. Okay, not to move points. Okay, actually, that's what Torsten is doing very efficient Aikido in the sense that he puts points quickly and efficiently one after another. Okay, but then you can feel it, no? Just by looking, if you are a bit, just like, with machine gun shooting precise points. So that is, in a way, let's say, technically efficient, but in a way, the purpose Aikido is create peace. It becomes non-aggressive. So that it's better to create a line, which means first this line, and this line. Okay? Then from here, this line. Okay, so you can see that my line and his line must create a homogeneous line. That means line mathematics. So that's five. So my line, his line, and yes, it's no? Here, and then continue, and then here, and then this and this. So always this line must be good. Okay, so his line and my line. Okay, so this way mind moves as a line, and then that creates harmony. So harmony is a matter of line. Points cannot create harmony. Actually, if you put this, actually you are imagining a line, and that line can be harmonious. Okay, but that line is created here. It's still points here, but mind is line. Okay, anyway, find these nice lines. Okay, so we came until here now. Okay, then. Oof. Okay, that means here. Okay, so after here, one, there, okay, then until here now. Okay, then this continues, and whereas this goes here. Okay, so this goes straight down, while this goes here. Okay, so this bend and goes here. Okay, so try this go here. No, okay, so here extending it. Okay? So extending key, you don't have to know anything, just your mind must be there. If your mind is there, you can do it. That's extending key. Okay, that means the basic example of extending key is boy and girl makes a baby without knowing how to make a baby. Okay, but in one condition, the boys and girls mind must meet. Okay? If boy go this way, girl go this way, they can't make a baby. Okay? But boy and girl like this, then without knowing how, they can make a baby. Okay? So your mind must be there. That's the only condition of extending key. So her mind must be there. Then without knowing what to do, how to do, she can do it. That is extending key. Okay? So first make sure, put mind there. And then this I start to doubt, and now I don't use this for unbendable arm. And the difference is that, actually now I said that extending key in the real life, the best example extending in the real life is boy and girl meet and make a baby without knowing how to make a baby. Okay, that's the best example extending key. Whereas I remember that like 30 years ago, when I went back to Japan, there was a Japanese instructor who was trying to extending key. Then I was greatly disappointed and alarmed. Why? Because this Japanese instructor was saying that if when you do something you like, you are extending key. When you are doing something you don't like, then it's difficult to extending key. So you should do only something you like in your life in order to extending key. Don't you think it's a crazy idea? Is it possible to do only something you like? No? But this crazy Japanese instructor is saying like that kind of stupidity. So this is the problem with this kind of extending key. So extending key point to where? To which point? To what I like. So they only learn to extending key to what they like. So that's kind of idea of teaching will make the whole world egoistic and bad world. Because one of the problems with this world is everybody is trying to do what they like. But it's evident that if everybody does what they like, try to do what you like at home and see what happens with your wife or husband. I guarantee divorce will happen. You can't do what you like all the time. No man. Nobody likes to clean the toilet, but somebody has to clean the toilet. That is life, clearly, no? But then most people solve this with money. Oh, but I have money, so I pay cleaning ladies. So I just do what I like. There's a work I like, and with this work, I can make a lot of money. Okay, so I just do what I like and get a lot of money and pay cleaning. And I like I marry the girl I like. I marry her. I don't like. Okay, divorce. Oh, divorce costs a lot of money. But no problem. I have enough money. I just have to work more. The work I like, I love, I like, and then divorce. So they try to solve everything with money. In that case, it's possible to live only doing something you like. Actually, this is the only solution for this kind of idea. So if the Japanese instructor teaches that in order to extending key in your life, you must do only something you like, then you create this kind of society. So only somebody, fortunate people, who can make a lot of money with doing something they like, they can just pay other people like this. So you can see that where this kind of teaching goes. That's why the problem, the mistake is this point mathematics. So that's why this extending key is not to go where I want to go, but extending key is to create the correct relationship among all lines. That's why it's here. So it's called line mathematics. But then now here, when you come here, now when you do this, when it's static, it looks like a point. But then actually it's a line because the word is not static. So now her mind starts to run on the line. So we can see this, no? So now her mind runs through the line. So that means this line mathematics. This way, yeah. This way, yeah. So that's right, the movement. Really human beings go finish. So making baby is something necessary. Now, making money is not something necessary. Before, human beings lived without money. And we know that it is possible to live without money. But it's not possible to live without making baby. Somebody must make a baby. That means there's something which is really necessary for life, like we need water, we need food, we have to make a baby. Necessary. But there are many, do we really need a car? No, people lived without car until 120 years ago. So it's definitely possible to live without a car. And we can live without computer, without telephone, etc. So these things may be nice, but not really necessary for life. Whereas water, food, making baby is really necessary. Otherwise, human beings die out. So that means so life theory, what is really necessary for life. So that's why, and that's called line mathematics. And point mathematics is something we can have if we want, but not really necessary. That's in a way goes point mathematics. Okay? So, and then when we talk about life, in a way clearly we have to see what's really necessary for life. Okay? And this already French intellectuals understand 200 years ago. Okay? There's a story of a rich banker who had 1 million. Let's say 1 million euro. Okay? He stole 1 million from his bank, and his bank went bankruptcy, and he ran away. But then the bandits, terrorists caught him and put in a cage. Okay? And then he was thirsty. Okay? So he asked, "Oh, give me a drink, water." Okay? "Oh, okay. We have a very nice wine, okay, for you. Okay? But it costs 10,000 euro." But then, when he was thirsty, so he paid 10,000 euro for wine, bottled wine. And then when he gets hungry, or something to eat, yes, of course, very nice beef steak for 30,000 euro. So he paid 30,000 euro, and in this way, after 1 month, he spent all the money. And when he spent all the money, the terrorist said, "Thank you very much. Now you can go away." So that's the story between the French literature 200 years ago. Yeah, that means they already knew that money is nothing. The important thing is water and food. Without water and food, money has no value. And actually, this happened in Japan too after the war. 1945, what was not lacking was food. Okay, so actually, we have this beautiful Japanese kimono, which normally costs like 10,000 euro, 100,000 Swedish crowns. Very beautiful special kimono, and they used to exchange it with 1 packet of rice. So 1 packet of rice costed 10,000 euro, 1945. Okay, and that was the reality. Okay, so it really shows that money is nothing. The really important is water and food. If there's no water and food, having money is no value. It's evident. Okay, so this how can we get water and food? Okay, that means line mathematics. That's life theory. Okay? Because we can live without beautiful kimono, but we can't live without water and food. Okay? So in a way, this is humanity. We should guarantee water and food to all human beings in this life. Okay? But we are not doing it. In Africa, there are many people who have no water, no food, and we just let them die, actually. Okay? So all this is a matter of this line matter, etc., and the part of the Aikido. But anyway, so this here. Okay? Now, this, yeah, it's here. Now, this is jonage. Okay? We do jonage. Okay? Why we do jonage?
Attack. He's trying to take the yoke.
No, not right. Actually, in the Aikido world, without really saying it, Aikido teachers giving impression that I can throw my students beautifully, nicely, okay, freely with my hand. But I'm so good that I can even throw my students around with joy. Okay, so this kind of showing off. Okay? And this kind of showing off, I think, is not good for humanity. Okay, so, I criticize all these Aikido teachers who show off, to show how good they are. And this, I think, is not a good idea. Okay, so when you have a technique, it's not showing off how good you are, but it should be a necessity. Okay? Water and food is a necessity. Okay? Whereas buying a BMW or Mercedes is showing off. That's a status symbol. And this is a person I never understood why Mercedes and BMW is a status symbol. Okay? For me, it's in a way economical mind, okay, thinking that by driving Mercedes and BMW, I can get good clients and get money, or just stupid people wasting money. I suppose intelligent people think that by Mercedes, I can get better clients, so I can make more money. So it's a matter of investment, probably that's why. But anyway, it's not status symbol. Yeah, I don't think people are so stupid, I think. So, Yeah, so normally you invest money to get more money back. So maybe by investing more money on Mercedes and BMW, you can get more money back as a form of more clients. Maybe that can be so. Okay? But all this is a matter of this showing off. Okay? And I don't think showing off is a good part of humanity. When you are starving, okay, you have no space for showing off. Okay? So that's why here is that when one person is there, okay, then I don't use Joe. It's not fair. So, but then when there are many people may attack me, and if they have some weapon, like this motorcycle gang with a chain, etc., etc., then especially against chain, it's not so easy to use hand, because chain is very painful. Okay, so if the other people have some weapon, then I may also have something to defend me. Okay, but then the problem is that if it's one person, I can hit him very well. Okay, I can hit me down, I can hit him to death. Okay, but then when several people are attacking you, it's very difficult to hit this person very well. Okay, because when I try to hit this person very well, the other person comes. Okay, so in a way, it's very difficult to hit very well other people when many people are attacking me. Okay, so in that sense, even if when I try to hit him, he may catch my jaw. And if I get blocked, other people come and finish. Okay, so even if he hits, he takes my jaw, okay, I should be able to continue. Okay, that means he didn't have intention of catching my jaw. He catches my jaw because I tried to hit him. Okay, so it's not that, okay, you come take the jaw, okay, not this I call fishing. Okay? But normally even fish are not so stupid. Okay, you take the fish, please come, but fish don't come. Okay, that's normal. So he's not coming to take the jaw, but he's coming to catch me. He's coming to catch me. Okay, so when he's coming to catch me, okay, so here, okay, but it's not easy to hit him very well. Okay, because I have to moving here. Okay, so there's a lot of chance that he catch it. Then I have to be able to throw him. So this is a necessity of Jonage. Okay, so now from here, and then there are two hands. So now this hand is very difficult because his key goes this way. So whatever I do, collide. Whereas this hand, key can go this way, can go this way. You have a choice. Okay, so here is important part. So now when go this way, it's go this way. It's go this way. So it's just like karate. Okay, so when here, it go this way, and then here. Understand? Huh? Okay, so when the arm turn this way, it's go forward. When out of this way, it goes backward, backward. Okay, so that's why you have to understand this how the body is made. Okay, so now in this case, I have to turn this way. Then body move this way, and then you have a chance to throw it. So this is the basic. Okay, so yeah, so this hand is anyway difficult because his key go this way. Everything I do collide. And on the other hand, here I can do something if I succeed to make his key go this way. So to do this. If I do this way, his key go this way. Shinshin Toitsu Aikido, the Hawaiian people translate as ki Aikido, okay, but then there was a joke that we do Aikido with ki, whereas Aikikai people, they do Aikido without ki. So they should change their name Aido. Aikido without ki should be Aido. So we are doing Aikido, they are doing Aido. But then this is this mistake of point mathematics. Point mathematics, point exists or it doesn't exist. So you use ki or you don't use ki. Okay, but then if you see the reality, it's wrong. Everybody uses ki. Even animals, all life use ki. Okay, so it's impossible not to use ki. Okay, but then why they made this mistake? Because of point mathematics. Because point, it exists or it doesn't exist. So use ki or not use ki. This is called dualism. So in a way, dualism is based on point mathematics. Okay, that's why people are getting more and more dualism because you learn point mathematics. It's inevitable. Okay, point exists or don't exist. That's the dualism. Okay, whereas line, okay, line is the line. There's a nice line and ugly line. Okay, that means this is ugly line. Okay, this is a beautiful line. Okay, both are line. But there's a beautiful line, ugly line, nice line, harmonious line, bad line, etc. Okay, so it's not about there is or there is not, but is it harmonious? Is it nice? That is the question of line mathematics. Okay, so anybody extending key, everybody extending key. Okay, but can you extend key correctly, nicely? That's the question. And it's a point mathematics. You use key or you don't use key. If you use key, you must use key more strongly. Okay? And that was a mistake of this Japanese key society. That means they put in the key test. Okay? In the Shoden test, they say that examiner tests with more key. And that's wrong. More key does not exist. Stronger key does not exist. Okay? Just harmonious key. Okay? More beautiful key. But a stronger key does not exist. Okay, that's a big mistake. That means when you have harmony, then your body can act more strongly. Okay, that's yes. But key cannot be strong or weak. Okay, key is just more harmonious or less harmonious. And if we have harmonious key, then our body can work strongly. Okay, that is the reality. Okay, so all this is difference between point mathematics and line mathematics, actually. Okay, so that's why here, now you have to create the nice line, then here, and then the whole line is controlled here. Okay, that's why, for example, if I do like this, this is ugly line. And when you have ugly line, after that, you can't do anything. Okay, so you have to create a beautiful line, especially here. That means this. Yeah, that means this is ugly line. It's, you know, it's like some old woman hanging on her handbag. No, 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 don't take my hand. It's not like this. It's okay. So like a dance, beautiful line. So you must create this beautiful line in your chemist's body. Okay, that means extending key. So this part determines the harmony of the key. So from here, so see this part. Yes, that's right. This arm, we want it turns this way. And this arm doesn't move, which means, okay? So this don't move, this move like this, then what happens? This. Okay, so this is the movement which corresponds to the nugget. Because this here collide, here is possible to do this. So you must create this movement in your partner's game. Okay, so which means this. So this. So basically, this of course it moves a little bit, but I'm not trying to move it. It may naturally move. Okay? But here I have to move. And this, he can't stop it. Okay? 1, 2, 3. So to stop my movement, how much power he should have here? Very basic mathematics you learned when you are 12 years old, maybe, no? So if it's 1, 2, 3, okay, he needs 3 times more force to stop my movement. Very basic, no? You know this, no? Okay? So that means it's impossible to stop this movement, okay? Because it's longer. You remember, no? This. Okay? This is it's Archimedes who said I can move the earth. Okay? That means there's earth, but here's earth, but I put this and there's support. And this is 1 billion times longer. Then I can lift the earth. Okay. Who was that who said that? Is it Archimedes or is it I think it's Archimedes, no? Why is it Leonardo da Vinci? No? You know, anyway, doesn't matter. You know this story, no? So in a way, it's exactly the same. Okay? I can move like this. Okay? And he cannot stop it, really. Okay? So I move here, okay? And on the highest point, then I put this way toward here, so that it becomes a center. Okay? Then it becomes this. Okay? Then to stop my movement, this hand needs how much power? Twice as much as power. Okay? One, two. Okay? So I'm showing that completely scientifically it's possible to explain the technique. Of course, it's not only thing, but there are many other aspects, of course. But even purely scientifically, it should work. Okay? So important here, you put this that way, and then here. Okay? You have a chance to slow. Okay? So that's here. So you see that you can make this movement. Okay? And then on the highest place, I create this as a center, okay, by pressing here. Okay? Then I can go down. Then here. That's right. Same mistake other people. Okay? So you have to first correct yourself. This is a mistake, so I must change. And after I change, okay, maybe if there's a good occasion, I could politely point out the mistake of other people. Okay, but then I shouldn't insist that they should change their mistake, repair their mistake. Okay? If I repair my mistake, that's enough. Okay? Whether they do their mistake, that's their problem. It's not my business. Okay? So mind your business. This is very important. Okay? This is many people mind other people's business. Okay? You know, and this is what government does. When there's a big problem inside the country, in order to change people's mind, they talk about other countries' problem. So, and they say, we have to help other countries to solve their problems. Okay, so that people don't see their own problems, actually. Yeah, that's what the government does very often. And then people manipulate this, so instead of trying to change their own mistake, they try to change other people's mistake. And this is happening all over the world. Okay, you know, we talk about problem in Africa, but you forget your own problems. Okay, so I would say that's mind your own business. Okay, instead of talking about other people's, other countries' problem, why don't you mind your own business? Okay, repair your own mistake. Okay, in a way, that is a kind of meditation attitude. But then, why is it? Because when you see reality, you see your own mistake. Okay, but when you don't see reality, it's easier to see other people's mistake. Okay, you don't see your own mistake. Okay, that's why, in a way, meditation creates this attitude that that's a mistake. Maybe I'm making the same mistake. Okay, so I should first repair my mistake. Okay, mind, it's my business. I don't touch your business. Okay, but then that's the basic attitude in life. But here, it's we are practicing, so I choose the person who is a kind and nice person to show her mistake. So I always carefully choose the nice person to show her mistake. This is, it's not that you are good, she's bad. You are all bad, making the same mistake, but she's a nice person, so she doesn't mind showing her mistake. Okay, so that's right. So you have to see that you are making the same mistake as her. So this is one of the practice of Aikido. Okay? So yeah, no, you do that. Okay, and you must be kind to fall down. The other side. You must kindly fall down. Okay, so what is the mistake? Okay, the mistake is moving there. For the beginning, so moving there. So clearly, if you try to move, especially here, okay, clearly, this is dead, no? So going here, okay, this one. Okay, so you shouldn't try to move here. Okay, that's the first thing we did. Okay, that's why moving here is a mistake. Okay, so we did, don't move here, but move here. So always move here. Okay? And after that you do this, but also here, not this, but so always move here. Okay? But just when it's here, you do here. So you don't move here. You just press to create the relationship. So you always move. So this is a movement. So map okay. So this is mathematics. In a way, it's always move here. Okay, you don't move here. You don't move here. Okay, so that's a practice. Okay, so try next year. Sometimes you get stuck. Okay, then if you get stuck, it's not reasonable to insist. Or sometimes you feel other people coming here. So to throw him that way may not be, because while you are throwing him, other people can catch it. Okay, so there are many reasons why you want to throw him that way. So now press throw him that way. But again, if I want to move here, it's collide. Okay? So that's why here too must line here. So that's, this hand, if you go this way, it's go this way. If you go this way, it's go this way. So that's why this, if this, it's go like that. So you must turn this so that the key go this way. If it's go like this, it's never go forward. So when it's go like this, it's go backward. Okay? Whereas if you go this way, it goes forward. Okay? That's why from here, don't just try to move this point, but turn this way. Okay? Then it's go here. Okay? So after here, it is now. So from here, not moving this point, but turn this. It's this. It's this movement. Okay? So it's coming here. I showed you or not? Probably not really that means your unconscious or difference. Okay. So now you try by yourself how you did this. Yeah, and from here. Okay, so. Yeah. Well, you didn't do like that, but more or less like that. Huh? That means you did more or less like this. Okay, that means your mind continue to be here. That is, this turned and then it went there. Okay, that's it. Okay, now it's here. Okay, so here, also down and forward. Okay, and then down, turn this way. Forward, you turn this way. Okay, that means here, why this jaw is good for Aikido, when you turn this way, okay, this is which form is that? It's a kotegaeshi form. Okay, and when here, it's Nikkyo form. Okay, so when this is kotegaeshi form, this is Nikkyo form. Okay, so I see this. This point. Now here, I move this point, then after that, I move the line. This is moving the line, this is moving the point. So if you see like this, your mind here. But here, my mind is all this line. Okay, so this is the one question here. Okay, now this is moving point. This is moving line. Why? It's a mathematical explanation. Okay, when I have this the end of a jaw, the end of the one end of the jaw, my mind go to the other end of the jaw. Okay, that's why this is fork. Okay, so here because okay, from here, okay, your mind goes where something is. Okay? So that's my mind always go where something is. Where there's nothing, mind does not go. Okay, so that's nothing and something. Something means mind goes. Nothing, mind does not go. Okay, so here you see jaw. Here, what do you see? Nothing. Okay, which means mind goes there. Now here there's a wood. Here, nothing. So mind stays here. Okay, so that is mind. So between something and nothing, mind comes. Okay, which means here, there's something, there's nothing. So mind goes with a difference. There is not. Okay, so mind goes there. Okay, so that's why mind comes here. Okay, so that means that's it. Okay, so I use this mind here and I talk. Okay, and he says, here's something and nothing. So, okay, now on here, now which way mind goes? Okay, both way. Okay, it goes both this way, this way. So it's this line. Okay, point means mind goes only one point. That's why if point mathematics, I can do only one thing at a time. Okay, because I can't go there and go at the same time. So you get this philosophy that I can do only one thing at the same time. Don't ask me to do two things. Ask me one thing at a time. First this, and then do this. That's point mathematics. Whereas here, my mind can go this way and this at the same time. That's a line. Okay, so I move the line. So this is moving the line. This is moving the point. So this is for hitting, and this is for throwing. You can see this, no? This, you don't think that I'm hitting something. But here, I'm hitting something. So try, this is point hitting. This is moving line. So this is just sliding, not doing anything. And this hand is moving. And then lick your phone. So, one. Okay, so you have to have this rhythm. Here and here. So in the end, it's almost horizontal. And come back. So, one. So first line, this way here. Okay, and then can continue this way too. Okay. So now here too, if I want to move here, difficult, cannot. Okay, you can see this, no? 1, 2. So I need twice as much force as him to move this. Clearly, that's not possible. Okay. So here, okay. So first, what I do is that I turn this. Okay, because it's turning, no? So which means makes his shoulder. Okay. Okay, and then I put my shoulder the same as him and leave his shoulder. Okay, so this. So if I exaggerate, okay, difficult to here, but I can do this. Okay. So in a way, with my shoulder, I move his shoulder directly, but without touching with the key. Okay, so this is how key works. So you can see that by jaw it's impossible. Okay, but this is possible. Okay, so this is the logic. Okay, so I have to establish a relation between my shoulder and his shoulder. So to do this, I do this. So I can say his shoulder and my shoulder come together, and then I move my shoulder. Okay, so this no. So first here, and we do this, and then continue. Okay, and then you have to see that the jaw is impossible. Okay, that's why my shoulder, that's possible. So by turning this shoulder and my shoulder creates relationship. And this shape and then move my shoulder. Okay, that's right. In life is find the line where the mind goes. Okay, that's why in life we always use line. Okay, for example, I met a very nice girl. So I make a line to show that's how the mind goes. Okay, and that's why this extending key, not extending key or not or stronger, weaker, but which form it goes. So in actually basically it must go here. That's why this line must be a nice line. Okay, and actually this. Some people are too much down. It's not nice. Some people are too much up. It's also not nice. Okay, so if you see a good sports people,
Okay? When high standard sports people, always that their shoulder, okay, is in a way makes nice run because that's where the coordination is done. Okay? And then in the daily life too, what is the, for example, extending key in daily life? Now many people use this extending key for material purpose. Okay? By extending key, I could find a good job and I could make a lot of money. You know, this kind of thing. Okay? But then that is not, that's a point way. Okay? I could find a good job, point, make a lot of money, many points. Okay? So you have to see more life way. Okay? Then life way, I remember one good example. Okay? It's an American who was in taking subway in New York. Okay? And then when he was there standing, he saw a beautiful woman of around 40 years old. Okay? And she was beautiful. And then everybody watching, and he was also watching. Okay? Then the next station came a young woman of 20 years old, tall and blonde, beautiful. So suddenly everybody starts to look at her. And he also looked at her. Then he noticed that this woman of 40 years old was a bit more like this. And then, so he kept watching this 40 years old woman. Okay? Then when she left the subway, she said, "Thank you," and she left. Okay? This is a good example, extending key. Okay? That means if there's my wife here and the beautiful girl here, and like this, that's not correct way. If my wife is there, okay, I should keep correct relation with my wife. Okay? So I shouldn't look at the young, beautiful girl. Okay, so this kind of thing is correct way of extending key. Okay, how do I use mind to create correct relationship? Okay, that is extending key. Okay, so there's no question of strong or weak. Okay, strong or weak is because you want to put it on the point. If you put mind on the point, you can make it strong. You know, so I can stay at a strong. But this is wrong way of extending key. Okay, you don't have to stare at somebody. What's useful? Okay? Or I can hit somebody more strongly. Okay? So, okay. Okay, so whenever you say stronger key, that's become aggressive. Okay, that's why it's because of the point. Okay? Okay? So that's why you must extend in the line. That's the important part. Okay? Then, now, then this in Aikido, why we throw a partner? So evidently, it's not necessary to throw other people in the real life. It's evident. That's why any self-defense method, they don't insist on throwing. That's completely normal. Okay? But then this throwing we practice is in a way expression of harmony. If you do movement harmoniously, then you can understand by falling down. Okay, so when you throw each other, you can understand what was a harmonious technique and what was not harmonious technique. For that purpose, we throw each other. Okay, actually, since my wife is a theater actress, I had a lot of questions with the dancers and actors. And then many people wanted me to make Aikido without falling. Because actresses and dancers, they are very good in movement, but they don't like to fall. Especially, imagine that the dance studio where there's wood. Okay, try to make Aikido for there. So I remember that many people asked me to make Aikido without falling, and I tried, but I didn't succeed. Okay, because falling down is the essential part of Aikido. That means by this we judge harmony. So if you don't fall down, we can't judge harmony. Okay, that's why, as long as it's possible, in a way, you must try to make fall down as a proof of harmony. It's very difficult to judge harmony if you don't fall down. Okay, that's why it's here. Okay, but then it also means that make other people fall down is not victory. It's not success. It's just express harmony. So you have to make your partner fall down as naturally as possible. Okay, because in the real situation, you don't have to make other people fall down. That would be completely stupid. If you try to make other people fall down in the real situation, probably you'll fail. Okay? You just create a harmony, that's all. So sometimes it may result falling down, sometimes it may not fall down. That doesn't matter, that's not the issue.
Okay? That's why when you practice, you must know this here. So when you fall down, there are basically two situations. That means feet does not move, but body go backward. Okay? But then here too, it's not this way. It's not material way. Material way is this way. Okay. Then I saw in the English film several occasions the psychotherapy. so okay. So she fall down like that, but have confidence in me. Trust me, I'll catch you. You trust me. Yes. But this is material. Nobody fall down like that. Okay? So human being would become like that. Okay, so important thing that when you fall backward, it's not backward, but actually it's forward. Okay, so actually you are going forward, then you fall down. Okay, that is not correct way. It's not this. It's this. It's evident, no? Then here. So first step I say. That means another stage that we fall down backward is when we walk, normally heel touches and stays. But sometimes when the road slippery, heel when touch slide forward. Then I fall down like that. Okay, so to fall down like this well, you better do this so that you can fall down easily. So that's why in Aikido we do this way. But in Judo they don't do this way. Because in Judo they don't think of this kind of falling down. So in the real situation, we fall down more like here, it slides forward because water is slippery. Okay, so here, yes, that's right. That's another. Suppose almost everybody fall down this way, no? And this way is dangerous. When you fall down like this and bang, you can die. But if you fall down like this, okay, this is almost no danger. Okay, that's why in Aikido, we are not interested in this kind of falling, but this kind of falling. Then when we practice in Aikido, to practice nicely, we do this. So here, forward, yeah. Yeah, that's why this is a way of chemic we normally use in Aikido because this is, in a way, very good for the real daily life. Okay, so from here, one. Yeah, that's right. Nicely. Slips and go forward. That's why you fall down. Okay, so when you practice, you must put your front foot as forward as possible. So normally 1 meter is one, in a way, good distance. Actually, that's why tatami is basically 1 meter by 2 meters. Okay? When people are smaller in Japan, it was like 80 centimeters to 160 or 90, 180. But now we become bigger, so I think 1 meter by 2 meters is a good standard. So many things that correspond. For example, this one, 1, 2. Okay? Normal people, 1 meter is the basic capacity. Okay, so this corresponds. That's why the tatami is here. So here too, careful here. Okay, so from the 2 feet, try at least 1 meter. 1 meter, no? try, but be careful, don't damage your body. Maybe better practice a little bit. So, stand up. Issue. So that's why, when I try to make Aikido without falling, actually I end up in Tai Chi. so, so it means I think it's impossible to do Aikido without falling. Okay? Otherwise, it becomes Tai Chi in a way. So, finish, yeah. When we get old, our brain gets worse. Okay? but most important is that you must train your brain even when you get there. But then I have a theory which they don't have. Okay? You know, this we have to train our brain with line mathematics, okay? Not point mathematics. Okay? You know, actually, if you think of point mathematics, when you are young, you have capacity. When you get old, your point mathematics capacity goes down. But line mathematics capacity can still progress. Okay? Actually, that's another reason why I'm talking about line mathematics. Okay? Because my students are getting old. So clearly, I have to adapt it. Okay? So now, one adaptation. Before, you know, historically, martial arts only for young people. Okay? Because one, children naturally are playing outside. Okay? When I remember when I was small, I never stay at house. I was in house for eating and sleeping. Otherwise, I was running outside. Okay, it was like this until 50 years ago all over the world. Okay, so the children didn't have to practice. They were, you know, moving in, you know, naturally. Okay, so in Japan, 15 years old, you become adult, then practice martial art, and then you die 40 years old. Because life is hard and very often you don't have enough food, etc. Okay, so at that time, 500 years ago, most people died 40 years old. Queen Elizabeth was a real exception. She has a exceptional long life. No, she was 80 or something like that. So it shows how, in a way, great woman Queen Elizabeth was. I suppose she was a really exceptionally great woman. Just, you know, she lived longer than, almost twice as long as any other people. So she was a really exceptional person. So English are quite lucky to have such a great woman. This we have to admit, actually. But anyway. So that's why, you know, when you die 40 years old, in a way you die with physical ability. So they don't have to think of anything else. But now, what's happened now is the children have no place to play. So we developed children's Aikido. And now we don't die 40 years old. We live longer. So now we have to create Aikido for the old. Okay, but then that's why the last 10 years I was talking about Aikido for the old, but people don't like the word old. So now I changed another idea again. Okay? Now Aikido was developed when Ueshiba Morihei was like 60 years old. And I remember that Toi Sensei said that you understand ki only when you lose your muscle. Okay, that means 60, 70 years old. Okay, so real Aikido, in order to do real Aikido, you must be 60 or 70 years old. Okay, so old people, we are doing real Aikido, and young people are not doing real Aikido. Okay, so what we are doing is real Aikido, okay, and young people are doing Aikido for the young, okay, and then Aikido for the children. Okay, so this way I changed the idea. Okay, so now you old people are doing real Aikido, and younger people are doing Aikido for the young. And the children are doing Aikido for the children. Okay? So you show real Aikido. Okay, so. No, yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Three, you have to attack immediately. 3, stop. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Oh. 3.
It's because the distance is too far. The distance is too far. Okay, so you must get more closer. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so get more and you must be quicker. Huh?
Yeah. Oh.
3. And 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Continue. 7. 7. 8. No, 8. 7. Yeah, that's 8. 7, 8. 7, 8. thing. So the extending T, in one way, it's a kind of modern dream. I only do something I like, but by doing something I like, I make a lot of money. Okay, like some computer people, some computer programmer, they like to make program and they make a lot of money. And then with this money, they pay everything. So for their life, they just do what they like and live comfortably. Okay, maybe, but then you have to think that clearly it's important. Everybody cannot live that way. Okay, that's not really, that's not possible. Okay, so you have to be fortunate, have some talent to do so. Okay, so that's not the, in a way, the general human way of life. Okay, so that's clearly everybody need water and food. Okay, so everybody must, in a way, produce food and water and clean. Okay, so this actually that's the kind of more question. Okay, that's why in my dojo, okay, you can't buy service with money. Okay, so you don't pay money, but you must work in a way in the garden, etc. Okay, just like this producing food. Because what is produce food? Produce food does not mean you buy some seed from Monsanto and then buy machine from some caterpillar and blah, blah, blah. No, that's modern farming, but that's not the real way. So real way is there's a natural forest, and then you must cut the plants and trees and make a field. And we tend to forget how many years our ancestors spent to make a field, agricultural field. Okay, and this is what I really wanted to see, because I got around where it used to be forest and they cut, actually it's more than 25 years ago, and they did nothing. So just trees grow like that. So in a way, this is almost like a natural land. Okay, then if I want to make agriculture, it doesn't work just like that. Okay, because there are so many plants. Okay? And then so that's why I really understand that it takes maybe 10 years, 20 years to make agriculture field. And this kind of thing we tend to forget because we already buy the farmland. If you buy farmland, okay, there already the fruits of the hundreds of years of people working is already there. Okay, so you can just take advantage of the work of your ancestors. So you just do it, it's easy. Okay, but if you start from the real nature, okay, it's I say it's at least 10, 20 years, so that you can start agriculture even. It's very difficult actually. Okay, so that's why when you come to Nigeria, you don't do agriculture, but you work in the field, natural field, and that's the first step of agriculture. Without this, you can't just start agriculture. Actually, I'm trying, but it's very difficult. I'm trying with minimum work start agriculture. But it's rather difficult. But there should be a way, because most people just put the machine and put but clearly that's not the correct way. 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years, 10,000 years ago, how human beings started agriculture. Okay, so this is one question I had in my mind, and I want to really discover how human beings started agriculture 10,000 years ago. How was it? Okay, to understand really the past, the history of a human being. Okay? But then important thing is this way, you can't buy service by money. Okay? You must do it by yourself. Okay? That's in a way one basic reason why I made this my dojo to do like that. Okay? So then, and all this is in a way basic that when you encounter there's no food, no money, money is useless. And then another stage which money is useless is martial arts. Okay? When somebody attacks your street, okay, your money is useless. Okay? Why? Because you may be rich, but your money is in the bank. I can steal your credit card, but I can't do much. So in a way, your money is useless. Okay? So, but then I come to kill you. Okay? So in this situation, whether you are rich or poor doesn't matter. Okay? you can't use your money against a person who come. Okay? If some bad man tries to rape your daughter says, wait, my father is a very rich man. Maybe you must, rich man, okay, come on, okay. I'll get you and get 1 million from your father. Maybe even worse. And then you can get killed in the end. So that's why in this martial art with money is useless. You can't buy safety with money. This is important part. Okay? And this is a question, like when I went to Rio de Janeiro 20 years ago, rich people are living in an area surrounded by all this with police, etc. And they have bodyguard with a big machine gun. And they have a big car from their apartment surrounded all this cage, directed to the parking of the supermarket. And the supermarket is directed by bodyguard, which has a machine gun. So they told me that, and in the night, the bang, 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 guns firing. And I said, what's that? Oh, there are poor people living there, and very often they shoot each other. You should never go there. So is that the correct way of life? Buying safety with money, with bodyguard, etc. So all this is a basic question. And anyway, we are not so rich, we can't buy safety, so we have to deal with that. So there also money is useless. So in a way, when we practice martial arts, we are encountering the situation where you can't buy things with money. So this is why I'm saying that which is a really human right, which money cannot buy. So basically, water, food, and safety for every human being. This is something which money cannot buy. Rich people can do personal, but for the whole human being, money is useless for water, food, and safety. So how can we realize that? So this is here. So, but then we continue. Now 15. So what are you doing? So now, so 15 is easy. 15, I want to hit his head. Now, clearly he doesn't want to die. So what do? Okay, you get out of the way. Yeah, but if you go over like that, so just one step is enough. So this is martial art. No, just going like that is no use. Just one step back. Now, here, Hokken, what do you do? Okay, so this is the question. Okay, so what do you do with the Hokken? Yeah. Okay, so now, when he wants to break my head, I step back, of course, no? But then, what do I do with Hokken? So, when he comes here, one. So, you didn't try to hit my head. Because, yeah, you are too nice. He's a too nice person. So yeah. So this is the best thing Hokken do. So you should never try to stop the jaw with Hokken. That's complete nonsense. This is important part. Okay, so make sure that and just take several steps. That's a good idea. If you take several steps. Become like that. So you should never take several, just one step back. That's the martial art. So that is what you should do. So normal first situation is that I go and he steps back and he attacks. Bam. Okay. So when I understand that, I have two choices. One choice that I see this possibility, so I'm ready to stop here. So this is one choice. So when I see that I can't hit him, he step back, I stop here. So that he can't counterattack me. That means this. Okay. So it's not he stopped me, I stopped when I saw that I failed to deal with him. Okay, so that's important. So it's not he stops me, I stopped. Okay, when I saw that I couldn't. Okay, so yeah, one. Okay, that's one. Okay. Now another is that since if I have to stop, then hitting will become weak. So I prefer not to stop, so that I can hit strongly when I can. Okay? And if I miss what I do, okay, so from here, I go back. Okay, so you have two choices. Okay, so the first most primitive way is just hit. But then he can counter that. So I may try to stop, or I don't stop, but continue attack. So try. 15, I stop. It's not he stopped, I stopped. Okay, then I continue. 6. Okay, so this way, in a way, in my head, I have practiced these 3 possibilities. Okay, so this movement includes 3 possibilities. Okay, but we practice this way. So 50. So I stop, then 60. Okay, so here actually, in addition, it's better to hit his head. But then it's dangerous, so hit here. Okay, you never know. It's better to avoid danger. So when you press it here, but in the real situation, of course, this is better here. Okay, but okay, that's right. Okay. Anyway, you stop, so this is okay. Now press continuing. So make sure that your partner steps back, so you are not, you don't have to hit. Okay. So it was here 15, and first I stop 60. Okay. So even if he's there, doesn't matter. I stop him. Okay. Then from here, now I don't stop, so you have to step back. Yeah. 16. Then you stop here. Then in that position, you must have possibility to cut it here. Okay. Okay. Then again 16, but you can. Okay. 16. Okay. And again step back. And again 17, 18. Okay. So from here, when he's coming here, okay, you hit here, and then 18, you hit here. Okay, so this is to understand again here. Okay, not 17, 18. If you try like that, meantime, if you step back, then you get problem. Okay, that's like 17, okay, 18 is here. Okay, so 17, 18. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23. That's it. Okay, so that. You know better than
One, two, three. 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, here continue.
Okay.
6, continue.
6,
7,
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
and then 16. No, stay here. So first stay here.
16.
Okay, then
16,
and yeah, and again.
17, 18.
No, 18 stop. 18 stop. And then
17, 18.
Yeah, and then again 17.
17, 18.
No, you step up. You have to step up.
19, 20, 21, 20.
And you must do it with conviction. So must practice. So let's try. Okay, and try 6. Okay, and then let's say Jokata 1. Okay, 12. This. Okay, now try 22. 22. What is 22? Yeah. Okay. So basically we have 1, 2, 3, and then 22. Okay, so 22 is the only part which go to the other side. Okay, so what's the difference? Okay, so this means here we will can. Yeah. Okay, so when it's this side, okay, I am left hand. Okay, left hand, his right hand. Okay, in this case, in a way, he has advantage because here this he is strong, and here clearly he is strong. Okay, so that's why in a way he has better position. Okay, so when he has better position, I have to attack and then get back. So that's why I attack and get back. Okay, or I attack or get to the side. Okay, so that is in our solution when the opponent is strong. Okay, so in a way it's a kind of terrorist attack. Okay, terrorist attack and then hide away. Hide away. Okay, whereas you are strong, you just go. Bah, 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 bah. You don't have to hide. Okay, so that is stronger part. Weaker parts cannot do this. So weaker person always hide and then attack and then hide, attack. It's evident. There's no other way. Okay, so in a way, this is the kind of truth. I attack like that. Okay. Okay. So that means, well, in a way, it's a Cassius Clay idea. Okay? You must dance like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Like a bee. So I sting like a bee and I like a butterfly. So it's Cassius Clay style. Okay? Whereas if you have stronger position, then you can just, you don't have to hide. That means now, here, I have right and he has right, so we are equal. And actually, I have advantage because he wants to push me this way, I want to push him this way. I have advantage because this is far longer. Okay? So with Joe, you can put longer, so Joe is stronger. Okay? Whereas theoretically, you cannot hold here, it's katana. Okay, theoretically, yeah? Okay? That's why here I have strong position. Okay? So I can go like the Foreman, George Foreman, or even better,
Mike Tyson.
one. Tyson, Mike Tyson. Okay? So Mike Tyson is, so it just go like that. Okay, so it's Mike Tyson. I am stronger, like Mike Tyson. He's strong, so you can just like that. Okay, so that's the difference. Okay, so when it's here, this way, then I cannot go like that. Okay, so here I have to go like a Cassius Clay. Okay, that's it. Okay, so you do it kata way. Okay, so it's a Cassius Clay style. Okay, whereas if I go this way, I can do this Tyson style. So when it comes to melody, okay, you can see it. No, I don't have to hide. Okay, I can do this. So that's the 22. And that's the 1. Okay, so that's the difference. Okay, because you don't have to go backward. You only go forward. Whereas this way is changing. Okay, so you have to go forward and backward. So you do like this. So this is forward, backward. But here, okay, so almost doesn't change. And that's the difference. So see the difference against Bokken, how it works. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Okay, so my key is here. So doesn't matter what I do, the key is here. So my key is going there. And you have to show my key. Yeah, show my key. Okay, so always my keys are there. Doesn't matter what he does, you have to be able, you are in a way control the situation. So in a way 22, I am controlling the situation here. Okay, so technically here, this shomenji, okay, so what else? I have this control situation. That is 22. So finish. Okay, yes, right? They showed that the Catholic Church was wrong. Okay? And then came Newton. In a way, Newton showed scientifically, mathematically, that many scientists are wrong by the theory of gravity, etc. Okay? Then, in a way, Einstein showed that Newton was wrong, in a way. And then quantum mechanics showed that Einstein was wrong. So, in a way, whenever somebody discovers that the ancients are wrong, that is a progress. Okay, it's evident. Okay, that's why this progress means to see that the ancient way was wrong, actually. So now that's why this in my Aikido too, many things which I taught 30 years ago, 20 years ago are wrong. Then this Bokkenzu, so the Bokkenzu, I taught wrong way. But then this wrong way is why? Because again, it was point mathematics. That means I was thinking about how points should move. That is point mathematics. And that was wrong, because life is not, point means existence without form. That means without relationship. And the point basically should not move. You can move a point, then you need force. But if there's no force, point does not move. So that point mathematics applies to materials. Materials, we don't want that material move, and we don't want the material change form. So to understand material, point mathematics is very good. But life is contrary. Life is always moving, and life changes form. That's why this point mathematics is not good for life. And since human body is life, you can't understand the human mind and body through point mathematics. That's why before, when I was thinking of how a point, like how this point should move, it was wrong. That's why you have to see the line, how the form of line changes. Otherwise, you don't understand the life movement. So now, to understand this, first you have to see this line. So, like Joe is here. So, this is the same with Joe too. So, first make sure. So now we do just 2 lines, and then you can control this. So this extending key with lines, not points. Yes. Okay. And then when you do here, it's that now when you do here and here, yes, so there's a 1 line under, the other line above. Yes, that's like this. So one. Okay. So 1 line under, 1 above. Okay. And then control. Line. This area. Okay, so this is mathematics. You have to understand this 1 line under, 1 line above is mathematically same this 1 line under, 1 line above. So if you can control Bokken this way, you can also control Bokken this way. Yeah, no? So this is mathematics. So make sure like this, and then test your partner. Okay. Here the difference. Here you can see it, so it's easy to put your mind. Here you don't see it, but still you can put your mind where you don't see it. So test your partner. So this line does not move, only this line moves. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so make sure that under line doesn't move, only upper line moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then from here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So here, then first here. Okay. So here, okay. Second one is extending key, this, and then this. Okay. Then 1 here. Yeah, and stop, and then this. Okay. Now, where are the 2 lines? So this is here. That means. This extending key, you don't have to know how to do it, but you must be conscious of the line. So when you know here, and then here, then you can extending key. Now here too, so here under here and above here. And this is slightly more difficult. Okay, so above line and under line. Okay, so here, 1, and see this here. Okay, do you feel under line? You feel no? Upper line here. Okay, so these 2 lines and put your mind here. There is here. Okay, so this is extending key. You just have to be conscious of the 2 lines. And here is slightly modified. This is upper line here, and this is under line here. Upper underline and upper line. Okay, so try to test it. Here, 1, 2, and only move the upper line. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now here, see that the new 2 lines. Okay, so here the difficulty is that the line changes. This is the other 2 lines, but you have to immediately see these 2 lines. 1. So here 2 lines, here 2 lines are different. It's different 2 lines. So that's a practice. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then when you find these new 2 lines, your bokken stops completely well. Okay. So try to stop the bokken with these new 2 lines. Okay, that's a practice. Okay, that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then this only bokken with 2 hands. So 2 hands is more difficult. Okay. So with 2 hands, when I say this, actually there are 3. That means 1, 2, and gravity. Okay. That's why this hand should be this side of gravity, because if this side is here, become like this. Okay. So actually there are 3 things: 1, 2, and gravity. Okay. 3. Okay. That's why here, if I do like this here, then I can't control anymore, because now gravity is coming between the 2 hands. Gravity should be outside the 2 hands. Okay, that's why as long as gravity is outside, it's good. But when the gravity comes between the 2 hands, cannot control it anymore. Okay. So now to control here, I need 3 means 1, 2, 3. Okay, so with the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. But then if 1, 2, 3 like this, it's not symmetrical. So make 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so with the 4 lines, you keep it. Okay, so this is pushing this way. This is pulling this way. This push and pull. So 4 lines are created. And with these 4 lines, you can keep this. Okay, so, yeah. So now, go to here. Okay. So with these 4 lines, okay, and keep it. So 4 lines. So push, pull, 4 lines. Okay. So you should have a space. Okay. And with these 4 lines, yeah, and you get this. Okay. That's like when you did this, actually there's 3 lines. Okay, now it's a 4 line. Okay. So with this, so you can see that this. I'm only with this and this. It's not this. If you do this, you are creating points. So there's a space. Okay, so you use only this way to keep this way. Okay, so this is about that. Okay, so if you are just holding like that, you don't understand form like this. So there's you don't understand which form is correct. But then here you don't hold like this. You push with this and pull with this. Push, pull, then that creates the form of the arm. Okay, so there's only one form which permits push and pull in harmony. That's the correct form. Okay. Then now here push pull is balanced. Now if I pull more with the right hand, it go this way. If I pull more with the left, it go this way. Okay? Or if I push more with the right, it go this way. If I push more with the left, it go this way. Okay? So there are 4 possibilities. Okay? Push with the right, pull with the right. Push with the left, pull with the left. And this is not the same movement. No? This is push with the right. This is pull with the right. It's not the same movement. Anyway, try. You have 4 possibilities. Pull with the left. That is better. Yeah, you can feel it. No? Pulling is better for your body. I pull both right and left at the same time. Then it goes this way. Okay? So see this. You pull with both hands. Then bokken goes down. Okay. Then when bokken goes down, okay, you bend your knee so that your whole body follows. Then after here, now okay, from here, if I push with the right, it go this way. Left, go this way. First right, now push with right, push with left. Okay. Now when I push both together, it goes upward. Okay. So push up and pull down, bend and stretch your knee and push up and pull down, stretch your knee, push up, pull down. So this is a basic exercise. Okay. So this makes contrary to point mathematics. If you use point mathematics and try to move this point, then you pull up the bokken and push down the bokken. Okay, that's evident, no? And actually, that's how most people do. And that is wrong. But then, why do wrong? Because point mathematics. Because if you imagine a point here and try to move the point up, you are pulling up the point and then pushing the other point. Okay, so become like that. Okay, so this is a wrong idea. That's why here you push up and then pull down. Okay, so it's in a way contrary actually. Okay, so next year. Okay, but then in a way that is only theory. Okay, so it's different that the people who learn and people who invent. And actually, this is one of the problems of this world, that before, most people, in a way, could invent by themselves. Okay? But now, most people don't invent anything, and only some people invent. Okay? That means there are still people who invent. But these are kind of privileged few. Okay? And most people just have to copy and learn and know, in a way, occasional invention. Okay? And that's why, actually, in France, I met a French engineer in Africa, and then this French engineer told me that the African engineers are very creative. When the machine breaks down, we French engineers just have to wait until the necessary parts come from France. When the parts comes, we can just repair it. But African engineer, without any parts, they somehow manage and repair it. Okay, so African engineer is much more creative. And it's because, in a way, they live in a way, everybody must invent. If you don't invent, you die. Whereas here, okay, we don't have to invent. It's cheaper to buy. You know this, no? These days, you shouldn't repair anything. It's much cheaper to buy anything. Okay, so when something goes wrong, we just throw away and we just buy new one. So there's no invention at all. Okay, so all the invention is done by some professional people, and other people just work and get money and buy. Okay, so this is, in a way, a very bad situation. That's why people don't understand how to invent things. Okay? But then whatever happens, you have to invent your life. You have to create your life. Okay? So that's why this life theory is how to create your life. Okay? So now in Bokken, it's not that I made this theory by just thinking intellectually like this. I made this theory by practicing 30, 40 years. Okay, so you must pass at least 10 years to invent something. Okay, that's inevitable. Okay, in anything. Okay, even African engineer, they invent because they are doing these things for more than 10 years. So anything, at least you must work 10 years. Okay, then there's a possibility to invent something. Okay, that's why don't just obey what I'm telling you. You must discover yourself. Okay, that means there's a saying that everybody must discover moon. Okay,
The first time you saw the moon, you discovered the moon. Of course, you are not the first human being who discovered moon, but many people discovered moon before. But you must discover moon. Same as love. Everybody must discover love. Okay? Of course, we are not the first human being who discovered love. Many human beings already discovered beforehand. But still, each of us must discover love or discover moon. So each of you must discover how to use the bokken. Okay? I'm just suggesting one theory, but you must discover by yourself. Okay? So to practice to this, you have to do many times. So we can do misogi way to practice many ways. Okay? So when you do this, you have to do many times. And during that, try to discover what is the correct way to move bokken. Okay? So from here.
Kami Then, in other technique, you don't just cut here, but you cut there. Okay, and then step back. So this is one basic. Okay, so this don't confuse this. This is different. Okay, this is counter attack. Okay, when there are attack, I step back and I immediately counter attack. Okay, but here it's not counter attack. Here it's just attack. So here, and then I step back and I restart. Okay, so first try. Okay, now here the difficulty to see the difference. Okay, so I'm talking this attack. Okay, but many people do this. Okay, so this is completely different. Okay, so that's why here make sure okay, to do this. So from here, steps back. Okay. So clearly, if you are slower than your partner, then there's a lot of chance that you get killed. Clearly, no? Okay. If it's a gunman, you can see it very well. Bang! If I shoot him first, he dies. Okay? It's the same with so if I kill him first, it's too late for him. So at least you must be as quick as your partner. Okay? So, okay. Okay, so you can see that then, in a way, this is here. Again here. Good enough. then I'm already dead. Okay, so it's not like that. You have to start here. Yes. Okay, that's right. Okay, it's based on imagination. Okay, and actually, this is, I see that the value of martial art. Okay, what's the value of martial art? Martial art is not military art. Okay? And then this is very interesting that actually the first person who invented the word martial arts, probably English person, he was wrong. Because, Japanese, this Budo is not martial art, because martial means military. Okay? But this military art means this technique for war. And this is wrong. There was a technique for war before, but martial art is not technique for the war. That means in Japan, there's a technique for war, primitive war without guns. Okay, that exists. Okay, but then what we call martial art is not that. It's developed in Tokugawa period where there was no war. So samurai has no occasion to participate in war. Okay, so what do you do? Okay, so this is the problem. That means for 250 years, you are supposed to make war and you are doing nothing. Okay, this is a very unusual situation. Okay, you are supposed to work, but it's like police. Okay, police in a very peaceful country. Police is supposed to catch criminals, but if there's no crime, what police does? It's not unrealistic because these days there are so many criminals that the police has too much work. But just imagine that if police has no work, what do they do? Okay? And if they have no work for 250 years. So that was the exceptional situation Japan had. Samurai was supposed to make war, but for 250 years there's no war. Okay? So they invented this martial art. Okay, so martial art is born from peace. That's the important part. Okay, that's why martial art comes from peace. That's why this martial is completely wrong. Okay, but then since the word is there, we can take advantage of that. So we can say that Aikido is a non-martial martial art. Because you can clearly see that Aikido technique is useless for war. Any kind of war, Aikido is useless. Clearly, no? If you must participate in war, don't learn Aikido. Okay? Learn how to shoot with gun, or learn how to manipulate computer. Okay? That is better for war. Okay? Aikido is completely useless for war. It's evident. Okay? That's why you can say that Aikido is a non-martial martial art. Okay, so this martial arts is a wrong translation, but we can use this wrong translation to say that Aikido is non-martial. Okay, but then what it is, okay, so this is the important part. Then even if there's a no war, still there's a conflict between people. Okay, so samurai try to solve this conflict by fighting. Okay, and this is interesting because these days conflict of people solved by discussion. Okay, so you have this judgment, etc. Okay, now, when the conflict is solved by discussion, is that solution, is it correct solution? Okay, no. Okay, and actually, very often, the discussion does not give correct solution. Do you know any government where they have a correct discussion and correct decision? I don't think there's no government who creates correct discussion and correct solution. Okay, that's why people talk, there's a money behind the lobbying, famous money, etc. So everybody knows that actually discussion does not give correct solution. Okay? When you have a problem in your dojo, could you solve the problem by discussion? In my knowledge, I don't know dojo who could solve the problem with discussion. Okay, normally, it's solved by a group of people leaving the dojo and making a new dojo. This is the reality I've seen. I haven't seen many occasions that the people could solve by discussion. Okay? Could you solve problem with your wife or husband with discussion? Okay? Rather difficult, no? Okay? I think if it was solved by love. Okay? Love can solve problem. Okay? But I don't think discussion can solve problem. Okay? So when there's a problem, I don't think that it's much better than that can solve a problem. Okay? So love can solve problems. But discussion, maybe. But I'm sure that love is a much better solution than any discussion. So all this is in a way why I always criticize this democracy, etc. The idea that we are solving democratically through discussion, because that's not the reality. So that's why these samurais do not go to discussion or democracy. So they went this way. Okay, we disagree. Okay, we kill each other. Then, if I win, if you are dead, your friend, your family follows me. Okay? But if I die, my family and my friend follow you. Okay? And this was actually in Europe. This was like this 500 years ago in Europe. They also did it. Okay? And by the way, if you see the European literature 200 years ago, okay, there was a description that a Frenchman was in debt. Okay? He borrowed money, and then he couldn't pay back the money on the correct date, the promised date. And he was so much ashamed that he couldn't pay back his debt. Okay? He took a gun and killed himself. Okay? 200 years ago, Europeans are like that. You are so much ashamed that you couldn't pay back the debt, you prefer to die. Okay? That was only 200 years ago. Okay? Now can you imagine any European person who killed himself because he can't give back the debt? So, okay? You can see how much European people have changed. Okay? So that's why, at that time, in a way, people are ready to die for something which is valuable. Okay? So when I really think that my opinion is right, and he really saw, okay, we risk our life for our opinion. Okay. So, and it was like that 200 years ago in Europe too. Okay. So you can see that, that we have changed a lot. Okay. And our change, okay, is that did we change in a better way or not? Okay. This I really doubt. Okay. Is the what you call democracy, is that better than to samurais who risk their lives to solve the conflict? Okay? In a way, there was the idea that I die so that in order to solve the conflict. Okay? And I personally think this is very good, because anyway we die. So clearly you must understand that before it was very easy to die. Okay? 200 years ago, maybe mother made 10 babies, and out of 10 babies, at least 5 died. Okay? So people die very easily. Okay? So in a way, people are used to that we die. Okay? So, and people died at the age of 40, 50 years old. Okay? So in a way, if I'm already 40 years old, I know that most probably I die in 5, 10 years. Okay? And very often when you die of disease, so maybe a lot of fever, a lot of pain, etc. Okay? In that case, maybe it's better that I die for the better cause, rather than just die miserably with some disease, etc., etc. Okay? So that's why the people's idea was much different. They are not afraid of dying because they knew that they'll die anyway. Okay? Those are young, 40 years, 50 years. Okay? So if I'm going to die, it's better that my death is good for the world. Okay, my death can help my children or my friends. Okay, so that's why these people are ready to die for the good cause. Okay, so because I believe that my opinion is right, and he also based his opinion right. Okay, let's see. Samurai, well, in a way, tries to have equal chance. Okay? It's not that the purpose is not killing or not winning, but to solve conflict. Okay? So in a way, if I win in dirty way, that doesn't solve conflict. That creates even more conflict, because others say, he won by dirty trick. Then it creates more conflict. Okay? That's why if the purpose is to solve conflict, okay, then we have to, in a way, fight in a clean way. So what is the most clean way? We do exactly the same technique. And in Europe too, it was like this. In Europe, you had a gun. Okay? So we disagree. Okay. Then gun, gun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bam! Okay. Then you have to say 200 years ago. Guns are not so good guns. Okay, so it's not sure that they, they can shoot. They always miss, gun of 200 years ago. So it's also like this in Europe too, 200 years ago. Okay, so we did exactly the same thing. We risked our life to solve conflict. Okay, so in a way, that's why here, basically we do exactly the same thing. Okay, that means we go and cut. Okay, so cut. No, just cut. Okay. So now here, from here, one dies and one lives. Okay. So this is so first this just a bit so that you can imagine the situation. So it comes like this. Okay. Now this is one situation, but then clearly people are not so pure. Okay. I'm now talking about the most pure people. But of course, there aren't so many pure people. So now, if you are not very pure, you are more interested to win. Normal. Okay. So now, there are some small difference. Now, he's doing here. Okay. Now, I think that I had a better chance to start like this. So, this. Okay. So there are several, in a way, starting position. Okay, so this is what you have to understand. So first, write this two difference. So most pure standard way. Yeah. Okay. Then if I want to win, okay, I'm less pure. I'm more interested in winning. Okay. Then very often I have advantage. Anyway, try to see this. The first situation, we step back and both do the same thing. Okay? So the one who do it better wins. Okay? Then next station, he steps back and I'm here. Okay? And then come here. Okay? Okay? Because this way, when you go up down, you are going forward. This way, you may move, but the moment you do, you don't move. Okay? That means it's like this, and here I can move. Okay? But the moment I do, I don't take step. Okay? So that's why to understand this, here he steps back, okay? And he comes forward. Okay? Okay? But I just sit down, and I here. Okay? Yeah, that's right. The most simple way. So here. Okay, so the one who does well wins. Okay. Next is one starts from here. Then very often this person has advantage. Okay, when he's here. Okay. It's very difficult to do. So when he's up here, okay, then very often this person prefers to start from here. Okay, then this person can sometimes get the advantage. So this is all a matter of how to get advantage. Okay? So in a way, when you want to get advantage, in a way you are less pure. But as you know, human being, we can't be always so pure. Okay? Like in Christianity, you have pure people like saints. Okay? But how many saints do you have? Okay? Not so many. Most priests are not saints. So in the same way, if you are very pure, okay, you may do this. But if you are not very pure, then you prefer to win, so you do this. But then if I do this, he does this. Okay? So yeah, okay, so maybe he has advantage. So there's this third situation. Okay? So suppose this third situation, okay? I step back, he does Jordan. Okay? Then instead of starting from here, I start from here. Okay? Okay? Then he steps back, and then Jordan, get down. Okay? Yes. So that. As always, even in Europe too, already since 200 years, people are not so noble anymore. And it's the same in Japan. And actually, I think this is because of this economy. When the life becomes better, it's very difficult to be pure. Okay? Because when the life is bad, in a way, everybody knows that we can die anytime. And very often we die with a lot of pain. Okay? And this is something what we have to imagine. Okay? Because these days, like children don't die. So if a child dies, it's a tragedy. Okay? But at that time, mothers make 10 children, and 5, 7 children died. So children die was completely normal at that time. And very often, when they died of some disease, they died with a lot of pain, etc. These days, when you have a pain, you have painkiller, morphine, etc., etc. Okay, so you are used to the idea that doctors can get rid of the pain. But at that time, 200 years ago, okay, people could die with a lot of pain. So in a way, it's better to die by themselves, okay, or to get killed with a sword, rather than die with a lot of pain with some disease. Okay? And then maybe if normal people die 40 years old, and I'm already 35 years old, if there's an occasion that my death can be useful for the society, okay, then in a way it's normal that I risk my life for the sake of society. It's completely normal. But then it has changed. Now people live until 90 years or so, and most pains doctors can cure it. And the children don't die anymore. I mean, in many countries. Okay? So that's why we start to be afraid of dying, and we don't think of this, make use of our death for the sake of society. Okay? So it's because the economy has become better. And this economy has better, let's say, since 200 years. Okay? So that's why actually in Japan too, people became less pure the last 200 years. Okay? So this kind of noble fighting, in a way, as a theory existed, but in reality became more and more difficult. Okay? And it's the same with us too. Okay? We can philosophically understand to be noble. Okay, but then in reality it's very difficult. Okay, because we can live longer, doctors can help us. Okay, doctors can take away our pain. Okay, then we try to stay alive. Okay, that is better. Okay, so this is in a way normal. Okay, so that's why now in Japan too, since 150 years, samurais are not noble anymore. Okay, so when they disagree, they don't have this duel, but try to assassinate the opposing party. Okay? So the last 150 years in Japan, there's a lot of assassination of samurai. Okay? But in Europe too, okay? It's famous that Churchill was accused of dictator, and Churchill was accused of assassinating the opposite English aristocrat. You know, that in the Second World too, this Russia was fighting very well. Okay, so they start to worry that maybe Russia will beat Germany. Okay, so in England there are two opinions. Maybe it's better to stop war with Germany and fight against Russia. That is better because Russia was a communist. Okay, we have to fight against communists. Okay, that was one opinion. Okay, but then Churchill had another opinion. If we stop with war with Germany and fight with Germany against Russia, even if we succeed to beat Russia, still Germany will be stronger. That's not good. So it's better to ask the United States to join the war, and first with the United States beat Germany and then beat Russia. Okay? And that was Churchill's idea. And Churchill was very sure of his idea, so he was accused to be a dictator and even assassinated opponent parties to do this. And in a way, Churchill was correct in a way. But all this is happened even in Japan too. So in Japan too, samurai starts assassinate, not noble fighting anymore. So assassinate means very often two samurais attack one samurai. Clearly, that's assassination. So now we have to practice technique against assassination. So now, if two samurais want to kill one samurai, okay, it's not a good idea that two samurais attacks one samurai at the same time. Attack me together, please. Then you know he cannot attack because if I'm here, okay, and if I go and try to attack me, then he may kill his friend. Okay? That's why attacking together is not a good idea. Okay? So the most easiest way is that change. Now we assassinate. Okay? So okay, first you go. Okay? And if you get killed, I go. Then the problem is that who should go first? You go first, but you don't know. So that is one way, but then clearly, so another way is this, that, okay, you go behind me. Okay, and then, okay, attack, go, attack. So this is in a very efficient way. Okay, so now you have to deal with that. So when one person goes, then I follow him, so that means he goes this way. So I keep my sword always this direction. So here, okay, and I keep an eye on him. Okay, okay, more, and stop, until here I can see physically with my eyes. Okay, but then when he goes more, then I can't see him anymore. If I see, I can't see him. If I see, I can't see him. Okay, so it's very inconvenient. So here, one thing you have to know is from here, if he goes there, I go here. Okay, then again, I can see both. Okay, and if he goes back there, okay, so actually it means easy mathematics. Yeah. Okay. So here no. So if I'm here, I can see both. Okay. If he goes more here, then here. Okay. So in a way, mathematically speaking, yeah. Okay. No, you don't have no. Okay. This is mathematics. Okay. So you have to say I have to turn because I can't do this. Okay, so it's not like this, but here I can't see. Okay, so in order to see, I have to turn. Okay, so of course I can turn two directions. I can turn this way, or I can turn this way. Okay, but then if the bokeh is like this, it's better turn this way. Okay, so first is mathematics. Here, so you come to the same form. Not like this. Okay, so bokeh must move like this, vertically. I move the bokeh this way. Okay, it's because the moment you move, clearly they attack you. Okay, so here, okay, so people like this now. Okay, but clearly they are ready to attack me. So there's a lot of chance that the moment I move, they attack me. Okay, that's why attack me the moment I move. Like this is difficult to do. Okay, that's why when I move, I must be ready to deal with the attack. Okay, so when I move attack here. Okay, that's why the first movement should be used to the first attacker. Okay, that's why I do this way, because this movement can be used to him. So here, so attack when I move here, and bam. And then next. And then advantage that since I'm moving forward, he has to take more steps. Okay, he takes more time. Okay, and that's why it's not like this on here. Here he can here. Okay, that's why I have to go forward. So here. Okay. No, he needs more time. So he must come. Okay, he must come here, not here. Okay, so he must correctly. Yeah. Okay, so from here. Okay, so I have enough time to do that because he has to move more. Okay, so try here and then here. Okay, so here, one. Okay, it's better to go down. Okay, that can give some advantage. Okay, so it doesn't mean you always have to go down. You can just do like this too. Okay, you are free to move, but then when you practice, it's better to practice this way. Okay, because if you don't practice this way, you cannot do it. Whereas to go like this and like this, you can do without practicing. Okay, that's why as a practice, it's better to practice after here, down. Because that's a practice way. Here, there, no? Okay, so now after I go like this, then I have to, then here it can be equal. Okay, whereas again from here comes here. Okay, then since I go down, he takes more time that, and I have a possibility to cut his arm. Okay, so that can give advantage. That's it, no? After here, he comes here. Good, we are equal. There's no reason why I should win. Okay, so from here, then I could be before. Okay, so that's the advantage, eventual advantage you can get. Try to see this. Now, people are even more dirty, so now 3 people attack us. Because that's assassination. Okay? It's a dirty trick, but this is the reality. Okay? So when 3 people, it doesn't work. So when 3 people, you have to cut one by one, but then one principle is that you can't stop. If you stop, other people can come. So you have to always move and then cut. So there's a technique of moving. So that means when you move, run like that is not a good idea. That disturbs. So the technique of running with sword is this. So you run, but not this way. So it's here. So right way or left way. Okay, then you can see that I can run with this stable here. Okay? So that means here. So this is 3 people here. Okay? So 3 people here. Okay, so before the attack, just breathe. Okay, so this is in a way normal way. Why I should attack? Wait until they attack me. So because here is evidence that they want to kill me. Okay, so anyway, so that's why you have to know here, bang, here, bang, here, bang. Okay, so I will stand up here. So from here, you run forward to here and cut. You run forward, cut. That's here shouting. This kind of way, in a way, you are free from psychosis. So it doesn't matter what you do, but then it's not yay. Because yay, yay, yay. So like a yay! Okay, so you have to, must continue while you are eating. So that's why very often it's this kind of shouting. Important thing is not yay. Yay. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't matter what's shouted, just shout and bang. Go, go. You can miss. Okay, so how you miss? Basically, when he's a bit he runs and cuts me here. Okay, so because when you start cutting, it's no use to stop. It's difficult to stop. Okay, so the moment you start, the opponent can step back, and then tsuki. Okay, so practice this. So you run. Yeah. Can come like this. Okay, so from here I run. Then immediately can do. Okay, then it's very difficult. Okay, so bit. Okay, so I go here and he steps back and counter attack. Yeah. Okay, so here. Okay, so this way. Okay. So after this, you have to do this. Okay, then it's come here. So try to do this here. Okay, so you can get advantage. Okay, so that. Okay, so here. Yay! Right. So in a way, this is a bit awkward. Okay, so here, okay, he better go down. So he takes, he get advantage. Okay, so yeah. Because it takes more time. Okay, so he can get advantage. Okay, because this can be like this or can be like this. Okay, it depends on the situation, doesn't matter. Okay, that's right. If you see 3 or more than 3 people who try to attack, it's better I go. It's better not to wait. But sometimes they can start. Okay, so when they start, I have to deal with it. Okay, then very often when several people attack you, it's shomeuchi, basically. Okay, because this way it can be this dangerous for other people. Okay, so it's shomeuchi. So it's shomeuchi. Okay, then here yokomeuchi is the basic answer. Okay, so that means that, if 2 by 2, then this yokomeuchi is not so good way. But then here the case is that clearly like there are 3 or 4 people here. People come from side or from the back. Okay, so here he's coming up. Okay, so that's kind of thing. That means you have to always say that you have to always move. Okay, that means when he comes here, this is not good. Then while I do this, other people come. Okay, so I have to move. Okay, so I have to know 2 directions to move. That means when he come here, and deal with this, or he comes here. Okay, so after deal with him, I must be able to deal with the rest 2-3 people. That's why this Yokomeuchi is good because I always change position. So basically Yokomeuchi, he's coming now. Yeah. Now I come where he come from. So where he come from, basically there's nobody. Basically, no, that's evident. Okay? That's why this Yokomeuchi is the best route against Shomeuchi. Okay? So that's that. When he comes Shomeuchi, one. And important thing that this Yokomeuchi, you can start from any direction. That means he comes from behind. Yeah? Or he comes from behind here, from behind. Okay? So from any direction, you can deal with Yokomeuchi. That's advantage. So try the partner. Yeah, one. So you first lead your partner's attack to one side and then cut the other side. Okay, so this is the, so here, here. Okay, so actually many Japanese people press this way, okay, with the music, so we can hear. Okay, nice music, no? That's right. One. So use the same movement, but don't have to wait. One. Okay, that's right. Kata is a way so that you can enjoy passing many times, okay, and at the same time understand the thing. Okay? So in a way, kata is sometimes difficult to understand, but then you are supposed to practice many times without understanding it, and after practicing 10 years, you are supposed to understand it. Okay. But then it must be correct kata. If it's wrong kata, even after 10 years, you don't understand anything. That's also exists, bad wrong kata. Okay, so you have to have correct kata. Okay? So now, if you have a correct kata way, he is here, and I imagine his extension with his bokken, and I do yokomen against it. Yay! Okay, and step back. Yay! Okay, so you can see that I'm touching here and then here. Okay, so but then to make things a bit more complicated, okay, I start from the left side. Yay, and step back. Yay, and step back. So from here. Yay. Yay. So that's that. Yeah, now here. Okay, so now he's in this position. Okay, so now even though he doesn't do shomeuchi, okay, he doesn't shomeuchi, I imagine his shomeuchi, and still bokken is this much longer. Okay, so from here, hey, hey. Okay, so I'm imagining this bokken is coming down. And I do yokomeuchi against this, but this bokken is longer. Okay, so you have to imagine this to have, in a way, good distance, good mind. So when it's down, when it's end, it must come like this. Okay, so up. Okay, so from here, yay, yay. Okay, so I imagine this coming and yay coming, yay. Okay, and then down. Okay, so become this. Okay, then finish. That's it. Don't move. Here, he doesn't move because it's dangerous. It's too near. Okay, that's why I got the book. No, no, stay here, stay here. Just mentally dance, but don't move the bokken. And then down. Then go down. No, you can see. Huh? Try again without hesitation. Jodan, then don't move. Jodan. So all these small details has, in a way, reason why they are small details. It's a bit like tea ceremony. In the tea ceremony too, there are many small details, and each detail has a reason why it should be so. Okay, so all this is kind of kata. Okay, so there are small details which maybe you don't understand, but then by practicing this, you start to understand why, the meaning of each small detail. Okay, so anyway, it's alright. Of this real soul, okay? But then actually this shinken is in the Japanese. You can hear. Now you know this Japanese people are very used to, in a way, learn foreign culture. So you know this. I often go to the Japanese internet site, no? Okay, then I'm really surprised that Japanese people are so modest. They still think that Europe and the United States is more advanced than Japan. So in anything wrong in Japan, they say, oh, Europe and America is much better us, you know, we should copy, you know. They still saying that. Okay? But then why this very modest idea of Japanese come from is because in a way Japan started with the Chinese culture through Koreans. Okay? So in a way the whole Japanese history kind of Japanese are learning all the time. That is still continuing. Okay? Then that's why, for example, there's one English scientist. So when scientists thought that our sea is not real sea. And why? Because it's different from Mediterranean Sea. Okay? But I would say that our sea is real sea, Mediterranean Sea is not real sea. Okay? That is more correct. Mediterranean Sea is a lake, it's not a sea. Okay? But then Japanese people see Mediterranean Sea and they think that's the real sea. Okay? Then Japanese Sea is not real sea. It's much more dangerous like this. Okay? But sea around Japan, that's the real sea. Mediterranean Sea is not a sea, it's a lake. So I was really shocked when I was sailing in Mediterranean Sea. In the middle of Mediterranean Sea, young girl is nicely swimming and enjoying the sunshine. That is impossible in the real sea. In the real sea, if you go a few kilometers from the shore, you risk dying, actually. Okay, that's the case in Japan. In Japan, you can't swim 1-2 kilometers from the shore. Then there's a very strong current going. It's May, not all the time. Once you're in the current, nobody can survive. You just wash away to the ocean and die. So that's why in Japan it's very dangerous to swim. You can only swim where it's in a way allowed to safe. If it's not written is safe, it's very dangerous. Whereas in Europe, it's contact in Mediterranean Sea. You can swim everywhere. Or even here, no? Here, see this. No. This is not the real sea. It's a lake. But then these Japanese people think that this kind of European sea is the real sea. So they say our sea is not the real sea. Okay, so this is a kind of very stupid thing. But then that makes in a way this flexibility, adaptability of the Japanese people. Okay, then one thing in the this name concept is that I told you that in Japan the difference of in Japan it's normal to have many names. So you have to use different names in each situation. Okay, whereas especially Swedish people have the idea that you want only one name. And this is really the whole cultural difference. And one of the reasons why in Japan we have many names, for example, Ueshima Morikei, for example, traditionally we are free to change our name without government permission. Okay, that's why Ueshima Morikei changed 3 times his name. Okay, I think now we need Japanese government copying European, so now we need permission. But before, okay, our name is my name, so I have a right to change my name. Okay, whether you don't think so, no? You think that my name is given by my parents, okay? So it's sacred. You shouldn't change it, this kind of thing. But in Japan, nothing is sacred. I can change as I want. Yeah, so all this is a different attitude toward the names, actually. Okay? And then I remember that in France, once there's an instructor which I stay often, and he had a son, so I knew his son since he was born, or before he was born. So then, he thought my name is Sensei. And when he was about 10 years old, he discovered that's not my passport name. Then he got very angry. So why is that? So the philosophy is that everybody should have one name. So if somebody has 2 names, it's kind of cheating. It's kind of having 2 passports. Okay? If you want to enter United States with a Russian passport, United States says, no, okay, I use a Swedish passport. It's a matter of cheating. So in a way, for European people, having 2 names is kind of cheating. Okay? So it's a matter of this honesty. Okay? So European honesty is to say same thing, to act same way to everybody. That is European honesty. Okay? Whereas Japanese honesty is something deeply in myself appears outside. Okay? That's Japanese honesty. Okay? So clearly, when I have to express deep myself, I don't want to say to everybody. Okay? So I choose people. This person I can say really deeply. Other people I don't want to say it, so I just say something else. Okay, so Japanese people, in order to be honest, say different things to different people. Okay, that is Japanese honesty. Well, we can even lie in order to be honest. Okay, in order to have this integrity between inside and outside. Okay, so but then clearly European people into this, that's dishonest. He said it to him and answered to him. Oh, that's not honest. Okay, so all this is in a way related with this name. To have one name is honest. 2 names, well, that's cheating, not honest. This kind of feeling. Okay? But then, this is also we name that in Japanese language there are many words which is exactly same pronunciation but different word. And this is very difficult for European people to understand because in European language basically each word has different pronunciation. Okay? So for example, key. Exactly, and actually this is Japanese because in Chinese language they have different pronunciation. Like I don't know Chinese, but like Tai Chi, Tai Chi, something like that. You know? If you try to learn Chinese, you see this. Okay, so they have for them Tai Chi is different word, for example. But then in the Japanese, you can say Tai Chi and can be different word. Okay, so that's why actually Chinese is similar to European language. When we Japanese want to learn Chinese, we learn via English. Okay? We don't do Chinese Japanese, but we do Chinese and English. And since most Japanese people who want to learn Chinese know already English, so it's more convenient to translate Chinese to English. Okay, that's why in a way Chinese is more similar to English, to your language rather than Japanese language. Okay? That's why this Japanese word which for example ki, but then how can we say that different word because we use different Chinese language. Okay? So ki can be this, or ki can be this, or ki can be this, okay? Or ki can be this. So if you see the dictionary, I'm sure you can find maybe 50 different words which have exactly the same pronunciation of ki. Okay, so that's why this in the Japanese language, you have to, in a way, listen to the whole sentence to understand which ki he's talking about, or it should be written. Okay, but then, unfortunately, Japanese young people these days, they don't know Chinese characters. So it's really incredible that their ability is so low, actually, almost everybody. Yeah? And it's because they use computer and telephone. So, yeah. Yeah. So that's why this shinken. But then, because of this, we can, in a way, understand something more. The ki, which you use ki, no? Ki, and this is tree. Okay, so we can have better ki with the tree. Okay, that's why, in a way, if you want to have a good ki, you should live with forest, which is rather easy for Swedish people. So Swedish people should have good ki. And this is really true that it's known that has a relationship. Okay, this is evident. In all over the world, even church. Okay, when there's a church, you have big tree. Okay, because the environment which big tree creates is good for human being. And in Japan, all the temples, shrines have big tree. If you don't have big tree, this is not the real shrine and temple. Okay, so all this is in a way people used to feel it. When there's a big tree, then we have a good environment to live. Okay? That's why you shouldn't cut big tree. If you cut big tree, you disturb the whole environment. Okay? And of course, this kind of thing is now forgotten the last 100 years. But all over the world, until 100 years ago, people knew it. Okay? Big tree is important. Okay? So tree is a kind of, and this is even scientifically proved. Okay? If you see how the life is together, okay? Big tree is kind of a central part of the environment, completely normal. Okay? So if you want to buy a land or choose a land, better choose a land where there's a big tree. Okay? And then that's why I could say in Belgium there's some people who made ecological house, okay? And then they complained to me that trees don't grow in our land. That's a basic mistake as ecology. If trees don't grow, that's a bad land. You shouldn't have bought such a bad land. So all this knowledge is forgotten. Okay? But then in the Japanese language, if you know all these things, you understand. So ki is tree. Okay? And then, and actually this is just tree. This is a big tree. So it's ki, not only normal but big tree. And the ki, this means timing. So when you have ki, you have good timing. Okay. And then ki, this is devil. So when you have ki, you have also connection to devil. That means the great Zen master was doing meditation in the morning and in the afternoon going to the prostitute. That's a devil part of ki in a way. So all this, in a way, is a way that with Japanese language Japanese, you can understand many things. So now shinken, so ken is a sword normally, but shin you can write it two ways. Shin and then shin. So this shin is real. So shinken is real sword. And this is mind. So mind sword. Okay, so when this shinken, it means that by practicing the technique of real sword with bokken, which is not real sword, we practice mind sword. Okay, so this kind of thing, in a way, you can use Japanese language. You know, in English or in your language, you have to explain. But in the Japanese language, in a way, intelligent person can understand from the language itself. Okay, so we choose a name which can use this kind of trick. So that kind of thing is in a way for you impossible to understand. Okay, but that's in a way intellectual Japanese. If you are intellectual, you should be able to use this kind of thing. Yeah? So that's this shinken. By practicing, then why real sword become mind sword? Because real sword means killing each other. So when you kill each other, it means mind is working hard. Okay? You don't kill so easily, except if you are Hannibal Lecter. But we are not Hannibal Lecter. Okay? So if we want to kill, we become really serious. The whole mind works to kill, or get killed. Okay? So by practicing that, we understand mind soul. Okay? Then now when there are several asasans, then clearly you better just cut. Okay? But then in the cinema, it doesn't go this way, because if you just cut, it doesn't become cinema. Okay? So that's why in the cinema, they change the reality. They first start talking. Why do you want to kill me? Okay? And after they did all talking to entertain spectators, then they started. Okay? So the question in cinema is, while people are talking, what they should do. Okay? So in the cinema, they have this form. Why do you want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me? If you think you can kill me, you can come. Because you can't talk like this. Because if I talk like this, bang, I come from behind. Okay? But I can't just go and kill, because then I cannot talk. So in order to talk, I shouldn't move. So what is the most reasonable posture where I can stop and talk and still ready for fighting? That is this. Okay? So here, okay, so here, from here, if you start shomen uchi. Okay, because you can see that here, it's very quick, no? Okay, so this is a position to go to shomen uchi to any direction. Yeah, that's the meaning. So from here, okay, you can, if necessary, shomen uchi. Okay, so try to see this meaning of this posture. You can, for not stupid, okay, like police too. Okay, like one typical police attitude, I first shoot and then ask. No, that means in a place where criminals may have a gun. That's evident. Okay? If I'm a police and I think I'm afraid that the criminal has a gun, then I'm not going to ask, do you have a gun? And bang, finished. It's like when you enter United States, you have to write, do you have intention of creating terrorism in the United States? Yes or no? But then, no, okay, that's why if I think he has a gun, I first shoot him. Then I ask, completely normal. No, because he may shoot me. No, it's evident. Okay? That's why, and then with the sword it's more evident, because gun, okay, maybe I'm not sure he has a gun or not, but with the sword, I see that they have a sword, so it's evident. Okay, so I have complete justification. The police, the difficulty is sometimes they are not sure whether other person has a gun or not. Actually, this also happened in Japan too. Okay? Police was running after somebody, and then police thought he had a gun, so he shot. And actually, it was a boy of 14 years old. Okay, but at night, how can police see whether it's if the boy 14 years old? You can't see it. He could be 30 years old. It's dark. How police can see it? Okay, so and police thought that he has a gun, so he shot. And after he shot, they found it's a 14 years old boy. Okay, but then in a way, this is a problem which you have to solve together. You can't really accuse police. Okay, because you can't see how old the person is in the dark when he is running. Okay, so you have no idea to know how old it is. And you have no idea whether he has a gun or not. Okay, so that's the reality. Okay? My uncle was a police officer, and he was shot, I think, 3 times in his life. Okay? And at that time, he was an inspector, so he always carried the gun. And he told me that, I'm talking about 50 years ago. At that time, Japan had a lot of public bus. Public bus is much nicer to have your small bus in your house. So almost everybody used public bus. I remember when I was small, I also used a public bus. It's much better, much more ecological, and scientific. Instead of each house has a small this bus, it's better to have a big bus for, let's say, 200-300 people. It's more economically correct, energy efficient. But anyway, so then the problem is that where he put the gun, because at that time, as an inspector police, he had to carry gun all the time. So now when he goes to public bus, where does he put the gun? In Japan, we don't use keys. We trust each other. So he couldn't, there was no locker in the case. So he always put this under his clothes and always looking at that. So he told me it's the big problem that he has to carry down the time. Okay? So, but that he had to, in a way, catch criminals. So I think he was shot 3 times in his life, and each time several days, several weeks in hospital. But somehow he survived. Okay? So when in this case, if my uncle says he may have a gun, well, he shoots him first. Why wait until criminal shooting? Okay, so this is one big problem which the whole society must solve together. Okay? But anyway, but with the sword, fortunately, there's no doubt. When I see that you have a sword, okay. Okay? So this immediately go, of course. I don't ask questions, just go and do. Okay? That's why this is basically for cinema and not for the real life. Okay? But then, technically, of course, it's possible. Okay? So in a way, it's good to know. So here it's a very comfortable posture, and from here you can go to Shomeguchi easily to any direction. Okay? That's the meaning of this. Okay? But then this is not basic technique. Okay? In the real situation, you just go. Okay? You don't wait and make nice conversation with assistants. Okay? So now, when here, this is I don't talk, but I just kill. Okay, so here, you start from here and bang. Okay, and now important thing is here, I see that many people, the whole Europe, the mistake or the shortcoming is this. Many people do this. Okay, okay, and this doesn't cut. And this is like a baseball. So you move like a baseball bat. So that's why you have to be the practice. So from here, okay, so basically, basic mathematical imagination. So this is the basic imagination. Okay. So try the partner without okay. Okay. So this means so 30 degree, 60 degree. sure that your cut is straight. If you go like this, you cannot cut well. So always go straight. And then from here, up and down. Yeah. So press the button, make sure you cut correctly. Up and down. Okay. So it's up, down. Okay. Not this. This is completely something else. This means I stop and wait. Okay? But here is not stop. Here, up, down. Okay? Because it's only for practice sake. The reality is this. Okay? So you never stop there. Okay? So even when you go back, so you don't stop. Okay? Okay, so make sure you don't stop. This one. That's the meaning of shinke. So you must practice in mind. That's communication. Instead back, this is here start. No, yeah, but it must be more forward. Yes. This is the back. So practice mind means this. Practice of mind means this. Hang. Okay. So mind appears with the body. Okay. So you express your mind in your body movement, including your hearing. Okay. So it was that. Going keyboard. This hand is very difficult to do anything because his key goes this way anyway. Okay. The other hand, this can go this way. So the important thing is make his key go that way. And to do this, you turn this way. Okay? And then read this part. Okay? So you must create the good form of here. Okay? So here. Okay. So the other side. Okay. So this better don't do anything. Okay? The other hand. This you read it that way. And then read here. Okay, so reading here is important part. Yeah. And so first, okay, this is dualism. Dualism is the point mathematics. Okay? And then here again important thing that in Shakespeare say to be or not to be. That's a question. Okay, so be is a verb. Okay, in Swedish language, be is okay. Whereas in Japanese language, be is not a verb. Okay? And actually, I think Japanese is more correct because be, the I am a Japanese, verb means I do something. But when I say I'm a Japanese, I don't remember doing anything to be a Japanese. Okay? Well, I am a man. Why do you have to do something to be a man? Okay, so be is not a verb. Okay, so I think it's very strange that in this Indo-European language, you think be is a verb. Okay, be should not be a verb. I am here means I'm not doing anything. I go there, I'm doing something. Okay? I am a man, I'm not doing anything. I become a man with sexual transformation, then I have to make operation, I must do something. Okay? But if I am a man, I'm not doing anything. Okay, so why, when I'm not doing anything, you quote the verb? Okay, so this, I really haven't find the answer for this. Okay? That's why, when Shakespeare is translated to Japanese, I verified, okay, they translate to live or to die. That's the question. Okay, because we don't have to be. Okay, so the only way to translate Shakespeare is to live or to die. That's the question. Okay, so what's the difference of to be and to live, and not to be and to die? Okay, what's the difference? Okay, and one idea is that when Shakespeare said to be or not to be, doesn't mean to live or to die. Okay, to be means continue to behave in the same way, and not to be means don't continue to behave in that way. Okay, so maybe Japanese translation is wrong, maybe. So this, in a way, you have to, in a way, read Shakespeare to understand what did Shakespeare really meant when he wrote to be or not to, when Hamlet said to be or not to be. And I have idea that I don't think Hamlet was thinking of killing himself. I don't think so. Okay, so when Hamlet said to be or not to be, okay, to be means to keep on living in Denmark and live as before. Okay? Or not to be means maybe to give up everything and go somewhere else. Okay? Or to kill his father-in-law. Okay? So I think that's what Shakespeare meant, to be or not to be. Okay? So in a way, being is a kind of social behavior. And this corresponds to this European, in a way, philosophy. Okay? For you to behave in the society is the basic. Okay? Whereas in Japan, we don't have this idea. We don't have a society. We have just the world or the people. So the most important is how I live my life. So how I behave in the society, that's the secondary. The most important is how I live my life. Okay, so that's why in the Japanese language, to be does not exist. We just live. We don't be. Okay, so but then that's why in Japanese we can't say be yourself. Okay, in European language, this is one important concept, no? Be yourself. Okay, and but then why you should say be yourself? Because you are not yourself. Because you are copying other people, or you are copying the social moral or social habit. Okay, what you call socialize, because you socialize. When you socialize means behave just like everybody else. Okay? So that's why sometimes you have to say be yourself. Don't act just like everybody else. Okay? But then in Japan we don't have this socialization idea, so everybody just live himself. Okay? Then how can I live myself better? Okay? So that's a matter of myself. The society, that's in a way doesn't matter. Okay? So this can be one explanation why to be is a verb for you. Okay? Because you can easily understand that it's strange, no? I am a man. I am. Why is it a verb? I'm not doing anything. Okay? Why do you call it a verb? Okay, so what's the meaning of to be? Okay, so this is the third question. Huh? Yeah, but then, here, that's why this with the point mathematics. It's there is or there is not. Okay? With the line mathematics, you must make a beautiful harmonious line. Okay? Then this beautiful harmonious line, this is the basic. Okay? So now, in order to understand harmony, you must understand what is not harmonious. Okay? So you have to understand, let's say, mistake. Okay? So now, I should Yeah. Okay. So now this line should be harmonious, but what is not harmonious? Okay, is for example this. Okay, then you can see. Okay, then you cannot throw your partner. Okay, so this is one typical not harmonious. Okay, another not harmonious. Okay, so clearly, normally he would just let his hand go and catch me. Okay, okay, because remember that from the beginning he is not interested to catch the Joe. He's interested to catch me or hit me or whatever. Okay, so when he comes to catch me, now he's obliged to hold. Okay, so this is happening. Okay, he hold the Joe because he's obliged. Otherwise, it's dangerous. Okay, it's not he wanted to. So you have to understand this. Okay, so if Joe goes like this, okay, why he should keep on? He better. That's what he should be on this. Okay, so this is completely out. Okay, so try to find the good movement. So try. So these two are he's holding with the two hands. Okay, so you move this here. Okay. So when it's the highest place, you press to create momentum. And then still moving this. Okay. Yeah, so here. One, and press here. Okay, then move. Okay, so that. He's trying to catch the dog. It's not catch the dog. That's called fishing. And as you know that even fish are not so stupid, you know. I tried a little bit, but this fish come, but fish didn't come. That's so easy fishing. Okay. So human being is more intelligent fishing, so he's not coming to catch it here, but he's coming toward me. Okay. So he done. That's the situation. Okay. That's why I put this here. Okay. So that he's obliged to catch it. Okay. But here, right. So what it is when he's coming here, one. Okay, so I just did here. Then this. Okay, so this one's okay. Yeah. If I do like this, it stops. So I don't do this, I just do this in a way. And this is free. Okay, so you can hit here. Then here. Okay, so that. I prefer to swing forward. Okay, then here. Okay, so important is to look down. Okay, just moving here is not good idea, right? Okay, so you turn this way. And when you turn this way, naturally he's going here. Okay, and then after down, forward. Okay, so down, forward. Okay, so that. The jaw is like this. Okay, here you control. For example, if you put position like this, there might be some danger. This can happen. Well, no? Okay, and that's why it's better this. Okay, here he can, if he wants to punch me, then join. Okay, so that's why this is in a way best in a way position of the jaw here. So this way he cannot attack me. Okay, so if you think start from here down here and then change. Okay, and then after this cannot move the jaw but turn so that this actually you can see this is already good, no? And then move this. Yeah. So this technique is good in a way in safety because when you start from here down that way is difficult because there's no rhythm. Okay, from here you could down is good, but down, okay, rhythm is not so good. If you press Aikido and something, no? Then Bonage is better down, up, down. Then it's go. If you down, okay, rhythm is difficult. So if you start down, is difficult. So from here, down, up, then down. Then the rhythm is better. Okay, so right? Got it. That's one solution. But the second, we do different solution. He calls. Okay, so now what I do? So when here, first like this to stop his immediate attack. Okay, you can see that if you like this, he can attack immediately. Okay, but here it's difficult to attack. Okay, and after that, from here, now don't use this arm, but use this arm. Okay, to reach in here until here. Okay, then to continue this change and send him here. Okay, and then continue here and then here. Yeah, so first is this part. When he catches here, you hit here. Okay? But after that, lead him here. And then continue here. Okay, so that. Here, 1, okay? 2, here, then 3. Okay? Then here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So here too, if you do like this, you create a point. So don't do here, but find this here, and then press downward. Okay, so not this way, but this way. But still, you press that downward. Okay? And then this way is also completely transform her body, but also in a way, this you practice how you use your body, and this use of your body is very much like Aikido. Okay? Actually, this is what we used to call keep weight underside. Actually, okay? So from here, so breathe out, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out.
Breathe. Okay.
But more with the sound longer. Once more. Then that's one position. Then this is second position. Okay, so this is also down, but don't do this way, but horizontally. Okay, so this way you do something good for your partner, and also you learn how to use your body in the Aikido too. Okay, this is exactly like how you should use your body in the Aikido technique. Okay, so you don't use weight, but go downward. Okay, then here you do the same with one, but here it may move this way. So one hand support from side, do that. And then same here. So the purpose is when you don't use the weight, that doesn't provoke resistance. If you use the weight, always the body resists. The human body is made to resist weight. Okay, to survive. And then there's this triangle position. So in a way, the technique is how to press the body without provoking resistance. This is, in a way, a technique, and this is the same as Aikido. Then to open this here, then use here. So see how movement of the foot creates the movement of the hip movement. So this movement. Then same thing here. Is your knees okay? Because here, if you do like this, the body resists. Okay, that's why to prevent this, you turn this, and this movement open the hip bone. それでパートナー。So when you do Aikido, you shouldn't in a way do that way, just read the body. So that's why we are doing this. That thing, yeah? And of course, it's good for the health and for the general things. Then when you turn your body, clearly this column vertebra turns, but column, this backbone is the weakest part of the human body. But if you see that the bone is just like this, and between the bone, there's almost no support. So clearly the backbone is very weak, so it's easy to damage the backbone. And once backbone is damaged, then later it's very difficult. So in a way, when you turn your body, the whole body must protect the backbone. And this part is most people unconscious about it. So now, and then this always continue, and this hand change here, now to the hip bone. Then this rib. Then shoulder. So this way, body turns a lot, and the backbone not so much. This you have to make her body remember this position, this form that backbone is protected. And then open, then that's the partner. So now to press well, she must be able to avoid the tsuki and catch it. Okay, be careful. Yeah? So, come on, come on. And so practice because other if she is stupid, that's not good. So she should be able to avoid it. Okay? So she catches. Okay? So when she catches, don't move here, but immediately go behind her. Okay? Because here means there's somebody there. Yeah, that's why I was looking here. Okay? So I have to immediately come here. Okay? So that I'm behind her. Yeah, and after that, from here, etc. Go. Yeah, go now. You have to go there. Okay, this is here. So now, when you go here, if she just goes there, go there. Okay, so become like that, no? Okay, that's why this. No, it's not you go like this, but you have to this way. Okay, otherwise, she turns. That's it. No, after when she goes, if I go like that, she cannot turn. So always it becomes same. Okay? So from here, so in a way it must come here. So this jaw and this are together. So when it comes here, so if you go straight like this, okay? You don't go like this. Then she just look at it, become like that. Okay, so this is what that. So make sure that point is important. After that, you put it here and then. Okay, so this is the movement. So here, one, and here. So the jaw comes here. Okay, and then this is right. Okay, so that's why here when I'm here. He comes, he comes toward me. He doesn't come to take the job. Okay? So when he comes here, okay? So yeah, so I am here, so I get behind. Okay? So this was a Hassan's son. Okay? I am here, so he comes, catch me or hit me or whatever. Okay?
So when you come here, you can see this, no? Okay. And then continue this. And then continue. Okay, so he's here and comes fun, but he's come already here. So now here is fun. Okay, so this is, if he doesn't move, he can do whatever he wants. Okay, so and then so in a way this jaw is protecting me from reacting. Okay, and then continue. Let's try. Let's people. Okay, then in that case, I don't want to do like this because then the third one can come and catch. Okay, so now the thing is that I have to go again. Okay, so that's the third one is there. Okay, so now you have to how to cross here. So to cross, I have to make it vertical. Okay, but vertical like this cannot. So to make vertical like that. Okay, so this is important. No? Okay, so this vertical is difficult. No? So to make vertical, yeah, so we made it vertical. So it's vertical, I can pass. And then after this, okay, so he's there, so he cannot come toward me. Okay, so it's here and here. Okay, so important thing is that you can't make like this. Okay, so, oh, I mean this part. Then, okay, so that. He's standing somewhere, okay, and I suddenly push him. Okay, then he fell down on the somewhere, or train comes and he does that. Okay, so and then nobody's watching. Okay, so perfect murder. That's good. So now just okay, so here. If you pass there, then you die. Okay. Okay. Idea was not bad, but execution not good. So, but now, before trying to down, try not to move. Yeah, so that's it. Okay. So here is it. Yeah. So now practice this one. Stay here. So we practice this now. This is okay. Now don't move. Now this. This is not it. So here, from here, must come here. Yes, and from here. So this is X files. Okay, then okay, then keep this and now it's much more stable. Okay, so this is the basic. You have to first be stable. So that's right. Be stable. Okay, so now standing you have to be careful because when sitting, when you are sitting, when arm go like this, stay. But then when you are standing, when arm moves, then I push it. Okay, so that's why when standing, just here is not enough. Okay, so here. Okay, so when it comes here, after here, you have to turn. Okay, that means you do this so that you can turn. Okay, because if you don't do this and you are moving, so then turning becomes difficult. Okay, so you make this so that you can comfortably turn. That's important. Because again here, if like this, he pushes here. Okay, then it becomes the same, even worse. Okay, so when you come here and then turn. Yeah, then I'm safe. Okay, so that's right. So from here, we do this way. Okay, so becomes a technique. Okay, now practice this kind of technique more comfortably. We do here. So in a way, he comes this. Okay, and then from here we start. So it doesn't have to already like that, but this is in a way easiest way to practice. Okay, otherwise, if you are just like this, in a way it's a bit confusion.
Okay, so of course, when you can do technical, you create clear movement in that confusion. That's a good technique, no? But in the beginning, it's difficult. Okay, so make this clear situation. He's here and here. Okay, and I cannot push him away. Okay, so here, and then from here down, up, down. That's so fast, right? Now from here, I come here. Okay, that's in a way more realistic, but then this is not with sword. Okay, with sword you can easily go like this. Okay, but without sword, throwing this way is in a way a bit difficult. It says that you doubt if ukemi follows until there. Okay, so because that doubt is in a way correct. Okay, that's why if not sword here and then don't continue, let's go there. Okay, so until here is possible. After that, maybe not. Okay, with the sword, no problem, because anyway, I cut. Okay, but with the throwing, not so good. So from here, I can. Let's try.
Hey! Hey! Yeah. Hey!
Okay, so everyone's back.
And 4, 3,
No, no. 3. No, no, this is here. This is booking. 3, you have to attack. 3, you attack. 3, no, that's like the thing. 3. Yeah, this. Yeah, so this timing must be correct. If your timing is after too quick, you get it. Okay, so this timing is about 3. And you start too early. So this timing you have to practice. 3, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
3,
No, that's good. 4, 5, 6 you get. Continue. Good there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, 15 you say 15. 15. Don't move. And 16. 16. Okay, then you move away. 16 and attack. No, stop. Okay, then from here 7. No, this here, this. Okay, 17, 18. 17, 18. 17, 18, 19, 20. No, here continue. 21 and 22. Okay, so that was right. Not like this. Okay, so I don't know, in Swiss people like this posture, you know. So many of you make this posture very often. Okay, but then the thing is this posture. Okay, if this posture, you have to go this way. So actually, it's this is this. Okay, so from this posture, you go this way. Okay, but from this posture, you go this way. And that's why since after that 70, 80 this way, that's why 60 must be like this. If from here, it's too smooth. That's possible. That means here, no? That means when it's here, when he comes here, okay, so it's correspond. Whereas when it's here, become like that. Okay, that's why from here it's that's a good idea. Because no, but then it looks because he's not cutting here, but he's cutting here, cut there. Then looks good. Okay, but if I'm here, why he cuts here? He cuts here. Okay, so when he's cutting here, when it's here, that's why it's because here clearly he cuts here first. He cannot cut here, clear, no? So he cuts here. So when he's cutting here, okay, so it's correspond. Okay, that's why when you want to hit his arm from under, you must start from here, not from here. If you are here and he comes here, that's what you should do. Okay? So, and that's why actually I see the only Sweden that you like this form, even walking. When you say, I see you're still doing like this. It's not, it's this. It's different. Yeah? But then, since you like this form, enjoy this, but it's for this. 1, 2. So the jaw is this. And so that's here. And then from here, when I attack here, change palm. So this is 1. Whereas when you are in this posture, then palm. Okay, so this, if it's here, then 1. Okay, when it's here, then 1. So that's the partner. So once you count, and second time you don't count. You count, but first time you count, and second time you don't count. And you don't say anything.
And 4.
First, you got 1.
Ah, sorry. And 4, 3, and 6.
that's the extra. 8, 7, 8, 9. Then continue without counting. So this to be able to do this, you must practice first this Jokata one, like you did for the first time. Okay, so in a way, that's why it comes here. Okay, because this is very difficult just to practice, because you don't know what to practice. Okay, that's why for first time you press Jokata, and then after that first time, you should be able to do this. But again,
And 4. 6.
So in a way, this improves the imagination. Okay, so try. Okay, so this two dimension, sorry, it's 1 and 2. 2 becomes, if I use this dimension, 1, 2. Now, if this is like here, then 1, 2. No? Goes here, then 1, 1, 2, 2. Then here, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4. So it's mathematically correct. Okay. This is about that dimension. Okay. So when you don't move your foot, basically you have only 2 dimensions. Moving foot creates a 3rd dimension. Okay. So this kind of thing is a mathematical imagination. Okay. So see that basically you are moving jaw in this plane. So next one.